Yifutian and the others slowly traveled through the ruins. They soon discovered that these ruins were starting to seem more and more like a world of their own. The area was vast, with mountains, streams, rivers, lakes, and forests. They had even come across some small demons and wild beasts. On the whole, it was a barren wilderness. It seemed like no one lived there. It was ancient and dead silent. Is the god's relic a realm of its own? Yifutian whispered. A thoughtful look appeared on the others' faces. They had also wondered that. The god's relic was not like any of the ruins they had experienced before. It was vast without end. Why do you think that? The swordmaster of Lihin asked. I once heard my master say that in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, there were a few realms that had been destroyed in war, Yifutian quietly said. He had his own ideas about what was going on. They are supposed to be barren and silent, without any signs of human habitation. Some of them can recover and people will return to them. If a realm is truly turned uninhabitable and someone controls it, if no one is allowed to enter, how can it recover? This does seem a bit like a realm of its own, so perhaps you have guessed right, the swordmaster of Lihin softly said. He had asked Yifutian because he had been thinking the same thing. The god's relic, which had shaken the 9 realms, was possibly a realm of its own. It had been sealed off by Donghuang the Great. People were only allowed to go there once every 50 years. This realm had a ruin left behind by the gods. If what Luoyue had said before was true, then this was the realm where the gods were buried. The purple gold rats Yifutian was controlling were getting further away and beginning to spread out. They were shooting off into the vastness of the realm. Along the way, they ran into other cultivators who had come, but the purple gold rats burrowed into the ground. The powerful figures had not bothered with rats who hid in the ground. They were not considered a threat. At the same time, a group of figures was traveling through another section of the god's relic. There were only a couple dozen people in the group, but all of them were elites. Other than a few of them who were unblemished saints, the others were all at the nirvana level. The age range among the group was very wide. Some of them were young and some were old. It was not only young geniuses who were there, but some elders had cultivated at the Saint Plane for many years. All of them had a peculiar aura about them. They were arrogant and noble. Their eyes shone like stars while also being infinitely deep. An old man wearing a starry robe was leading them. Magnificent starlight shone from him. A small star matrix seemed to hang in the air in front of him, sucking up all the life force from the world around him while also connecting him to heaven and earth. A point of light in this small star matrix seemed to be pointing the way forward. The people behind him were following the light as if they trusted it implicitly. These people had come from the Ziwei realm. They were cultivators from the top force in the Ziwei realm, the school of the Emperor Star. Their power within the Ziwei realm was clear for all to see. It was an ancient force that had once dominated the Ziwei realm, just like the Heavenly Mandate dynasty in the Heavenly Mandate realm. It was said that the elder of the school of the Emperor Star was also the ruler of the Ziwei realm. He was known as the Star Lord of Ziwei and incredibly powerful. Of course, that could only be learned from ancient books. No one knew the actual history. As they continued walking, a building appeared ahead of them. Their eyes grew sharp as they looked at it. They could faintly see a gate on it. They unconsciously began moving faster. The elevation gradually rose. After a while, they could see a heavenly gate that seemed like the legendary gate of the Heavenly Palace. It was tall and mighty, as well as hundreds of feet tall. However, it was broken. A third of it was gone. Everything before it was a desolate ruin that seemed to stretch off into the distance. It seemed like a long war had taken place there. The people of the school of the Emperor Star had found the ruin, yet they were not excited. As the top force in the Ziwei realm, this was not the first time they had been there. Several in their group had entered in the past and taken notes after they had emerged. Some of their current elders had even entered the ruins and described to the others what they had found inside. To have found the ruin was not necessarily good luck. It was also a potential sign of danger. As to what that danger was, there were many possibilities. Thus, it was important for them to be exceedingly careful. They passed through the broken gate and strode through the ruins. There were no complete buildings left. All of them were damaged and had collapsed. They could not see anything of value that had been left behind. Moreover, others had definitely come before them seeking treasure, but even they would have found it hard to find anything. Among the group of people from the school of the Emperor Star, a young man suddenly stopped. He closed his eyes. A spiritual map instantly appeared in his mind. There was a ruin marked on the map that was very similar to the scene before their eyes. It seemed to beckon him. The elders of the school of the Emperor Star had once been here, so they were now guiding them. They had been able to quickly find this place. In addition to having special skills, they also had the guidance of their elders. The young man bent down and placed his hands on the ground. In a flash, the earth shook with a roar. A storm of the great path swept out. The ruins around them were swept away or smashed into dust. The storm grew stronger, clearing out all the ruins. They soon saw an ancient road stretching out that had been buried under the ruins. Many corpses had been uncovered by the storm. Most of them were insignificant skeletons that had been picked clean long ago. As the road went on, they saw a palace under the earth with a broken gate hanging open. The gate had already been destroyed by others. The people from the school of the Emperor Star's eyes flashed. Their elders had said there were things in these ruins that they had been unable to take back with them last time. They had asked them to seek them out first. Thus, they had immediately come to this place. The group continued forward. They stopped outside of the palace gates. Many of them waved their hands, weaving enchantments that locked everything up inside the gate and blocking other people's divine souls from entering. That way, no one would have been able to know what they had done. Up high and off in the distance stood another group of figures. The person at their head seemed to have veins in his eyes, which made him look rather strange. Spatial divine light shone from him as he looked at them across the vast distance. It was as if they were right next to each other. "The ruin is there," he said. "It looks like we were right to follow the school of the Emperor Star." These people had come from another top power of the Ziwei realm and had followed the school of the Emperor Star. "What do you see?" someone beside him asked. "They've blocked it off with enchantments, so I couldn't see clearly," the man said. After clearing away some of the ruins, they entered an underground palace and set up enchantments. "Should we go now or wait?" "We will go," the man beside him said. The group started to move. They crossed the great distance very quickly. Meanwhile, another group of people rushed forward from a different direction. It appeared that there was not just one force watching the school of the Emperor Star. It was obvious that the school of the Emperor Star held an important position within the Ziwei realm. At least, these powers placed a lot of trust in them. They believed they would find the ruins. There was also a rat demon underground outside the ruins. He felt an incredibly powerful aura pressing down on him. He sensed two forces arriving one after another, and both of them were very powerful. Off in the distance, Yi Futian sensed everything through the purple-gold rat. "Something is happening," he said. Yushang turned and looked at Yi Futian. "With three great forces there, this won't be easy to handle," Yi Futian said. "Yushang, the two of us will go." Yushang nodded. "All right. The three forces are probably from the Star Lord of Ziwei, and they will all be very powerful. We should not bite off more than we can chew. Let's go," Yi Futian said. Once a fight broke out in the ruins, it would certainly be very fierce. Having more people with them was not necessarily a good thing. Yi Futian had seen the forces at the ruins, and there were very few people among them. It meant that they were all probably quite powerful. After saying that, the two of them sped up and rushed toward the ruins. At the same time, the two forces had arrived and were casually chatting. There was no friction between them yet. They were working together to break through the enchantments and enter. A group of majestic figures descended. Once they had broken through the enchantments, the two forces stood there in shock. They saw a group of figures standing there, but they had not entered the ruins. The figures stood there, shining with brilliant light. Incomparably brilliant light suddenly burst from the ground, forming a terrifying diagram. "That's not good. Flee!" A loud voice sounded out. Powerful auras burst forth from the people of both forces. They realized they had been ambushed. The cultivators of the school of the Emperor Star looked cold, without the slightest hint of emotion. They started up the large pattern. Endless starlight bloomed, transforming it into a giant pattern of stars. Terrible killing will erupted from it. In the instant the starry pattern was set off, the area was filled with endless beams of killing starlight that cut through the air. There were multiple screams of pain. Many people were instantly pierced by the starlight and cut open. Blood flew through the air. Many people used their power to block the attack and fled from the center of the pattern. They floated up into the air with cold expressions. They looked down on the cultivators from the school of the Emperor Star. In a flash, almost 1/3 of the people from the two great forces had been slain by the pattern. "Did you really think we did not know you were watching us?" An elder of the school of the Emperor Star coldly asked. They had pretended they did not know and set up their enchantments to block their opponent's senses. Afterward, they had set up their trap. In the god's relic, any competitor was an enemy who needed to be killed. There was no mercy in this place. The cultivators from the two great forces looked to where many of their allies had been slain and disappeared. A dark look appeared on their faces. In a flash, the area filled with terrible and intense pressure. The school of the Emperor Star was the most ancient force within the Ziwei realm. After all, it was said that the Star Lord of Ziwei was once the ruler of the Ziwei realm. The other top powers of the Ziwei realm had impressive origins as well. Any power that was able to stand near the top was not simple. Otherwise, they would never have made it to that step. These two major forces were the Dou tribe and clan of the Seven Slayers. It was said that the Dou tribe descended from the god of battle. After the god of battle had been defeated, his bloodline spread throughout the world. The elder of the Dou tribe realized he had that bloodline, so he had formed the Dou tribe. It was said that they were the most powerful attackers in the Ziwei realm. The clan of the Seven Slayers proved their worthiness through killing. Two forces were recognized as the best at the way of slaughtering: the slaughtering world of the Myriad realm and the clan of the Seven Slayers of the Ziwei realm. However, these two forces cultivated very differently. The Dou tribe also proved their worthiness through killing, but the cultivators of the slaughtering world used killing for their mindset and set up killing matrices. Meanwhile, the clan of the Seven Slayers cultivated the 7 tricks of the killing gods. They mainly focused on cultivating slaughtering chi and slaughtering will. Thus, they went in different directions, but there were similarities as well. The 7 tricks of the killing gods was made up of 7 attacks. After those 7 attacks, if one's opponent did not die, one would. Thus, the disciples of the clan of the Seven Slayers cultivated nothing but slaughter. They only lived if their opponent died. They had to kill their opponent within 7 attacks. These 3 forces stood at the top of the Ziwei realm. They were naturally very familiar with each other. Otherwise, the clan of the Seven Slayers and the Dou tribe would not have followed the school of the Emperor Star. They obviously placed a lot of faith in their abilities. Now, the school of the Emperor Star was their opponent. "What is in the underground ruins?" a fair-faced youth from the clan of the Seven Slayers asked. There was some murderous intent in the tone of his voice. He was one of the 7 Slayers of his generation. He was ranked last among them, number 7, and not famous at all. The other 6 Seven Slayers were all at the Renhuang level, which showed how high the requirements were to become one of the 7 Slayers. Their disciples had to undergo a lot of training outside to train their desire to kill. Each of the 7 Slayers had risen to their position on a mound of bones and a sea of blood. "You will know when you go in and see." From the school of the Emperor Star swept his gaze over the 7th Slayer. The youth who had spoken, Bei Chen, was the personal disciple of the Palace Lord of the school of the Emperor Star. He had cultivated to the peak of the Saint Plain. He was very famous within the school of the Emperor Star, as well as throughout the Ziwei realm. Of course, he was not the only famous person there. The 7th Slayer and Dou Zhao of the Dou tribe were the most famous people of the younger generation in the Ziwei realm. They were also the junior leaders of their respective forces' armies. They were all incredibly powerful. The cultivators of the Dou tribe and the clan of the 7 Slayers looked at the man from the school of the Emperor Star. The matrix was still there. If they tried to break out, they would surely suffer. "Go and take a look," Dou Zhao said. Suddenly, several of his people rushed toward the underground palace. They clenched their fists and lashed out through the air, slamming their hands into the exterior of the palace. Cracks appeared in it. Boom! A loud noise rang out as the underground palace trembled fiercely. The palace, which already had cracks in it, gave no sign of collapsing. This palace, which had been buried among the ruins, seemed incredibly sturdy. It seemed like they could not go in that way. If they wanted to enter, they had to force their way in. Unfortunately, the cultivators from the school of the Emperor Star were blocking their way. If we go in together, all three sides will fight, Dozhao said as he looked off into the distance. If the school of the Emperor Star wants to seize these ruins for themselves, we must temporarily ally ourselves with the clan of the Seven Slayers to deal with them. The people from the school of the Emperor Star looked cold. If they let them go, they would form an alliance against them. There are two forces, but we will only permit one of you to go inside. You must choose which one it will be, an elder next to Bei Chun said. He was extremely skillful. A single sentence from him had changed the whole situation. This meant that between the Dou tribe and the clan of the Seven Slayers, only one of them could enter. Thus, they had to fight each other. If we fight each other first and waste our energy, won't the school of the Emperor Star have even less reason to let us go? There was some divine radiance in Dozhao's eyes. They shone with golden light as he looked at the clan of the Seven Slayers and said, "There's no need to waste time talking. Let's just break in." The seventh Slayer nodded. Very well. He had no objections. The situation before them was simple. Their two forces had the advantage in terms of numbers, but their opponents held a favorable position since they had formed a starry matrix. This had formed a delicate balance between the two sides. If they wanted to break the deadlock, they had to work together against the school of the Emperor Sar. Whoosh! A wild fighting aura swept out. Divine fighting light shone upon Dozhao. His whole body was brilliantly shining. Cracking sounds emitted from his bones. His robes were torn. The sharp cracking sounds continued as his robe split. Dozhao grew larger, turning into a god of battle. His bare chest contained incomprehensible power. He had a bit of Runhuang majesty about him that seemed to meld with his flesh. His arms trembled and made a cracking sound. Behind him, the cultivators of the Dou tribe slammed their fists into him. In a flash, his arms were covered in flowing divine light that entered into his body and made his fighting will even stronger. He grew even larger. The cultivators of the clan of the Seven Slayers started emitting powerful slaughtering chi. It spread throughout the area with an ear-splitting whistling noise. Each thread of slaughtering chi was as sharp as a knife and could kill a man. As the thousands of threads of slaughtering chi spread through the air, it was like there was an endless army of slaughtering gods marching. The cultivators from the clan of the Seven Slayers stepped forward. The seventh Slayer had a frightening look in his eyes. With a single thought, endless slaughtering chi descended toward the cultivators from the school of the Emperor Star below. The cultivators from the school of the Emperor Star engaged their starry matrix again. In a flash, endless starlight bloomed. Beams of light crisscrossed. It activated all the power in the area. Once the slaughtering chi entered the area, it would be torn up and destroyed. The seventh Slayer took another step forward. He was now standing in the air right above the matrix. He held a long spear in his hands. It was the slaughtering spear. Bang! He took another step forward. The slaughtering chi gathered in endless amounts. The slaughtering way roared as 7 cultivators from the clan of the Seven Slayers stepped up from behind and followed him. The 7 of them instantly transformed into gods of slaughter. Below them, a scepter appeared in Bei Chen's hands. Endless will swept out from it. The light from all the stars in heaven gathered within it. In the next moment, the 7th Slayer gathered all the slaughtering chi together for an attack to try and break through the matrix. His spear fell. The endless starlight was destroyed. Bei Chen raised his scepter. Suddenly, even more terrible starlight appeared, forming many orbits for stars. Actual stars appeared within these orbits, imprisoning the 7th Slayer within them. Destroy! Bei Chen raised his scepter and pointed it. Endless killing starlight shot out of it. Each beam of light contained enough power to cut through space and time. It was strong enough to shatter the entire area into many pieces. The seventh slayer exploded with slaughtering chi that slammed into the oncoming starlight. He stepped within the matrix and used the 7 tricks of the killing gods. Figures that looked like gods of slaughter appeared. They shot out across the matrix. At the same time, Dozhao rose into the air. He had taken on the form of a god of war. He shot through the air. He saw an area full of stars ahead of him, which were blocking his way. He pierced through them with his fist and continued onward. Whoosh! There was a loud noise as countless stars rotated around Bei Chun. With a single thought, even more stars appeared. At that moment, the stars all cracked as Do Zhao's attacks slammed into them. While they were fighting, the cultivators from the Do tribe and clan of the 7 Slayers were rushing toward the matrix, preparing to force their opponents to flee from it. Suddenly, a violent attack made the whole area tremble fiercely. Bei Chun took several steps back. Do Zhao from the Do tribe was just as strong as the legend said. It was said that he was the member of the Do tribe in whom the blood of the god of battle flowed the most strongly. He had an offensive and defensive Renhuang item within him, which showed that the Do tribe looked at him as their presumptive heir. The ground split. The area around the underground palace shook. The palace itself was not affected at all. Off in the distance, 2 figures were standing and watching the battle. They were Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. A battle between people at the peak of the Saint Plain has broken out. Yi Futian was in no hurry to rush forward. He looked at Yu Sheng beside him and asked, "Do you have any Renhuang-level items?" If he did not have any, it would cause them some trouble. Many of the people they were about to fight had them, especially the most powerful of them. Yu Sheng nodded. "I do." The demon dragon had given him one before he left the dragon gods. Moreover, it was no ordinary treasure. Yu Sheng looked at Yi Futian. "When?" That simple word naturally meant, "When are we going to act?" Yi Futian was speechless. Even when confronted with a violent battle between such powerful figures, Yu Sheng still wanted to get involved. He felt like they would be crushed. Ordinary saints trembled before such a battle. They were not that far away. With their thoughts covering the whole area, their opponents surely knew they were there. Yet they ignored them. The 3 top forces of the Ziwei realm were fighting. What could 2 lone cultivators possibly do to affect the outcome? There was only one road ahead of them. Thus, they ignored them. The great battle continued. The cultivators of the school of the Emperor Star were finally forced out of the matrix. The Do tribe and the clan of the 7 Slayers pressed forward, stepping on the ground above the underground palace. The underground palace was quite large and had a massive gallery in front of it. There were many skeletons on both sides of the gallery. The skeletons that contained any will seem to have already been taken away. There were no weapons left either. However, at the end of the gallery, within the depths of the palace, a terrifying aura was seeping out. Violent noises were continuously heard from the underground palace. There was not nearly enough space down there for a battle between people at the top of the Saint Plain. An ordinary palace certainly would have collapsed by this point. However, even though the underground palace was constantly shaking, it had not been destroyed. Outside the palace, Yi Futian and Yu Sheng had advanced a little bit and were watching the palace. "I can't sense anything," Yi Futian whispered. "Should they go in or not?" "Should we go in?" Yu Sheng asked. "Let's wait a little longer," Yi Futian replied. The battle within was extremely chaotic. The cultivators of the 3 greatest forces in the Ziwei realm were locked in battle. If they rushed in now, they would be nothing more than cannon fodder. At the very least, it was best to wait until all 3 sides had been weakened. Yi Futian did not doubt that even though their opponents had completely ignored the 2 of them, if the 2 of them rushed in to try and seize the advantage, their opponents would not hesitate to destroy them first. Yu Sheng quietly stood there. He was a little disheartened. Since there were no Renhuangs among these 3 great forces, why wait? They should have started fighting right away. This guy was still quite lazy. The sounds of violent battle continued. Although their divine spirits were blocked by the underground palace, they could still imagine how fierce the battle within was. Just the sounds were enough to shake their courage. As long as those sounds continued, Yi Futian was in no rush. The battle was clearly still going on. After a while, all suddenly became quiet within the underground palace. There were no more wild sounds of battle. Did they stop? Yi Futian was surprised. He stared at the underground palace. He was unable to see the end of that long gallery in front. Had the winners and losers been decided? He strode forward but stopped after a single step. He saw figures emerging from the underground palace. They soon reached the outside. A look of surprise came over Yi Futian's face when he saw them. There were people from all of the three forces. Had they made peace? Did those two leave on their own, or should we see them off? One of them asked. Yi Futian slightly frowned. Why were they suddenly thinking of them? Could it be that the people inside had come to an agreement? Would they first take care of the people watching from outside? Yushang's eyes were cold. A thread of demonic power rolled off of him. Yi Futian said, I know we want to go in and take a look, but let's stay put for the time being. Whoosh! A powerful killing will suddenly erupted from the cultivator of the clan of the Seven Slayers. Endless threads of slaughtering chi surged with horrifying force. The cultivators from the school of the Emperor Star and the Dou tribe released powerful auras as well, which pressed toward Yi Futian and Yushang. One of the figures moved. The cultivator from the clan of the Seven Slayers pierced through the air, ignoring the great distance between them. He descended in front of Yi Futian and Yushang and thrust out with his spear. Slaughtering chi filled the air. It covered the two of them within it. The spear contained an incredible amount of killing will. It made the two of them feel like their divine souls were under threat. Yushin stepped forward. At nearly the same instant, demonic energy rolled off of him. A dark demonic flow of chi swept out, colliding with the slaughtering chi. His fist turned into a claw, which he raked across his opponent's spear. As the spear pressed down, incomparably powerful slaughtering will erupted from it. It tried to pierce through Yushang's hand and into his arm, but Yushang had already transformed his hand into a demonic claw. The slaughtering will seeped into the claw, but it was blocked. It seemed that Yushang's arm was not made of human flesh and blood. It was filled with the hard bones of a demon dragon. The man reacted incredibly fast. He dropped his spear, took a step back, and transformed into a beam of light to flee. Yushang ran his hand over the spear from top to bottom. He suddenly took a step forward, which made a loud booming sound. All the air seemed to flee the area as the suppression of the great path made the world stagnate. Time and space seemed to stop. He reached out toward his opponent. Boom! There was an incredibly loud noise. Within the moment that time had stopped, he had pierced the spear through the fleeing cultivator from the clan of the Seven Slayers' chest. He slammed into one of the ruined walls, spitting up a mouthful of blood. His internal organs shook from the blow. Blood flowed continuously from his wound. You're still so violent. When he saw what had happened, Yi Futian was nearly speechless. They had not seen each other for several years, but Yushang's combat style was still simple and direct. It was clean and tidy, without any unnecessary complications. But his destructive power was astonishing. Even if the cultivator from the clan of the Seven Slayers had not been killed, he would not be getting back up anytime soon. When they saw this, everyone's hearts beat faster. Some of them thought back to their elders' orders and felt like they had made a mistake by taking these men who had come to the gods' relic too lightly. In the face of the three great powers, no matter how individually powerful they were, two saint-level cultivators were no threat at all. Once Yushang acted, they sensed that these two were far stronger than they had originally assumed. Bang! Yushang rushed forward at the crowd of enemies. The sky was filled with raging, dark demonic energy. It seemed like a black demonic dragon had appeared. He reached a claw through the air. The dark dragon suddenly roared and charged toward his opponents. The other cultivators rose into the air, scattering and fleeing. Whoosh! Yi Futian rushed forward as well, appearing in front of the underground palace. He stepped inside and said, I will go and take a look. There had been no movement inside. Their opponents had sent people out to deal with them, so he wanted to go in and see what was going on. As for what was happening outside, he left it to Yushang. He had absolute confidence in his abilities and believed he would solve the problem very quickly. There were some corpses in the long gallery in front of the palace, as well as many wounded people. All of them had been left behind after the recent battle. Of course, Yi Futian saw many skeletons. There were shafts of light, but it still was rather dark. That was probably because it had been buried underground for so long. Judging by the gate, which was so large, and how sturdy the palace was, it must have once been the cultivation place of some great figure. He thought that if his guess was correct, this had once been its own realm. What happened to lead to its destruction? Luoyue had said that this was the burial place of all the gods. Could it be that this realm had a war in the distant past? Had it led to the annihilation of the history of an entire realm full of cultivators? If so, when Donghuang the Great had conquered this area, he had set this up as a place for his descendants to train. Yi Futian continued forward. He moved deeper into the gallery. He finally saw the three forces that had previously been fighting. The cultivators were no longer fighting. They were all just standing there. In front of them was the end of the hall, which contained a throne. In front of the throne was an incredibly imposing figure. His eyes seemed to be able to peer through the ages. He possessed incomparably powerful fighting will. He held a spear that was stuck into the ground. Dazzling fighting will swept out from the spear, transforming into a light curtain that lit up the whole area. He's dead, Yi Futian thought. The figure was insubstantial. It was not the man's true body. It was not even his ghost. There was no breath of life left within him. All that was left was his ferocious fighting will. Had he transformed into fighting will that would not dissipate after his death? His spear seemed to have inherited all of the fighting will he had had in life. Compared to that fighting will, Do Zhao of the Do tribe's fighting will seemed rather lackluster. The Do tribe was skilled in battle and said to be the descendants of the god of battle. When they were able to give full play to their advantages, their fighting will could fill the heavens and their power was pushed to its limits. However, it was still far less than the fighting will within that spear and unreal image. They were not even on the same level. It was like comparing a firefly to the full moon. This was the fighting will of a true legend. Even after thousands of years, it had not dissipated. It had seeped into the spear. There was so much fighting will that the people could not get near it. This showed how terrifying it was. There was a fire burning in Do Zhao's eyes. It was like this place had been prepared for him. If he was able to obtain this fighting will, how much would his power increase? He might have even been able to fight Renhuang's. Right now, none of them had even gotten close to it. Thus, they had stopped fighting. There seemed to be no more use in fighting. Whoever obtained the fighting will would certainly be the winner. Suddenly, a stranger entered. Everyone's gaze turned and fell upon Yi Futian. The people they had sent out had not managed to deal with the two of them. In fact, they had even let one of them in. It seemed that these were no common cultivators. They released their auras at him. Suddenly Yi Futian was under an immense amount of pressure. He looked at the crowd, smiled and said, "I am just here to watch. You may continue." Just here to watch? Everyone looked at him coldly. Was he really going to play the fool with them here? He had been able to get this far. Was he really just going to watch? One of them stepped toward Yi Futian. It was a cultivator from the Do tribe. His fighting will wildly surged. His aura was astonishing. Climbed right up to the saint level. Boom! There was a roar as he stepped forward again. Divine light shone from him. He shot through the air toward Yi Futian, flying like a sacred spring. A flow of divine light followed him through the air. Yi Futian calmly stood where he was without trying to dodge. When he saw his opponent's fist coming, he threw out his fist. Bang! There was a loud noise. The underground palace trembled with a ferocious rumbling. The cultivator from the Do tribe was extremely strong, but he had taken it for granted that he would be able to crush Yi Futian. It seemed that the reality of the situation was different from what he had imagined. With a violent noise, the cultivator from the Do tribe was sent flying backward. His arms made a snapping sound. It was as if his bones had been shattered. When he hit the ground, he began to retreat. Blood was streaming from his mouth. This made everyone look very surprised. They saw that Yi Futian's eyes had become a little more serious. The Dou tribe was famous for their skill in battle, and they were unparalleled in close combat. However, when their fists had collided, he had been defeated. How strong was this white-haired youth who had just appeared? Dou Zhao turned. His gaze fell upon Yi Futian. Violent fighting will fell upon him. It was extremely overbearing. Yi Futian looked at Dou Zhao. He felt a burst of pressure hit him. Dou Zhao was incredibly strong. As the future heir of the Dou tribe, Dou Zhao was surrounded by a halo of light and had the body of a god of battle. His mighty fighting will rolled off him in waves. Once he opened his eyes, they revealed a terrifying look. As he took a step toward Yi Futian, a loud boom sounded. The figure of a god of battle instantly roared to life out of him. He quickly turned solid and shot toward Yi Futian. When he saw that, Yi Futian thought, can he create gods of battle with his fighting will? Was this what it was like when the will of the great path and fighting will merged? The god of battle lashed out with its fists, causing the underground palace to shake. Incomparably majestic power crushed down toward Yi Futian. Dou Zhou wanted to see the true strength of the white-haired youth who had broken into the underground palace. In a flash, there was the loud and clear sound of an elephant trumpeting. It was loud enough to shake the air. 10,000 elephants charged through the air. They gathered into a single image of a huge and mighty divine elephant. It rushed forward and smashed into the oncoming god of battle. Boom! A dull roar was heard as the two powers collided. It whipped up a mighty storm that swept out through the hall. Dou Zhao's expression did not change. It was as if he had anticipated this. He took another step forward. The divine light coming from him grew even more brilliant. More figures of gods of war materialized and thrust out their fist wills. Endless fist will instantly covered the area, confining Yi Futian to a very narrow space. Within this underground palace, there was nowhere to escape. His only option was to try and withstand it. This place favored those with powerful attacks. Those who were good at close combat had the advantage. Yi Futian stepped forward. The divine elephant charged through the air again. It looked incomparably huge and contained unimaginable power. The massive power of the divine elephants made them one of the strongest forces in the demon realm. They were domineering and direct and could crush both heaven above and hell below. The endless fist will swept out, but the divine elephant broke through it. Suddenly, an even more powerful storm swept through the underground palace. The booming sound made everyone's eardrums shake. All the cultivators around them released their powerful will to protect themselves. They fixedly gazed at the battle between the two of them. Yi Futian had not wilted in the least while facing Dou Zhao's attacks. Even though Dou Zhao was just testing him, judging from Yi Futian's response, he could respond to any of Dou Zhao's tests with the same kind of tricks. Dou Zhao did not have any advantage over him. Moreover, when judging who had the advantage, both of them were on the same plane and not far from the Renhuang plain. The cultivators from the Dou tribe were naturally the most shocked by this. They knew Dou Zhao's strength. He was said to be the one who would revitalize the bloodline of the Dou tribe. The powerful blood of the god of battle flowed through his veins. He was the only one of his generation who could use the willpower of the sevenfold fighting god. How powerful did one have to be to do that? That was something that only the elders of the Dou tribe could do. Moreover, Dou Zhao had the potential to keep improving. If he attained the level of the ninefold fighting god, he would reach the level of the legendary elders and become a true god of battle. Even though it had only been a probing attack, it still was immensely dangerous with Dou Zhao's power. His attacks were overpowering, but this stranger had directly withstood it. Could it be that this man was the top figure of some other realm? If so, why had they only sent 2 people to the god's relic? This seemed to go against common sense. Not bad. Dou Zhao swept his sharp gaze over Yi Futian. He had actually been able to withstand his pressure. You are not bad as well, Yi Futian indifferently replied. Dou Zhao's stalwart body grew fiercer until it was full of infinite power. His gaze seemed to pierce through Yi Futian. In a flash, many gods of battle seemed to be pressing on Yi Futian's mind. Behind Dou Zhao, another image of a god of battle appeared. At the same time, a divine light shone between his eyebrows. It was the mark of a god of battle. At that moment, all the will in the area around him flowed into his forehead, making him even more powerful. Yifutian felt the pressure on him growing stronger. His expression grew a bit more serious. The person he faced was the strongest disciple of one of the top forces of the Ziwei realm. Moreover, special power flowed through him. Just like his own bones of the divine elephant emperor, it made him even stronger. The sound of elephants trumpeting made the underground palace shake and echoed throughout the hall. Dou Zhao pulled his arms back and slammed them forward again. His body instantly pierced through the air as he teleported through space and appeared right in front of Yifutian. He lashed out violently with his fists. The amount of power he unleashed was enough to suffocate those around them. Dou Zhao is more serious now, so he is using the willpower of the fighting god. Bei Chun of the School of the Emperor Star and the seventh slayer of the Clan of the Seven Slayers both looked surprised. Dou Zhao had used this power when fighting them. He was no longer fighting them. Now, he was fighting someone who had come in from outside. Yifutian responded without any hesitation. He out his fists. He was not the least bit flashy in his technique. He had decided to firmly resist. The impact made his bones tremble. His blood boiled in his veins. It seemed that all the power in his body was being used. The strength of his body of the Wei poured into his fists. The domineering light of the divine elephants burst forth. Bang! There was a dull bang. Although the underground palace still stood firm, everyone felt their bodies shaking. The two of them separated and retreated. This was the first time Dou Zhao had been forced to retreat after a collision with someone at his same level. His feet scraped across the ground, which made an ear-splitting noise. Yifutian was also questioning himself. Although his flesh was not as strong as Yushang's, it was still astonishingly strong. But that attack had been incredibly powerful, which showed just how strong Dou Zhao was. They clashed several more times in succession. Each one was incredibly straightforward. By now, their surroundings had gone strangely silent. Dou Zhao stared at Yifutian and asked, "Who are you? What force do you come from?" His voice was loud and powerful. It rang out throughout the underground palace. He was becoming very curious about Yifutian. How could this unnamed disciple withstand his attacks? Even someone at the peak of the Saint Plane was unable to do that. A single punch destroyed their internal organs. "I am the disciple of the Sky River Great Elder of the Tianhe realm, Yifutian. I also once cultivated at Taishan Mountain," Yifutian replied. Dou Zhao looked at him. The Tianhe realm? That was not one of the 9 realms. He seemed to remember it had something to do with the Shin clan of the Central Emperor realm. As for Taishan Mountain, he had also heard of it. It was said that a year ago Lord Taishan had broken through beyond the Renhuang level. That made the top forces of the 9 realms take notice of him. Now, a youth who was connected to both of those forces was present and equally matched with him. "You are very strong, but this is far from my limit," Dou Zhao said. "If you want to compete, you probably have no hope of victory. You should leave. You are powerful as well, but this is not the kind of fighting that I am good at," Yifutian said. "My friend outside is stronger than I am. In a little bit, you two can test each other. As for the ruins, this fight is meaningless. How about we just let whoever can take the fighting will out of here have it? Even so, only those who have the necessary qualifications to take it can even try," Bei Chen said. That was an additional risk, not to mention the fact that Yifutian had a friend outside. If he wanted to take the power, he had shown himself to be at least on the same level as them. He was definitely strong enough to do it. And they did not even know exactly how strong he was. "In that case, you 3 can leave," a voice said. Bei Chen looked behind Yifutian. He saw a figure walking toward them. It was likely the friend who had come with Yifutian. He had obviously already dealt with the people outside. This was surprising to the people in the palace. It seemed that Yifutian was not the only one who was strong. Not only that, but this man also seemed quite arrogant. He had said that the 3 of them could leave. Did he mean that they were not qualified to take the fighting while compared to Yifutian? Within their generation, the three of them stood at the peak of the Ziwei realm. Now, someone was daring to be arrogant at them and saying they were not qualified. That really was too much. Beichen looked at them. Endless starlight gathered around him. His terrifying aura spread out. Lightning flashed and covered his body. Booming thunder filled the hall. A divine purple sword appeared before him. It was bathed in the light from the lightning. It seemed like a king among swords. Yifutian looked at Beichen in surprise. He was also holding a scepter, but he had called forth sword will as well. Moreover, this purple sword seemed to suppress all the will in the room. It cut through the air, leaving a smile-shaped gash in space as well as tiny dots of destructive light. The destructive points of light instantly shot out throughout the underground palace. Lightning and slaughtering sword chi immediately filled the area. Images of purple swords appeared throughout the underground palace. All of them were pointing at Yifutian and Yushang. It seemed like the two of them were trapped. In the past, the Star Lord of Ziwei had been one of the most powerful figures in the world and was skilled at many different abilities. He had controlled everything in the Ziwei realm and managed all their attacks. Even if they were not methods that he had focused on cultivating, he was still strong in all of them. Go, Beichen said. The purple swords shot through the air at the same time, trying to directly kill the two men who had come in. There was nowhere they could go to escape. The swords moved with a single thought. They moved so fast that it was impossible to react to them. They were on a path that would at any moment cut through Yifutian and Yushang's bodies, slicing through their flesh and destroying their souls. Roar! A dragon's roar rang out, resonant and clear. At the instant that the divine swords reached him, Yushang took a step forward. His dark demonic light enveloped him, and Yifutian and the image of a godlike demonic dragon appeared. The swords tried to pierce through the light, and the strongest of the purple swords managed to touch Yushang's forehead. But he stretched out his dark arms, and black dragon scales appeared all over them. It seemed as if they were no longer regular arms, but were instead dragon limbs. He reached out with his dragon-scaled arms and grabbed the sword. There was a clear snapping sound, and divine light burst out that tore through his scales. But he was still able to stop it. He tightened his grip, and suddenly the sword broke, becoming nothing more than dust. The godlike demonic dragon curled around Yushang, blocking all of the divine light. Within the oppressive atmosphere of the underground palace, there was only an overpowering demonic aura. Beichen stared at Yushang. He was shocked. Although he had not been sure that this attack would destroy the two of them, he still would not have thought that Yushang would be able to destroy it in such an overwhelming manner. Was this man from Taishan Mountain as well? Boom! Beichen did not have much time to wonder, for Yushang took another step forward, crossing a great distance. The footstep echoed and roared throughout the underground palace. Beichen suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure. Yushang was coming towards him, responding to the swords he had sent. Yushang raised his draconic arms and slammed them down. They contained overwhelming might, and their draconic power was integrated into his demonic arts. Thus, his fists seemed powerful enough to break the very air itself. Beichen lifted his hands. Stars appeared, wrapping all around him, making the area around him look like a dazzling field of stars. The stars that swirled around him produced a marvelous resonance that protected him completely. Boom! There was another ear-splitting sound as the stars were destroyed. The power of the dragon coalesced into a demonic black dragon that swept out and shattered the curtain of stars. Beichen's expression changed slightly. Such a small space was not conducive for him to display his strength. The whole area seemed to be shrouded by the dragon's fist, so he could not escape it. He put his scepter in front of him, and starlight bloomed from it as he retreated. Bang! There was a dull roar as Beichen was thrown into a stone wall, making the whole underground palace shake. He groaned in pain. He got an ugly look on his face and suddenly rose to his feet. He floated up into the air as if he had not been wounded in the least. He gripped his scepter tightly, and starlight shone from his eyes, spreading throughout the whole hall in an instant. The other cultivators from the school of the Emperor Star within the underground palace rose into the air as well. In a flash, starlight filled the hall. The figures floating in the air all fixed their gazes on Yifutian and Yushang. Clearly, these two were now their targets. The hall had turned very bright under all the shining starlight. Yifutian swept his gaze over Bei Chun and said, "We should value harmony over violence. Why does this have to come down to a fight? We should let whoever can take the power for themselves have it." He turned to Yushang and said, "I'll leave him to you." "Excellent," said Yushang with a nod. He stepped towards Bei Chun. The cultivators of the Dou tribe and the clan of the Seven Slayers were stunned when they saw this. This guy was really shameless. He was leaving the most powerful among them, Bei Chun, to Yushang, and he himself turned to deal with the other cultivators of the school of the Emperor Star. Yushang stepped right through the air towards Bei Chun, his body filled with powerful demonic energy. Everyone could faintly feel the aura of a demon emperor. Could it be that this man was the descendant of some great demon? But he was not a demonic beast. Why had he cultivated the power of a true-blooded dragon? Yifutian strode towards the cultivators of the school of the Emperor Star, who were standing in mid-air. In a flash, Guqin music appeared. But at that moment all they could feel was a sharp aura. Then countless divine swords appeared. They cut through the air as they shot out. The cultivators of the school of the Emperor Star frowned when they felt this sword will. Yifutian pointed into the air, and rhythmic sorcery of the great path pierced their ears. It felt like countless divine swords had pierced their divine souls. At the same time, the underground palace seemed to be filled with swords. This was the cleave of all things of the fleeting divine sword. The people from the school of the Emperor Star looked shocked, and their starlight shone all around them, protecting their flesh. The divine swords flew right into the group of them. For someone at Yifutian's level, there was little difference between attacking a single person and attacking a group. Boom! 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 Each figure was sent flying back. Others were less able to defend themselves and were torn apart by the flying swords. They gave out piteous cries. Yifutian continued forward, making the room shake. Rhythmic sorcery entered everyone's ears again. It was like the divine music of the great path. As it played, the swords continued to fall. Go! Bright light shone from Yifutian's eyes. The swords went out once again, piercing through the air. His swords were incredibly fast and incredibly strong. With a single thought, the swords traveled along countless different paths through the underground palace, leaving terrible sword marks in the air. The cultivators of the school of the Emperor Star's starry defenses were shattered, and blood flew through the air. They went flying backward with pale faces. None of the cultivators of the school of the Emperor Star could stand before that sword. On the other side of the battlefield, Bei Chun was being pressed hard by Yushang. In the narrow space of the underground palace, Yushang was at a major advantage. His fists were everywhere. There was nowhere to avoid them. Bei Chun could only try to withstand his attacks. Attack after attack hit him. He was once again flung fiercely into a wall, blood pouring from his mouth. Just as he stood up, a sword flew through the air towards him. Bang! There was a loud noise as the sword touched his head, even cutting off some of his hair. Bei Chun did not move. He could feel cold sweat all over his body. If the sword moved even just a little bit, it would pierce right into his forehead. He lifted his head and had a dark look on his face. He saw that after Yifutian dealt with the other cultivators of the school of the Emperor Star, he walked over to join Yushang, looked at Bei Chun and said, "You may leave when you wish." He had said that only those who were qualified could fight in the God's Relic. Obviously, the school of the Emperor Star had lost that qualification. They had suffered a crushing defeat. If their opponents had not shown them mercy, they would have already slaughtered them. This battle had been a disaster. 2 people had beaten all of them and kicked them out. Bei Chun said nothing. He turned around and left with the rest of the cultivators of the school of the Emperor Star following him. They clenched their fists, but they said nothing either. Defeat was defeat. They had got here first and set up an ambush. But they had never thought that they would be driven out by 2 people. After the cultivators from the school of the Emperor Star left, Yifutian looked at Dou Zhao and Seventh Slayer, asking, What are you planning to do now? Do you want to see who is able to take the power here? Or do you want to solve this like you were going to before? The people of the Dou tribe and the clan of the Seven Slayers looked at Yi Futian. Could he really be so arrogant? Did he think that no matter what they chose, he would be the one to take the terrifying fighting will? Each of us will take one of them? Dou Zhao asked Seventh Slayer. That works, said Seventh Slayer with a nod. I'll take him. Dou Zhao pointed to Yusheng. Previously, Yi Futian had said that Yusheng was stronger than him, and he wanted to see for himself just how powerful this demonic cultivator was. He was different from Bei Chen. The Dou tribe was famous for its attacking power, so he would not be crushed by Yusheng. He wanted to see how much of his power Yusheng could force him to use. All right. Seventh Slayer looked at Yi Futian like a hunter staring at his prey. The clan of the Seven Slayers proved their worthiness by killing. Do you want to go outside? Asked Yi Futian. It will be quicker if we just do it here, answered Dou Zhao. The underground palace's walls were firm and would not fall. Although it was spacious inside there and could accommodate many people, it was too narrow for people like them to fully bring their power to bear. But it would be quicker to do it here and more dangerous. It would be a true competition with no room for tricks. He and Seventh Slayer were both good at fighting. What use would there be in going outside? Really, it was the cultivators of the school of the Emperor Star who were best suited to fighting outside. Fine. Yi Futian had no objections. He walked towards Seventh Slayer while Yusheng moved towards Dou Zhao. Dou Zhao's gaze became sharper, and divine light bloomed from him. His fighting will surged. The second and third marks of the god of battle appeared on his forehead in succession. In a flash, incomparably terrifying fighting light swept out through the underground palace. Facing someone as powerful as Yusheng, he had directly used 3 fighting seals. Bang! Dou Zhao stepped towards Yusheng. He was being extremely direct. Both he and Yusheng were skilled at battle, so he did not need any fancy tricks. He assumed the demonic cultivator before him was the same. Just as he had thought, Yusheng stepped forward as well, his arms transforming into demon arms. He activated the power of the divine dragon, and everyone could faintly hear a dragon roaring. They two of them clashed without any hesitation, and violent splitting sounds filled the air. A terrible whirlwind swept through the area in all directions. This time, Dou Zhao took a few steps back. The people of the Dou tribe felt their hearts beating wildly as they watched. Dou Zhao had actually been forced back. This demonic cultivator was really that powerful. Dou Zhao's gaze sharpened and seemed to become more divine. Another divine mark coalesced on his forehead, and incomparably divine light suffused his body. He roared, and snapping sounds rang out from him, making it seem like his body was splitting. The image of a god of battle materialized behind him. It seemed as if he had been possessed by the god of battle. The 4th seal. He has summoned the god of battle. The cultivators of the Dou tribe shook as they beheld this. Dou Zhao's power had reached a new level. Demonic power rolled off of Yusheng when he saw this. The figure of a massive demon god appeared behind him at the same time. Its demonic eyes were incredibly frightening, and it seemed like all he had to do was look at someone, and they would have to kneel before him. Unparalleled demonic figures appeared all around him, seeming to regard him as their king. It was extremely spectacular. Kong Xian recalled how she provoked and insulted every day at the Demon Peacock City by both Yi Futian and the Black Wind Condor during the very first day of the Battle of Empty Realm. From the looks of things, all he did was precisely for this very day. Beings as powerful as Jialofeng refused to heed her orders, and the Bull Demon also ended up giving fake orders to take the army tasked with garrisoning Demon Peacock City, to cut down the imperial flag at Emperor Li's city. The implications were apparent. It all meant that Demon Peacock Emperor's realm had already lost in the Battle of Empty Realm from the very beginning. With the Bull Demon being controlled, it would have been easy for their enemies to cut down the imperial flag at Demon Peacock City, so easy that they would have been able to do it at any time. However, the Bull Demon did not end up doing so, or rather, Yi Futian was not in a hurry to kick them out of the competition. That was because the forces of the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm still had their use in Yi Futian's eyes. That was what led to the battle happening right before them. From the looks of things, the siblings were made pawns from the very beginning. It was all so ironic, and one could only guess what was going through Kong Xian's mind at the moment. What transpired hurt her far more than any words she had been hurt by. "I beg your forgiveness, princess, for all my transgressions so far. All is fair in the battle of Empty Realm, but I have no intention of fighting to the death with your forces from Demon Peacock Emperor's realm. You're free to step out of the battlefield. When the battle of Empty Realm is over, I'll let those mighty ones from Demon Peacock Emperor's realm go back to your side," Yifutian said as he apologized to Kong Xian. It seemed as if his target was never the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm, to begin with. Kong Xian understood that while Yifutian's words sounded brutal, the forces of Demon Peacock Emperor's realm had long lost in the battle of Empty Realm, and it was rather pointless for them to continue fighting. But then again, being played to such extent, their demonic beasts having been controlled by Yifutian and those from the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm being reduced to pawns, was still something she found incapable of stomaching. 9-color divine light shone, and imperial might emanated from the feathers of Kong Xian's voluptuous body. The light shone everywhere, and many mighty ones throughout the battlefield turned their eyes in her direction. The divine feathers behind Kong Xian spread out, and as she was basked in the divine light, she looked like some unparalleled goddess, emanating a feral grace. One look was all it would take to etch such beauty in the minds of those who saw it, making them succumb to her astonishing beauty. However, there was without doubt that the beauty on display was extremely lethal. It was especially so for Yifutian. He was able to sense an impending crisis looming over him. Kong Xian, the beloved daughter of the Demon Peacock Emperor, was on par with Xia Qingyuan of Emperor Xia's realm. She came to the battlefield armed with items of the Demon Peacock Emperor himself. 9 feathers from her father were infused in the divine feathers behind her. His powers were etched with them, and those items were of incredible strength, as they were true items of the Renhuang. Furthermore, the feathers melded well with Kong Xian, fitting into her peacock feathers perfectly. An extremely massive shadow of the peacock appeared. Its wings spread, blocking out the sky, and even her enemies were unable to help but marvel at its beauty. However, there seemed to be eyes all over the feathers of that huge peacock. Kong Xian extended her hand and shrouded Yifutian within. He felt as if he was being pinned down by the light of the peacock. Terrifying, devouring powers threatened to consume everything around him. So much so that even the might of the Great Path was not to be spared either. That devouring power seemed to be imbued with divine light out to destroy any power of rules as well, tearing apart all powers that Yifutian was able to gather. The 9-color divine light pierced his body. Under Kong Xian's unreserved, all-out attacks, Yifutian looked incredibly puny and insignificant. It was as if he was about to be destroyed within that extreme beauty. Yifutian held on tight to the halberd of time and space in his hand. That time, however, the halberd of time and space nothingness, which was ranked 3rd on the divine implements of the 9 states rankings, seemed to be completely overpowered by that of his enemy. But then again, given Kong Xian's status and might, it all seemed completely normal. Kong Xian's divine implement aside, even the divine armoring cauldron behind Gong Sunzhong from Divine Cloud Valley would have been on par with the halberd of time and space. The Lord of Divine Cloud Valley was the #1 armorer in all of Emperor Xia's realm, after all. Light of rules coursed all over Yifutian's body. While his physical body was extremely formidable, he needed to fortify defenses using rules. The 9-color divine light hit him. His physical body rattled as the rules were broken, and the divine light blasted straight onto his body, shaking his insides tremendously. Kong Xian, who was not yet a saint, was already able to threaten his physical body, which he had tempered with the medicinal baths. That meant that the attacks that Kong Xian unleashed onto him by borrowing the power of imperial feathers of the Demon Peacock Emperor had considerably eclipsed that of the light of catastrophe of the Great Path. The devouring power that was out to devour the Great Path shrouded Yifutian's body. Everything in their surroundings seemed to be flowing to where Kong Xian was standing. Yifutian was also caught in that terrifying whirlpool and being gradually drawn to where Kong Xian was. He held tightly onto the halberd of time and space as his body burst with dazzling light. His body looked somewhat taller as the 7-star acupoints throughout his body were activated. The limits on his physical body were lifted, and he became even far more powerful. Under such a state, he felt as if he had touched the Great Path, feeling as if his physical body itself was an embodiment of the Great Path, holding unparalleled amounts of power. Boom. Terrifyingly devastating light of calamity of the storm was unleashed, sweeping everything around them. A sliver of storms of the light of calamity hit the peacock behind Kong Xian. Scenes of doomsday were seen around them, and Kong Xian felt as if her spiritual will was being severely rattled. Harrowing might of the calamity struck directly into her mind. Yifutian's body moved at the same time. He no longer attempted to resist the devouring power and chose to move with it instead, bringing out the highest speed he was able to achieve, in the form of the extreme shadow. He lashed out with the halberd in his hand and burst with devastating light of the calamity, fusing the light within the weapon. The devouring shadow of the peacock crumbled as the attack was brought about with extreme speed. Kong Xian, however, was hardly fazed when the peacock shadow was penetrated. Her slender hand clenched into a fist, and 9-color divine light coursed on it, fusing with her fist before she threw it out straight before her. Her fist seemed to have been infused with the light of the demon peacock emperor, clashing head-on with the halberd of time and space. Boom! Yifutian was thrown behind with a rumble, while Kong Xian's arm felt rattled. Even with the power of the demon peacock emperor extending to protect her body, she felt her arm going numb as she took on the attack from her opponent's weapon. It was a testament to Yifutian's immense power. At the very next moment, Kong Xian saw her opponent draw a dazzling arc with his body and continue to launch straight for her. That attack seemed to have packed more punch than his last. Her beautiful wings flapped, and she took one step forward, throwing out yet another punch. The peacock shadow was seen, and thousands of dazzling feathers of 9 colors were unleashed, intending to bury Yifutian right. Yifutian was thrown back yet again. He felt as if he had taken an untold number of hits within that split second, yet he continued to draw a dazzling arc in the air and dove down. Kong Xian spread her wings and took flight, seeing how Yifutian was growing increasingly powerful. Both figures continued to clash in midair with earth-shattering force emanating throughout their surroundings. Violet shockwaves were thrown about as the 9-color divine light shot to their surroundings. Any top-notch figures that even attempted to get close were penetrated by the 9-color divine light and died on the spot. None of them were able even to withstand the aftershock brought by the battle between Kong Xian and Yifutian. It was undoubtedly a testament to the immense power the human and demonic beasts were unleashing at each other. Some turned their attention to the battle between the two. Yifutian seemed to have split himself into thousands of clones, as afterimages were seen throughout as if there was no end. The afterimages attacked furiously. Despite being shrouded by the divine light of the peacock, the looming power was entirely incapable of pinning Yifutian down. At that very moment, thousands of extreme shadows merged into one being. Their surroundings howled as rules, and the great path resonated. He lashed out with an attack of the halberd with earth-shattering might. Boom! A rumble was heard as Kong Xian's body was thrown behind violently. Her arms trembled, and the light behind her seemed to have dimmed somewhat. Time and space seemed to have stopped moving, with Yifutian at the center. The 9-color divine light swooped by, shattering the rules of the Great Path and tearing the binding powers of space rules apart. Kong Xian's eyes were locked onto Yifutian. She felt as if a terrifying tidal force was sweeping in her direction. It grew in power as it moved. It was as if it was a tsunami of rules out to destroy everything. Terrifying light of calamity hit her as the incoming force clashed with the 9-color divine light. Yifutian took one step after another. The space shook as if it was about to shatter. He seemed to have fused with the space altogether, and the great path resonated with him. Boom! A space afterimage came and went in a flash, streaking through space. Dazzling divine light crashed onto the incoming force, yet was torn down by that one attack with the halberd. That was the most powerful attack from the halberd, named as the weapon itself. Nothingness. Everything under the heavens was reduced to nothing. A shadow of the peacock appeared in a dazzling manner right behind Kong Xian. Boundless nine-color light swooped by and threatened to drown Yi Futian in it. Kong Xian's demonic eyes glared at Yi Futian unflinchingly. Her arm was thrown right before her, with boundless divine light streaking through the air, heading for Yi Futian. The halberd of time and space was unleashed. At that moment, the nine-color divine light seemed to have been split open, gushing at Yi Futian's side, drowning the space around them. That power rendered Kong Xian's face ashen. Light of the divine feathers shrouded her body. One divine feather after another fell and clashed with the incoming weapon. Doom. The power of the halberd of time and space seemed to have penetrated the protection of the divine feathers with a loud rumble, hitting Kong Xian's body. Her body was thrown back as her wings were opened, many cracks appearing. Her stunning face looked rather pale, and blood was seen at the corner of her mouth. Kong Xian, Kong Zhan called. He was fighting Xia Qingyuan at the moment. He flashed and left where he was after seeing his sister's predicament. He glared coldly at Yi Futian as he headed towards Kong Xian. I lost. Kong Xian looked rather pale. She had lost to Yi Futian, the silver-haired cultivator who went to her city every day to provoke her. The forces of the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm were reduced to becoming pawns of the enemy. They suffered an overwhelming loss at the Battle of Empty Realm. Even though she had been bested by someone else personally, they had practically lost in every front in that year's Battle of Empty Realm. Kong Xian was brimming with confidence when she came to command her forces in the Battle of Empty Realm, devoting herself to returning victorious with the forces of Demon Peacock Emperor's realm. None of them had expected to suffer such a brutal end. The forces of Demon Peacock Emperor's realm, I advise you to back away from the battlefield, Yi Futian said to Kong Xian while high up in the air. He then turned his attention to the other battlefield. It would have been embarrassing for the mighty ones from Emperor Xia's realm if they were incapable of getting the situation under control while the enemy was busy fighting themselves. When the army from Emperor Xia's realm joined the fight, they pulverized enemy formations within a short notice, killing many mighty ones from Emperor Li's realm. Furthermore, the forces from Emperor Li's realm had already retreated without any intention to fight any further. It could have been said that they had suffered a humiliating defeat. Liao, Yuan Jin, and the others retreated far away with their army, preparing to regroup and defend Emperor Li's city. All hope was not lost if their imperial flag was still left standing. When Yushang had first entered the state of demonization, he had not been able to control the incredibly powerful demonic will, and would thus become extremely violent. But as he grew stronger, his control over his power grew greater as well, and things became different than before. After all, he had reached the peak of the saint level. Black demonic light filled the underground palace, and the sounds of demonic will seemed to curl through the air. Countless demonic phantoms appeared, looking to Yushang as their master. At the same time, demonic armor spread out over his body. It seemed to have been forged out of dragon scales. A terrible, black demon dragon wrapped around him as if it were a demon child that he was raising. The dragon was terrifying in the extreme. When it looked at Do Zhao, he could feel an incredible sense of danger. The dragon's eyes seemed to have life in them. This was the creation of an incredibly powerful demon. This was what the demon dragon had given to Yushang. He could clearly remember that before he left, the demon dragon had pulled out his own dragon spirit, causing him unthinkable pain, and then given the power to him. This had made the dragon extremely weak. Yushang did not know why he had done this. Wouldn't it have been enough for him to just train him in his cultivation? He could kind of sense that the dragon had some sort of feeling towards him. He probably knew him, or at least knew his master, and thus had a special understanding of him. This must have been why he had done this. He sometimes thought of what his father had said to him when he was young. He had naturally known that Yi Futian was extraordinary, and he had said that he was born to walk the path of the emperor. And Yushang would help him by smoothing out all the obstacles on this road. This was what he believed. As for what he himself was, he did not want to think about that too much. He strode forward, and demonic power surged through the underground palace. Thousands of demons screamed, their chi flowing out in mighty rivers. The area transformed into a demon realm, burying all the power within and blocking the slaughtering gods. In the same instant that Dou Zhao saw Yushang move, he moved as well. In his fighting god form, he could feel an incredible amount of pressure. He stepped forward, and his eyes became divine, shooting out beams of willpower. The fighting will transformed into divine light that shone throughout the underground palace. It seemed like it would dispel the demonic power. The 7 marks of the fighting god on his brow cast dazzling light, making his power reach an even higher level. He struck out with a fist full of the fist will of a fighting god. At that moment, 2 massive figures appeared in the 100-foot-tall hall. One was a fighting god and the other was a demon god. They completely occupied the whole underground palace. They clashed immediately, their unbreakable fists slamming into each other. Boom! The very air itself shook, and violent winds swept out. The observers activated their defenses, but they were still knocked back by the wind. Many of them had to take many steps backward and lost their footing, but their eyes were still fixed firmly on the battlefield. What level of fighting was this? In the first battle since coming to the god's relic, they had encountered such fierce resistance. Cultivators who were new to the Renhuang level would not even have been this powerful. Bang! 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 Beams of divine light pierced through the fighting god's body, and it seemed like they would break him apart. A clap of thunder rang out as the fighting god's body collapsed. Dou Zhao was sent flying, and he slammed into a wall. His fighting god form disappeared, and he returned to his original size. The seals of the fighting god on his forehead went dark as well. Cough, cough! He gave a light cough, and streams of blood flowed from his mouth. Dou Zhao looked at Yushang, then wiped the blood away. He smiled and said, I thought that in all the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, there was no one below the Renhuang level who would be able to hurt me once I had activated the 7th seal, though it is not unmatched in terms of power. I would never have thought that I would lose to you in our first real battle. But sure enough, you cannot underestimate the warriors of the 9 supreme realms. I would probably have needed to activate the 8th seal to fight you. You are already very strong, said Yushang. In reality, he did not need to be modest. He had met few people who could challenge him at that level. Probably the man beside him was the only other one. But they were not going to fight anymore, so practically speaking, Dou Zhao was the only one. Thus, he was obviously very strong. Dou Zhao could tell that Yushang really meant this, but for some reason, it still felt like mockery. If Dou Zhao, who had lost to him, was still very strong, did that mean he was praising himself as being even stronger? But, in the end, he had lost, and there was no use thinking about any of that. Although this fighting will is naturally suited to me, I have lost, and so I give it to you. I am sure that 7th Slayer will have no objections either, said Dou Zhao. Since he had lost, 7th Slayer had no hope of victory. He was quite confident about that. It was not possible that there were multiple people here who were stronger than him. 7th Slayer indeed had no objections and did not think about using the 7th Spear art. Dou Zhao had been defeated in this way, and so it would be futile to fight anymore. The cost would be too high. Dou Zhao would probably have to rest for a while after this battle, which would delay his training. Let's go. 7th Slayer turned very abruptly and left without the least bit of nostalgia. They had originally come here to seize the fighting will from the school of the Emperor Star, but since they couldn't get it, they had no reason to stay. There was no need to waste time here. Soon, all of the people from the clan of the 7 Slayers had left the underground palace. Yushang, go and try it out, said Yifutian. If the fighting will was suited to Yushang's natural power and the power of the dragon, how much stronger would he get? But Yushang shook his head and said, I am not skilled in that sort of thing. I am not the one who should take it. You go. His impression was that there was nothing that Yifutian could not take if he would just reach out for it. He was fine with being called the killer of the god's relic, and Yifutian had some abilities that were not suitable to be used here. They might face Renhuang's later, and thus it would be more suitable for Yifutian to inherit the fighting will. Yifutian did not argue any further. He looked at Dou Zhao, and a piece of fruit of the way filled with life will appeared in his hand. He gave it to Dou Zhao. Dou Zhao looked at the piece of fruit in shock. He looked back to Yi Futian. You are very powerful, so I'd like to be friends. If you run into any problems in the God's relic, we can work together. This fruit of the way will help you heal quickly, said Yi Futian. Dou Zhao was silent for a while after Yi Futian said this. But he was a clever man, so he smiled and said, I am Dou Zhao of the Dou tribe. On saying this, he took the fruit and took a bite. These two men who had just come were truly marvelous. We are Yi Futian and Yu Shang, said Yi Futian. I wish to take the God's relic for myself, so I may need you to leave. Fine, said Dou Zhao with a nod. He did not say any more. He rose, then led the rest of the members of the Dou tribe out. Yu Shang looked at Yi Futian speechlessly. He was so generous, and yet he himself had none of the fruit. He did not think this because he was bitter at Yi Futian. It was just that Dou Zhao had not needed it. He must have given it to him because Dou Zhao was straightforward. The tricks that people used in battle often reflected their personalities. Moreover, Dou Zhao was truly powerful. Of the three people they just fought, when Dou Zhao unleashed the seventh seal of the fighting god, he was the most powerful. If they continued on in this conflict between the 9 supreme realms, they were sure to face many more cultivators from top forces. Moreover, they still had many enemies before. There were several powerful forces in the Heavenly Mandate realm, the Golden Divine Nation in the Higher Heavens realm, and now the Shin clan was their enemy as well. They did not know what the future would hold. If they could make friends with the heirs of some other powerful forces, it would certainly not be a bad thing. Who said that everyone they met in the God's relic had to become their enemy? If they hadn't fought, they never would have met. Fighting was a way to make friends, as was shown by Dou Zhao and Yu Shang's fight. After the people from the Dou tribe had left, Yu Shang and Yi Futian were the only ones left in the underground palace. Yi Futian walked towards the end of the hall, where the fighting will formed an insubstantial light curtain. As he drew near, he could feel a powerful pressure. He had to work hard to make each step forward. Boom! He was sent flying backward as the fighting will entered into his body. This fighting will that had remained here coalesced for thousands of years was incredibly strong. Leaves and branches spread through Yi Futian's body. I will go outside and guard the door. Yu Shang turned and left the palace. Yi Futian's life spirit was blooming, and his dazzling divine tree covered his body, stretching out through the palace. It even covered the area before him where the fighting will was. The tree swayed, and golden light bloomed from within it. An imperial seal appeared on the tree. As the fighting will was drawn into it, it covered Yi Futian as well. As the leaves and branches touched it, the fighting will was gradually absorbed by the world tree. The deed of thorough comprehension activated, and Yi Futian's body became a furnace of the great path, making the world tree absorb the fighting will even faster. It spread out even closer to the origin of the fighting will as it sucked it up. Yi Futian strode forward towards the throne, covered by the divine tree. He looked at the incomparably frightening spear and the image that looked as divine as a god. The fighting will that had not dissipated had formed the image of an ancient divine general that had remained to this day. The tree's leaves and branches covered the spear as well. When he felt the powerful fighting will within, Yi Futian slowly reached out and grasped it. Suddenly, it surged into him. His body lit up with incomparably terrifying divine light, making him look like an emperor in a world of mortals. As he swallowed up and refined the fighting will, it became stronger and stronger. It seemed like his whole body was on fire. Outside the palace, Dou Zhao sat there recovering. Yu Shang walked out of the gate. Why are you coming out? Dou Zhao asked him. He is inheriting the fighting will, answered Yu Shang. Dou Zhao did not say anything, but he was thinking. If Yu Shang is so good at fighting, why should he not be the one to inherit the fighting will? But he was not going to ask that. Before long, a figure emerged from the underground palace. Dou Zhao looked up at Yi Futian and asked, Why are you coming out? I'm all finished, said Yi Futian. What? Dou Zhao stared at Yi Futian. Who was he trying to fool? The spear is not bad. Yi Futian reached out a hand. Light flashed, and a spear appeared there, radiant and brilliant. Fighting will was pouring out of it. Dou Zhao felt like his mind was in turmoil. Before Yi Futian and Yu Shang had arrived, the three forces had already stopped fighting. But even though they had tried, they had been unable to get closer to the area covered by the fighting will. Otherwise, they would have already taken the spear and inherited the fighting will. But now, Yi Futian had done both of those things incredibly quickly. Dou Zhao suddenly felt a little bit inferior. He now understood why it had been Yi Futian who had inherited the fighting will and not Yu Shang. Could this even be called inheritance? It seemed like the spear had been placed there to wait for Yi Futian to take it. As for how he had taken it, Dou Zhao suddenly remembered how Yi Futian had told them to leave. It seemed that he purposely did not want them to see what he did. But no matter what trick he had used, he had done it incredibly quickly. Where are you planning to go next? Dou Zhao asked Yi Futian. To the east. Many people seem to be going somewhere in that direction. It seems like something happened, said Yi Futian. The cultivators of the Purple Gold Rat clan had gone out in many directions. This was not the only place where things were happening. They were happening in other directions as well. The demons of the Purple Gold Rat clan had some tricks of their own, and their sense of smell was very sharp. The God's Relic has a lot of history. Many of the elders of the top forces have been here before, so they probably know some things about this place, just like the School of the Emperor Star, said Dou Zhao. The cultivators of the Dou tribe were not the first ones to come here. Those cultivators who had made it out alive had naturally recorded their experiences of what happened in the God's Relic. Otherwise, how would they have known to follow the School of the Emperor Star? Yi Futian gave a slight nod. However, there is something I should remind you of, said Dou Zhao. Yi Futian nodded. Go ahead. According to what the elder of my tribe said, if you continue on in one direction until you reach the end, you will run into the Great Relic. A look of surprise flashed in Yi Futian's eyes. When they had followed the purple gold rats, they had seen that many forces were indeed traveling in a single direction and not stopping. Was the Great Relic something that had truly been left behind by the gods? The gods' relic seemed to be an entire world and was said to be the tomb of the gods. But could it have been rebuilt? Yi Futian nodded again. Then, I will go into the east to have a look first, after which I will continue on eastward. When Yi Futian said this, Dou Zhao seemed to realize something, and a strange look came over his face. If you are here, then how do you know where the others are going? The more he learned about Yi Futian, the stranger he felt. What kind of person was this man? At first, it had seemed that these two had just been secretly following behind them, trying to take advantage of the situation. Now, they somehow seemed to know what was happening in other places. From Yi Futian's tone, it sounded like he even knew concrete details about what was going on. Yi Futian looked at Dou Zhao and smiled. I am using the mystical powers of the Great Path to foresee everything, both in the past and in the future. Dou Zhao's face went dark. He didn't have to tell him, but did he really have to lie so obviously? He may have been very powerful, but was there anyone in the world who would dare claim to have the power to see the past and the future? You rest here for a while. We'll go on ahead. Yi Futian was naturally joking. He took his leave and began walking off into the distance. Dou Zhao watched the disappearing figure speechlessly. The cultivators of the Dou tribe beside him looked at him and asked, How are you? I need a bit more time to recover. After saying this, Dou Zhao closed his eyes and said no more. The piece of fruit of the way that contained powerful life will was truly marvelous. It was not only able to restore his life aura, but it was also able to repair his damaged spiritual willpower. The fruit contained the power of the great path of life and had infinite vitality. This was the basis of all human beings. When their vitality was strong, their spiritual will would be strong as well. The two of them were connected. When one's life aura or vitality grew weak, their spiritual will would grow weak as well. This is why, when people were wounded in battle, it was easier to destroy their willpower. Thus, due to this fruit, although they might have to stay behind for a little while, it would not be too long. Now, he just had to patiently recover. Those two guys did not know what kind of storm they had just whipped up in the God's Relic. He would guess that those two were the greatest dark horses here. He did not know who would be unlucky enough to run into the two of them next. The entrance to the God's Relic was in the City of the Ruins, which was in the Central Emperor realm. Thus, if you wanted to talk about who understood the God's relic the best, you would have to mention the top forces of the Central Imperial realm. These powers were ancient and prosperous with vast and deep secrets. Thus, they were certainly among the forces that understood the God's relic the most. Other than them, there were also the powerful elders of other top forces who had been to the God's relic before. They probably knew a little bit more. Thus, when they entered the God's relic, those forces who knew some things could head directly for their goals. For example, the school of the Emperor Star had done this, and the Do tribe and the clan of the Seven Slayers had followed them. The other forces besides the school of the Emperor Star would naturally know some things about the God's relic. For example, the Yuanyang clan, Heavenly Sword Hall, and other forces had all headed directly east once they had reached the God's relic. The Yuanyang clan's formation was incredibly large. After all, they controlled the Yuanyang realm, and thus all the cultivators of that realm were their subjects and had depended on them to have a chance to come to the God's relic. Thus, once they had come here, they formed a massive and imposing formation. Zhu Qi, who had once been with Little Condor, was one of the people who came from the Yuanyang realm. At that moment, the massive crowd of people was standing outside of an ancient city. The city's gates were broken, and there were no signs of life from within. But as they stood there outside the city, the cultivators of the Yuanyang realm looked solemn. The entire massive city was covered by sword will. They could sense that the city had been pierced by countless swords, all of which seemed elegant yet insubstantial. They were all made out of sword will. This was an ancient city of swordsmanship. A great swordsman must have once ruled over it. Another force appeared outside the city in another spot. It was the cultivators of the Heavenly Sword Hall of the Myriad Realm. There were not as many of them as there were of the people from the Yuanyang realm, but every one of their swordsmen had a terrifying aura of swordsmanship, and they were gazing at the city fiercely. They had felt the sword will hear from far away. In another spot, another group of imposing figures stood there. They seemed to shine with divine sunlight, and they were very swift and fierce. These cultivators had come from the solar realm and were one of the top forces of that realm, Qishao Divine Mountain. Although they were not purely focused on swordsmanship, they did teach it, and thus they had come here. In addition, a force from the Heavenly Mandate Realm had come as well. They were a group of women, Brahma's pure sky. Qin he was leading them. They stood a little bit farther back than the other forces. Brahma's pure sky was one of the top forces in the Heavenly Mandate Realm, but in reality the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven were the strongest. The Demon Realm had the Divine Dragons and the Sky Demon Court. Thus, Brahma's pure sky was not at the very top. When looking at the whole of the 9 supreme realms, they did not stand out very much. Thus, Qin he knew what she should do and what she should not do. Be careful when we go in. The whole city is filled with sword will. The young man at the head of the Yuanyang clan was wearing a robe and had an impressive bearing. After he reminded everyone of this, he strode forward towards the ancient city. Everyone was very vigilant. It was said that many people had fallen here in the past, and the sword will that was anywhere could threaten their very lives. Afterward, the people from the Heavenly Sword Hall and Qishao Divine Mountain entered the city as well. "Let's go in," ordered Qin he of Brahma's pure sky. The goddesses all stepped forward one by one, entering within. Once they had entered the city, sword will wrapped around them. Only powerful cultivators could protect themselves against sword will that was everywhere at once. They let it enter their bodies so they could sense it better. Outside the city, another group of figures was coming towards the city from a distance. There were 2 figures at the very front. They were Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. Behind them came Little Condor and the others. Although Do Zhao had told him that the great relic was at the end of this road, he was not just going to give up on the other things that he found along the way. "Should we go in?" Yu Sheng asked Yi Futian beside him. "If there are no Renhuangs, then there are no threats," answered Yi Futian. "If there's anyone in there we can't handle together, we can flee." There were many sword cultivators among them. The swordmaster of Lihen, Yaya, Luoyue, and more. He himself had cultivated the sword, and thus he had decided to come there. Moreover, not long before, he had gotten a new spear and inherited some fighting will. If no Renhuangs appeared, it would be difficult for anyone to threaten him and Yushang. When he and Yushang had fought Dozhao, and he had activated the seventh seal, that had been the most challenging battle they would face. But the sword will in this city is extremely strong. You should all be careful, said Yifutian to the people behind him. Yaya and the others nodded. When Yifutian looked back at the city, his expression changed, becoming surprised. It seemed as if he could see through the illusion. The whole city, from top to bottom, was filled with sword will. There was nowhere left untouched. It filled the whole city. Moreover, the farther one went into the city, the stronger the sword will became. He could faintly see some Lingtian sword will. Yifutian and the others strode forward, passing through the broken city wall. As they entered the city, they saw that everything was in ruins. In addition to the surging sword will, there were countless sword marks left everywhere. Yifutian did not resist. He let the sword will enter him. More sword will spread out from him at the same time. This sword will is all different. It is actually many different kinds of sword will, the swordmaster of Lihan whispered. The sword will had obviously come from different people. There are many broken swords here as well, said Yaya as she looked all around her. There were broken swords everywhere, stuck into the ruins. They were all filled with sword will, and had very likely been left here by an ancient sword emperor. But they could not see any corpses here. There was one possibility. They had been destroyed by the sword will. Yifutian walked a little further in and grasped one of the broken swords. He could feel the sword will within it. The swords are broken and the people are dead, he said. But the people are gone, and the sword will remains. In the past, these broken swords would have been extremely valuable to him. But at his current level, they were useless. Let's go to the center of the city, said Yifutian as he continued forward. Sword City was barren and dead silent, but also had an incredibly tense atmosphere. There was sword will everywhere. Yifutian had already forged a sword body of the Great Path, so the sword will could not affect him. But many of the people behind him had to actively resist it. The whole city is locked down by sword will. What was left here? Whispered Yifutian. If an apocalyptic war had broken out here in the past, the ruler of the city must have left something behind before he died, which is why he had made the sword will covering the city not dissipate even after thousands of years. He wanted to seal it here. Perhaps it was just to remind future generations that he had once lived. Yaya pointed and said, "There is a sword over there." Yifutian saw it as well. Off in the distance, there was a sword floating in midair. Sword will was falling all around it, forming a terrifying matrix of swordsmanship. The sword will was particularly strong there, much stronger than the sword will where they were standing. However, the people who had entered the city before them seemed to be much more focused on the Lingtian sword will, and they were all heading in that direction. Yifutian and the others continued on through the ruins. Powerful sword will would occasionally pass in front of them. "Follow me," said Yifutian to those behind him. "Only walk where I walk. Do not stray from the path." Everyone nodded. They had discovered that killing sword will would sometimes fall on them. Some people who had been ahead of them had already been hit, as they found bloodstains on the ground. But there were no bodies. They had been completely destroyed by the sword will. Judging by the bloodstains, they had died not long ago. "This is getting more and more dangerous," whispered Yifutian. His eyes were like those of a god, able to pierce through all illusions. Moreover, he had the ability to sense danger in advance. Thus, they had been able to avoid all danger so far. Up ahead, a large group of figures had stopped and were not continuing on into the city. There were cultivators from the Yuanyang clan, the Heavenly Sword Hell, and Qishao Divine Mountain there, as well as some from Brahma's Pure Sky. They were missing a few people, and some of the people who were there were wounded. When Yifutian and the others reached them, all eyes turned on them. Many of them recognized him, as he had once come into conflict with the Heavenly Sword Hall because of the Swordmaster of Lihen and had fought the people of the Yuanyang clan for Little Condor. It was only the people of Qishao Divine Mountain that he had never come in contact with. "Have you been here before?" The young head of the Yuanyang clan asked Yifutian. They naturally knew there would be people behind them. Previously they had not cared, but they had discovered that Yi Futian had marvelous means of avoiding danger. Thus, they had stopped to wait for him. "I have not," said Yi Futian. "No." The young head of the Yuanyang clan was named Yuan Hong. A look of doubt came over his face when he heard Yi Futian's denial. "How did you avoid the danger then?" "I can predict threats," answered Yi Futian. "Then may we walk with you?" asked Yuan Hong. "Then we can share all our adventures." The people from Qishao Divine Mountain and the Heavenly Sword Hall were looking at him as well. If he didn't agree, then something would happen here that was worthy of a story. Yi Futian thought for a moment, then smiled and nodded. "All right, all of you may follow me." "Thank you." Yuan Hong had not thought that Yi Futian would answer so sincerely. He smiled in appreciation. Yi Futian and the others continued forward through the crowd, with Zhu Qi staring at him and Little Condor. Previously, Yu Sheng's power had shocked her, and she would never have thought that they would come here. She did not know what was going to happen. "Long time no see, Lord Yi," said Qin He of Brahma's pure sky with a nod. Many of the other goddesses of Brahma's pure sky beside her looked at Yi Futian as well. He was obviously very familiar to Qin He. Her memories of the battle of Brahma's Sky City were still fresh. "You are looking even more elegant than before, Goddess Qin," said Yi Futian. Qin He nodded. Yi Futian was walking in front of the whole group. The people from the other forces were a bit surprised. They had not thought that they might know each other, and it seemed like they were, in fact, relatively close. However, Yi Futian's formation was really quite weak. Divine light was still shining in Yi Futian's eyes as he led them through Sword City. After a while, they reached the center of the city. There was a sword palace there, in front of which stood a huge sword matrix. Countless swords were there, blocking the entrance. Hundreds of feet above the sword matrix, there was another sword floating in the air, with many beams of light shooting out of it in all directions. This was where the sword will was coming from. Some of the people's faces darkened. The sword will here had put them under a lot of pressure, so much that it had been difficult to bear. They could faintly see a faint and blurry figure sitting on the sword. It was probably the leftover will from the ruler of the city. "Some people have already been here," said Yu Sheng. There were 6 swords stuck into the sword eyes around the sword matrix, leaving sword marks that stretched out in all directions and made the sword matrix light up in many places. This had clearly all been done by people who had come here before. However, the matrix was missing 3 sword eyes and 3 swords. If they had been taken, it probably would have undone the matrix. Of course they have. Some of our elders have been to these ruins before and told us about this place. If we can find the last 3 swords and put them in the matrix, perhaps we can then inherit the swords themselves. Yuan Hong looked up at the sword floating in the air. "That sword is not as simple as it looks. Perhaps the inheritance of the swordsman who ruled the city lies within it." "If that's so, then we should go find the last 3 swords," said Yi Futian. Yuan Hong nodded. "We will go look for them together. We will activate the sword matrix and see whether or not we can make an adventure out of this." Yuan Hong was a leader of the Yuanyang clan, but he spoke in a friendly manner, without the least hint of arrogance. Moreover, everything seemed very harmonious here. There was no conflict. However, this was probably because the ruins were locked down and had not opened up yet. It was also probably because the Yuanyang clan was the strongest force here. Right now, Yuan Hong's only goal was to open the ruins. Once that happened, it was most likely that they would be able to get what was inside. Yi Futian nodded. "All right, I know where one of the swords is. I will go get it." Yaya and the swordmaster of Lihan looked at him. "That sword we saw before that was floating in the air," said Yi Futian. "I will go get it. You wait here." He turned and left. His decisive manner made the other cultivators look at him in surprise. Why did he feel like he was free to do as he pleased? "I will go with you," said Yaya. "All right," said Yi Futian with a nod. The two of them left together. The cultivators of the Yuanyang clan and the Heavenly Sword Hall left as well, going to find the other 2 swords. "How do you know that that sword is the right one?" Yaya asked him telepathically. "I sensed it," answered Yi Futian with a smile. "Why are you doing this?" Yaya did not understand. Everything that Yi Futian was doing was too honest. He did not need to do this. I know where the other two swords are as well, said Yi Futian. With his divine eyes, he could see through all illusions. Once he had seen that sword and the matrix, he had known that the whole city was actually within a sword matrix. Yaya looked at him in shock. If that was true, then she understood even less than she had thought. Wouldn't it be easier to wait until their opponents had been defeated and then come take the swords? Yaya, it is likely that I will become a Renhuang here in the God's Relic, said Yi Futian. The color drained from Yaya's face as she looked back at Yi Futian. Renhuang, the once legendary plane. Would Yi Futian really reach that level? Since Yi Futian had said that, he must be able to feel how swiftly it was approaching. It was not far now. Over the years, the farther and higher I've gone, the harder it has gotten to avoid entanglements with other powerful forces. That is the drawback of strength. The stronger you get, the stronger the people you meet. And similarly, the more talented you are, the more people will pay attention to you, Yi Futian told her. Once I become a Renhuang, I will no longer be a junior. I will be regarded as powerful by all of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. At that time, I will definitely come into contact with the other great forces. Yaya nodded. Naturally, she understood this. Once Yi Futian became a Renhuang, things would be different. With his talent and strength, he would truly attract the attention of the people of the 9 supreme realms. When a man of unparalleled talent walks alone through the world, he could possibly make the whole world his enemy. I faced this situation before in the barren state. I hope that on my way to dominate the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, I will make many more friends. Here in the God's Relic, we have many juniors, all of them heirs of many different forces. They will be in charge of their respective forces in the future. They will influence the situation in the 9 supreme realms, said Yi Futian. He did not continue explaining. There were still some things he wanted to do, but doing them by himself, even as a Renhuang, would be nearly impossible. He was probably the most skilled person here in the God's Relic. If he had to fight, he could fight them all. But if he did that, then when he left, he would have made an enemy of all 9 supreme realms. Yaya stared at his handsome profile. Her mood seemed to change. Would Yi Futian be able to dominate the whole world when he became a Renhuang? One can inherit the will of the swordsman who once ruled this place here. It is a wonderful opportunity, but it is also dangerous. In fact, I don't want to put you in danger. As long as you are safe, all will be well. But you and the Swordmaster of Lihan both have a chance to inherit the will. Do you want it? Or should it go the Swordmaster of Lihan? Yi Futian suddenly asked, changing the subject. Now they were talking about who would inherit the will. If the other forces knew of this, who knew how they would feel? From what he said, it was clear that despite the goodwill that Yi Futian had expressed, he was not going to just give up on the things that he should fight for. There were some things that could only be given to the people that he trusted the most. Give it to the Swordmaster of Lihan. Even if it's dangerous, he won't want to miss this opportunity, said Yaya. She had known the Swordmaster of Lihan for many years. Very well, said Yi Futian with a nod. Yuan Hong and the other Yuanyang clan cultivators, as well as the cultivators from Heavenly Sword Hall and Qishao Divine Mountain, were waiting in front of the central divine sword matrix. After a short while, Yi Futian and Yaya returned carrying a sword in their hands. You managed to get one? Yuan Hong exclaimed as he looked at Yi Futian. Yi Futian nodded his head and said, Give it a try. As he said this, he waved his palm. The sword immediately flew out with a whistling sound and landed directly in one of the 9 major points of the divine matrix. Countless sword rune lines lit up in an instant. They were even more dazzling when they were lit up. Clearly, there were no issues with this sword. Many people glanced at Yi Futian. He actually managed to find something. Yuan Hong was somewhat curious, so he asked, What makes you so sure? This sword stood out too much, Yi Futian answered with a smile. Yuan Hong was somewhat doubtful. Was it truly so simple? Was it really that easy to retrieve the swords? If it was so easy to do so, then why had all the people who had previously entered God's Relic only managed to obtain 6 swords? Our members and the members of Heavenly Sword Hall have also discovered a sword. They are attempting to retrieve it as we speak, Yuan Hong said. Yifutian nodded in agreement. However, they took a long time to retrieve this sword. When they returned, quite a few people were missing, and there was even a person who was injured. It was one of the cultivators of Heavenly Sword Hall that was a step away from becoming a Renhuang. He and another top figure of the Yuanyang clan had joined forces to retrieve this sword. A cultivator from Heavenly Sword Hall walked up and inserted the sword into the matrix. Instantly, countless streams of sword chi burst forth from the vast divine matrix and covered the entire sword city. Only the last major point was left. Many swords were already clanking in harmony. They seemed to have formed some sort of resonance. Only one sword is missing. The rest of them looked at the divine sword matrix. They only had to obtain one more sword, and they could unlock the divine sword matrix. It would be a great fateful encounter. However, sword will was everywhere in this sword city. There were many swords dispersed throughout the city. Which sword was it? Have you discovered anything? Yuan Hong asked. The rest of them all shook their heads. Should we gather all the swords in the city and test each sword one by one? Yuan Hong continued saying. Yifutian was speechless, as expected of a top figure from the Central Emperor Realm's Yuanyang clan. It was difficult for ordinary people to compare with such spirit. How much effort would they have to expend in order to retrieve all of the swords in this place? Many people would most likely have to lose their lives for them to achieve such a feat. If we get it wrong, we might end up destroying the foundations of the sword matrix. The cultivators of Heavenly Sword Hall exclaimed. Yuan Hong scowled and said, That means that our only choice is to find the last sword. Do you have any ideas on how to do so? The members from Heavenly Sword Hall all shook their heads. They did not have any leads at the moment. I know where the sword is, Yifutian said. Immediately, everyone's gazes fell on him. Where is it? Yuan Hong asked. Yifutian walked towards a spot not far to the side of the divine sword matrix. There was a broken sword there. He picked up the broken sword. He could clearly sense that the broken sword also contained a powerful sword will. He carried the broken sword and walked towards the sword matrix. Yuan Hong and the rest revealed strange looks on their faces. The sword was right beside the sword matrix? Was it also a broken sword? Many people were somewhat doubtful. Hold on. The cultivators of Heavenly Sword Hall cried out as they saw Yifutian walking towards the sword matrix. Yifutian looked towards them. How can you be certain that it is this broken sword? The leader of the members of Heavenly Sword Hall was renowned in the Myriad Realm. He had cultivated for many years and was still a sword saint, but his ability was unfathomable. He was known as Sword Saint of Avicii. The sword matrix led me to it, Yifutian said as he looked towards the divine sword matrix in front of him. Are you certain? Sword Saint of Avicii opened his eyes and stared at Yifutian. There was a divine light in his eyes, and his gaze was extremely frightening. It won't be a problem, Yifutian replied. If you are wrong and the sword matrix is destroyed, you will pay the price, Sword Saint of Avicii said. After that, he did not say any more. Yusheng frowned when he heard these words. This person's tone was very arrogant. Who did he take Yifutian to be? Was Yifutian their errand boy? If Yifutian made a mistake, he would need to pay the price? Yifutian smiled and kept walking. He inserted the broken sword into the final point of the matrix. Sword will lingered, and everyone's gazes stared at the divine matrix. The next moment, the 9 swords lit up with a frightening glow. The broken sword seemed to have been restored to its original unbroken state. Divine light flickered as though divine swords were inserted in the 9 points of the matrix. At this moment, the divine sword matrix began to flow. The central pattern of the sword matrix also began to rotate. From all around, countless sword chi streaked towards the divine matrix. The sword matrix's light screen was opened, and they could now walk into it. We did it! Many people were astonished. That broken sword was actually one of the swords they needed. How did this fellow know that it was the one? Could it be that the sword matrix had actually led him to it? Yifutian ignored what the others thought about him. His gaze was aimed at the divine sword matrix. His eyes were extremely bright and could see through everything. Within his field of vision, the sword will in the entire city was flowing towards that divine sword. The sword will then descended into the center of the pattern. Such a sword will was something that he could not stand against. As expected, it is not something that is easily inherited, Yifutian thought. The members of the few top forces were about to make a move, especially the cultivators of Heavenly Sword Hall. They were the purest swordsmanship force among the top forces. However, they had also sensed the might of this sword will. Wanting to inherit this sword will was most likely not going to be easy, could even pose a danger to their lives. The sword matrix has opened. Please send a representative to give it a try. My side will go last. Whoever manages to get the sword can lay claim to it. How about it? Yifutian suggested as he faced the crowd. Yuan Hong looked at Yifutian and nodded his head slightly, saying, I agree. Let the various forces take turns. Yifutian had the greatest contribution in activating this matrix. He was already being gracious by letting them go first. The cultivators of Heavenly Sword Hall did not say anything and remained staring at the matrix. With the strength of Yifutian's party, what else could he do but let them go first? Even if Yifutian allowed them to go first, could it be that he believed that he could still obtain the sword in the end? No matter what happened, it would never reach his group's turn. Since young Master Yi is here, we will not participate, Qin he said with a faint smile. Other people might not know much about Yifutian, but she did. Moreover, there was some level of friendship between Yifutian and her. Since they would not be in the running, they might as well declare it. Thank you, goddess. Yifutian smiled as he nodded his head. Some people looked at Qin He's group. This woman had a stunning appearance, but she acted so subdued before Yifutian. Could it be because of Yifutian's looks? Yifutian was indeed a fine specimen of handsome looks. However, if it was so, wasn't she too shallow? For cultivators, especially male cultivators, they did not value appearances at all. One's ability would always come first. Everyone, please go ahead, Yifutian said with a smile. How could inheriting this sword possibly be that easy? It was not just him who knew this. The other forces also knew this. Their expressions turned slightly serious. Heavenly Sword Hall is a swordsmanship force. You may go first. Yuan Hong from Yuanyang clan said to the cultivators of Heavenly Sword Hall, inviting them to go first. Sword Saint of Avicii's gaze turned towards the center of the sword matrix. He was not very confident. Who will go? He asked the cultivators of Heavenly Sword Hall. They were all somewhat hesitant. If they succeeded, it was possible that they could inherit the divine sword. However, if they failed, it was possible that they would die. The first person to go would have a great but dangerous opportunity. I will go. An elder from Heavenly Sword Hall walked out. He walked towards the center of the divine matrix. In an instant, a frightening sword will float in. Step by step, he walked to the center of the pattern on the divine matrix. Instantly, endless sword will descended. He reached out his hand to grab hold of the divine sword. Buzz. In Sword City, endless sword will surged into the divine sword. Sword will descended, penetrating the elder's body. His facial expression changed drastically. Within his body, a powerful sword will burst forth. Even his sword spirit had appeared. His sword will seem to form physical swords that collided with his sword spirit. The elder let out a scream. Continuous streams of sword will descended, and his body then gradually dissipated into nothingness. Those who witnessed this scene felt their hearts shiver. The elder had failed. As expected, he paid the price for failing with his life. The face of Sword Saint of Avicii turned sullen. He looked towards the cultivators from the other forces and said, It's your turn. The cultivators of Yuanyang clan, as well as Qishao Divine Mountain, stared at the divine matrix. They had all fallen silent. Under such circumstances, they were also not confident that they could obtain the sword. We have decided to continue observing for now, the cultivators of Qishao Divine Mountain declared. Does anyone want to give it a try? Yuan Hong looked towards the cultivators of the Yuanyang clan and declared, Whoever obtains it can claim it as their own. With the previous example, no one dared to act. They were all not confident that they could succeed. This divine sword was not so easy to obtain. Looking at this scene, Yuan Hong turned towards Yifutian and said, "It seems that you all should still go first." "All right." Yifutian nodded. He walked forwards into the center of the sword matrix. When the others saw this, they revealed strange looks. Was he personally attempting to retrieve the sword? When Yifutian walked into the divine matrix, he felt the endless sword will descending upon him. Deed of thorough comprehension activated and became a divine furnace. 9 words circled him, and heaven and earth resonated. At the same time, inside his body, there were countless branches and leaves enveloping his core. When the sword will flowed into him, it was consumed within his body. "Ha!" The crowd was staring at Yifutian. His response seemed mild. Yifutian raised his head and looked at the divine sword above him. His eyes were frightening. In this instant, he seemed to have entered the world of the sword. Within this world of the sword, there was an illusory figure that was practicing sword techniques. This is a sword spirit, Yifutian thought. After a short while, a dull thud came from within the divine sword matrix. Yifutian stepped out from within it. He walked out unscathed. However, he did not manage to inherit the divine sword. The Yuanyang clan and cultivators of Heavenly Sword Hall all glanced bizarrely at Yifutian. Did he manage to walk out alive? However, he must have been through a great deal. How was it? Yaya looked at Yifutian. "I'm all right," Yifutian said in a low voice. His heart wavered slightly as he looked at Swordmaster of Lihin and transmitted his thoughts, saying, "Swordmaster of Lihin, are you willing to inherit this sword?" Swordmaster of Lihin revealed a strange look as he looked at Yifutian. "Just now, I have already investigated it. There is a sword spirit hidden within this sword. It should have been left behind by the previous owner of the divine sword," Yifutian explained. "If Swordmaster of Lihin wishes to inherit this sword, when you step up to the sword, you must first sense the existence of the sword spirit. Do not hesitate and directly inject your spiritual soul into the sword and merge it with the sword spirit. However, I am not certain what will happen after this. It is very likely that you will pay with your life if you fail. According to my estimation, the chances of you succeeding is only 50%. Swordmaster of Lihin was silent. He looked at Yifutian and asked, "If it was you?" 100%. Yifutian did not hide anything and continued saying, "It is of little value to me. Hence, Swordmaster of Lihin should decide for himself." Swordmaster of Lihin had been cultivating for many years. Although his combat ability was not considered to be exceptionally powerful, his state of mind had experienced years of tempering and was extremely stable. He had also been constantly pursuing even higher levels of achievement. Hence, even though there was some risk, Yifutian still let Swordmaster of Lihin decide for himself. After Swordmaster of Lihin heard Yifutian's transmitted thoughts, he fell silent. Back then, when he was cultivating in the Emperor Xia's realm, he had always wanted to venture out after he reached the Nirvana plane. He had been in Lihin heaven for many years and had accomplished all that he had wanted to. For him, there was only the pursuit of great achievements in swordsmanship. Hence, he could only aim to step into the legendary Renhuang plane. However, for him, this step had been as difficult as reaching the heavens. Hence, he had ventured out from Emperor Xia's realm. It took him many years of trials and tribulations before he managed to traverse the boundaries and arrive in the Central Emperor realm. These past years, he had always been on the road and had endured many hardships. He had also reached the limits of his plane, but he was still far from reaching the Renhuang plane. He understood that his talents were limited. Even though his state of mind was transcendent, he still could not break through to the next realm. This was a threshold for him. Now, Yifutian was confident that he had a 100% chance of inheriting the divine sword. Yet, Yifutian had given him the opportunity. He knew that Yifutian was not lacking in fateful encounters. His talents were too dazzling to behold. The youth who had ascended the 33rd layer of heaven and had battled Wang Chuan back then could no longer be mentioned within the same breath as the youth before him now. On the other hand, the Swordmaster of Lihan was missing such a fateful encounter. Yi Futian claimed that the Swordmaster of Lihan only had a 50% chance of success. If he failed, it was very likely that he would end up like the previous cultivator and pay with his life. Even if it was merely a 20% chance, it would still be worth a try, let alone 50%. The Swordmaster of Lihan exclaimed through his transmitted thoughts. If the Swordmaster of Lihan had relied on himself, it would have been impossible for him to come across such a fateful encounter. Before this, in order to enter God's relic, he had wanted to seek help from Heavenly Sword Hall to bring him along with them. It was only due to Yi Futian's arrival, and that Yi Futian had brought him along with him, that he had the chance of entering God's relic. Here, in the Central Emperor realm, the Swordmaster of Lihan's previous status before coming here was not worth mentioning at all. Therefore, he would certainly give inheriting the divine sword a try. All right, Yi Futian responded. He turned his gaze towards the cultivators of Heavenly Sword Hall and said, "Are you going to try again next?" Yi Futian had attempted it just now. Even if the Sword Saint of Avicii tried his hand at it, he would most likely not be able to decipher the secret of the divine sword in one go. This was enough for the Swordmaster of Lihan to have this opportunity. Yes. The Sword Saint of Avicii merely responded with one word. This time, he personally came forward and walked towards the pattern of the sword matrix beneath the divine sword. If Yi Futian could walk out alive and unscathed, what did the Sword Saint of Avicii have to fear? He wanted to see how profound this divine sword was exactly. The Sword Saint of Avicii walked into the sword matrix and felt an extremely powerful pressure. Sword will pour down on him. Brilliant golden divine light lit up around his body. His pupils looked towards the divine sword. Innumerable beams of golden light enveloped it. He wanted to directly seize it. His will swept out and was extremely domineering. Buzz, the divine matrix activated. An endless sword will flowed in from the entire city. Sword will kept descending upon him. A frightening scene exploded on the divine sword matrix. The Sword Saint of Avicii let out a low groan. His face suddenly turned pale. However, his will still did not give up on observing and invading the divine sword. He seemed to vaguely sense something. This divine sword seemed to have a spirit within it. The sword spirit seemed to have become a sword. It came towards his spiritual soul along with countless sword will. His expression suddenly changed. With a loud rumble, golden divine light flashed. He let out a dull moan, and his body immediately vanished and appeared below. The sword will tore large holes in the clothes on his body. A streak of blood flowed out from the corners of his mouth. Is he injured? The cultivators of Heavenly Sword Hall looked at the Sword Saint of Avicii. Was he also injured? However, the Sword Saint of Avicii directly turned to look at the divine sword. He had already caught a glimpse of the mystery behind it. With a few more chances, he was confident that he could decipher its secret and seize control of it. Yi Futian glanced at the Sword Saint of Avicii. This person was more powerful than he imagined. I will try again. The Sword Saint of Avicii walked forward, wanting to continue trying. Sir, Yi Futian yelled out. The Sword Saint of Avicii turned and looked at him. Since we have agreed on the rules, let's all follow them. That way we can all be amicable. They should be the ones to go next. Yi Futian turned to look at the cultivators of Yuanyang clan and Qishao Divine Mountain. The Sword Saint of Avicii glanced at Yi Futian. He had an intense penetrating gaze. At a glance, it was as though a sword was shooting over at Yi Futian's eyes from a distance. When Yi Futian sensed that sword will, he raised an eyebrow. However, the Sword Saint of Avicii did nothing after that and still backed down. Since he could not manage to do it in one try, the others should also not be able to do so. This time, Yuanyang clan and Qishao Divine Mountain did not just observe. They also personally participated. However, their attempts still ended up in failure. Yi Futian looked at the Swordmaster of Lihan and saw him taking a step forward. Swordmaster of Lihan. Yi Futian took out another fruit of the way and handed it to Swordmaster of Lihan, saying, "Swallow this." Swordmaster of Lihan looked Yi Futian in the eyes and then nodded his head. He received the fruit of the way and swallowed it. The next moment, His life aura swelled up majestically. His spiritual energy was powerful, and his condition was pushed to its extreme. This is... The crowd gave the two of them strange looks. With such a sense of ceremony, why did it seem as though this person was certain to succeed? The swordmaster of Lihan took a step forward and entered the matrix. He faced the same sword will that the others had experienced. His life aura exploded out furiously. The sword will around him flowed. His eyes stared right at the divine sword in the air above his head. His spiritual soul directly invaded it. Unparalleled sword will descended as though wanting to eradicate him. As he withstood the extremely intense pain, there was an incredible staunch look in the swordmaster of Lihan's eyes. Rumble. Similar to the previous cultivators, he too sensed the world of the sword and the existence of the sword spirit. The sword spirit immediately descended upon him, along with endless sword will. Before this, the sword saint of Avicii had also reached this point. However, he had evaded the sword will. The swordmaster of Lihan did not evade it. His spiritual soul pressed forward, allowing the sword will to penetrate it as it continued to charge towards the sword spirit. In this instant, he only sensed that his entire spiritual soul was on the brink of being destroyed. It also seemed as though he was no longer a person, but instead had become a sword and was undergoing tremendous pain. The will of the fruit of the way furiously exploded at this moment, protected his life aura and made it even stronger. The crowd faintly saw a sword in the body of the swordmaster of Lihan. It was his sword spirit. Right now, the swordmaster of Lihan was going through an intense struggle of choice. If I die here today, may my sword spirit return to Lihan heaven, the swordmaster of Lihan thought. The next moment, a ferocious aura burst out from inside his body and merged into the ethereal divine sword. At the same time, the accompanying endless sword will descended. Cracks appeared on his sword spirit. Has he gone insane? Many people were looking at the swordmaster of Lihan. However, up until now, he was actually still alive and had not been eliminated by the sword will. Before this, didn't this person want to join their heavenly sword hall? After being rejected, he had been taken away by Yifutian. Now, he actually wanted to inherit the divine sword? There can be no construction without destruction, Yifutian mumbled. He had still somewhat underestimated the might of the divine sword. Letting the swordmaster of Lihan inherit it was indeed extremely risky. However, this was swordmaster of Lihan's decision. If something truly went wrong, Yifutian would definitely take action to try to save his life. However, right now the arrow had already been drawn. They could only continue pushing forward. Ding! With a sharp whistling sound, the swordmaster of Lihan's sword spirit cracked, and the divine sword descended, appearing inches above his head. Swordmaster of Lihan's entire person seemed to have fallen into a state of absolute deadly silence. In the sky above the entire vast and endless sword city, countless sword will came down and landed on the divine sword. They then penetrated his body as though they were baptizing his figure. Yifutian's senses were extremely sharp. He could clearly sense the pain that Swordmaster of Lihan was experiencing now. Swordmaster of Lihan appeared to be deadly silent, but in reality, he was withstanding unparalleled pain. Tens of thousands of swords were passing through his body. The only thought in his mind was to keep on bracing it. He was facing the baptism of all the sword will in the entire sword city. Is this considered a success? Yifutian clenched his fist slightly as he witnessed the majestic scene in the divine matrix. If the swordmaster of Lihan succeeded, it would be a metamorphosis for him. Like a butterfly emerging from a cocoon, the swordmaster of Lihan would complete this baptism. For Yifutian, this would not be of much benefit. However, it was different for the swordmaster of Lihan. It would be a truly transcendent metamorphosis for him. Thump! Sword Saint of Avicii took a step forward. There was a golden divine light in his eyes. His eyes pierced through the empty space and stared straight ahead. A golden divine sword appeared with a flash. This person was actually showing signs of succeeding. Construction after destruction. This person, who had previously wanted Heavenly Sword Hall to bring him along into God's relic, was actually about to inherit this divine sword? Was Yi Futian's prior attempt just to pave the way for this person? Qin He also noticed this. Her beautiful eyes glanced at Yi Futian. Did he give this fateful encounter to the swordmaster of Lihin? Sir, what are you doing? Yi Futian stepped forward and stood before Sword Saint of Avici, saying, We have laid down the rules before this in order to be amicable and to see who was destined to inherit this divine sword. It has always been that those with ability would seize the fateful encounters of God's relic. What rules are there to speak of? The Sword Saint of Avici said indifferently. After he said this, countless golden divine swords appeared around him. Each divine sword was branded with golden space runes. They were very eye-catching and seemed to be able to traverse space to eliminate his opponent directly. It was not just around Sword Saint of Avici. Many golden divine swords even appeared around the Matrix. They pointed straight at the Swordmaster of Lihin in the Matrix. At this moment, the Swordmaster of Lihin most likely could not block them. Yu Shang, Yi Futian shouted. Yu Shang immediately understood and stepped out with large steps. Buzz. The golden divine swords pierced the empty space and attempted to kill the Swordmaster of Lihin. However, a demonic silhouette descended from the sky. A demonic wall appeared around the Swordmaster of Lihin, blocking off the space around him. When they saw this, the cultivators from Heavenly Sword Hall stepped forward one after the other, their bodies leaping into the air. In an instant, Sword will covered the sky, enveloping boundless space. Countless divine swords howled and let out sharp screeching sounds. The majestic sword will contained extremely intense killing aura. They looked at Yi Futian and Yu Shang. A cold look of indifference flashed past in their eyes. Since they had found out the method to inheriting the divine sword, how could they just let the Swordmaster of Lihin, a person who had even requested their help to enter God's relic, do so? Yi Futian and Yu Shang wanting to hold them off appeared to be a futile attempt. Those with ability can seize them? Yi Futian looked at Sword Saint of Avici. Of the 3 remaining swords, I alone obtained 2 of them. After opening the Divine Sword Matrix, I never thought of claiming the Divine Sword for my own and instead let everyone contend for it fairly. Since you claim that those with ability can seize this fateful encounter, then so be it. The members of Heavenly Sword Hall revealed cold smiles when Yi Futian said this. Could it be that he still believed that he could block their swords? Could he even block the sword of just Sword Saint of Avici alone? At this moment, a dazzling godly spear appeared in Yi Futian's hand. Fighting will filled the air. Alone, he was prepared to take on 10,000. He had an unparalleled aura around him. He pointed the long spear at the leading Heavenly Sword Hall cultivator, saying, Those who step forward will die. The handsome figure stood in mid-air, like a white-haired god of war. At this moment, the fighting will of Yi Futian was intense. The cultivators of the Heavenly Sword Hall frowned. Sword will surged out from their bodies too. Those who stepped forward would die. Yi Futian was attempting to stop the Heavenly Sword Hall alone. Moreover, he had the audacity to utter such a presumptuous statement, having no respect for the Heavenly Sword Hall at all. The cultivators of Yuanyang clan stared at Yi Futian with great interest. They had not expected him to be such a domineering figure. However, could he really stop the Heavenly Sword Hall? Swoosh, swoosh. Dazzling sword will erupted and charged towards Yi Futian ferociously. A swordsman beside the Sword Saint of Avici took a step forward. Countless hurricanes and storms appeared all around them as a myriad of swords was unleashed from the eyes of the storms, aiming straight for Yi Futian. The swords attempted to tear the space apart. Those who stepped forward would die? He wanted to see for himself how he would die. Buzz. Yi Futian's figure moved. His arm shook, and the spear became a beam of light that directly charged into the storm. With just his body of flesh and blood, he pierced right into the eye of the storm. At this moment, a golden hole seemed to appear in the storm. A godly spear appeared and swept across the sky. Bang! A soft thud sounded. The swordsman that had attacked saw a golden illusion. The next moment, the spear directly pierced through his glabella. Fresh blood seeped out. The scene was horrifying. How is it possible? This final thought emerged in the swordsman's mind. After that, his consciousness dimmed, and his spiritual soul shattered. His body directly plummeted down to the ground. He was killed in one blow. I am not fooling around, Yifutian said indifferently as he pointed his spear at the members of the heavenly sword hall before him. A suffocating sword will envelop the space around them. Many sword spirits directly appeared from thin air and floated behind the cultivators of the heavenly sword hall. Not fooling around? He actually killed someone. Alone? Yifutian stood in midair in front of the cultivators of the heavenly sword hall, threatening that anyone who stepped forward would die. This scene was extremely embarrassing for the members of the heavenly sword hall. Not only was it because one of their companions had fallen, but it was also because this was a disgrace for the heavenly sword hall. A person who had wanted to join heavenly sword hall in order to enter God's relic had now snatched the teachings of the divine sword from right in front of them. As for them, they were being held back by a man with a spear. As the strongest swordsmanship force in the myriad realm, the heavenly sword hall had never encountered such a disgrace. Moreover, this time their commander was the powerful sword saint of Avicii. The cultivators of the heavenly sword hall wielded their sword spirits together. They mainly cultivated sword spirits. Their sword spirits were very powerful. Each sword spirit had frightening rune lines imprinted on them. Their way was imprinted on them. A sword spirit guiding a cultivator in their cultivation could increase the chances of them breaking through to the Runhuang plane. Each sword spirit was forged through many hardships. When they reached the Runhuang plane, their sword spirits could directly serve as the foundation for their divine wheel of the Great Path. In an instant, countless sword spirits pointed towards Yifutian at the same time. It seemed as though the space was about to be ripped to shreds. Each sword spirit contained different ways, but they were all very sharp. Sword will howled with sharp, ear-piercing screams. Who could possibly survive an attack from so many of these swords? This time, they wielded their swords but did not advance. It seemed that the death of the person before had caused them to grow cautious, even though they were dissatisfied. On Yifutian's body, Runhuang-level fighting will furiously burst forth. He had an imposing aura. Yifutian stood alone against so many of them. He became a peerless god of war. With a spear in hand, he was invincible. The swords attacked and the space was torn apart. The sharp howl of swords ringed in the ears of all present. Destructive winds filled the air. Countless sword spirits attacked Yifutian at the same time, all of the swords flying together. Each of them was an extraordinary weapon. This scene was grand and domineering. Yifutian took a step forward. His fighting will that was bursting forth swelled to its limit. Great path aura surged forth. The spear in Yifutian's hand pierced forwards into the space. Although he had not practiced spear techniques, he had practiced halberd techniques. Their great paths were interconnected, and there were similarities between spears and halberds. The spear was like a dragon that rumbled forward with an unparalleled fighting will. Rumble! A dull sound exploded in the space. Once the spear landed, the entire space before Yifutian was blown apart. The sword spirits trembled violently. Cracks even appeared on some sword spirits. The swords shook, and some sword spirit immediately shattered while cracks appeared on others. Dull sounds reverberated in the surrounding space. Many people spat out mouthfuls of fresh blood. Their faces turned pale. The sword will of some of these people dissipated, their auras rapidly weakening. In just an instant, the auras of the cultivators of Heavenly Sword Hall were drastically weakened. One spear. It was still just one spear. Everyone else was astonished. This white-haired youth was actually powerful to such an extent. Who could receive a strike from his spear? With him standing there, no one could take a step forward. Among the Yuanyang clan, Zhu Qi was shocked. The master of the Black Wind Condor was so powerful. His abilities were actually so terrifying. It actually was as that despicable Black Wind Condor had said. Compared to Yifutian, the monstrous figures that she knew of paled into insignificance. Among Yuanyang Palace, the ruling power of the Yuanyang realm, who could take a hit from the spear? Even among the members of the Heavenly Sword Hall of the 9 Supreme Realms, no one could do so. It was even more so for them, a force from a lower world ruled by the Yuanyang clan. She recalled that this person had a friendly attitude and that he had actively sought out the swords for the crowd. He had also suggested that they all took turns to try and inherit the divine sword based on destiny and luck. Zhu Qi had believed that he had done so because he was weak. Now, as she looked at him again, he was so outstanding. It was as though the person from before and the person now were two completely different people. Let alone Zhu Qi, even the commander of Yuanyang clan, Yuan Hong, was extremely astonished inside. That spear strike was definitely stunning. This person's elegance and talent were comparable to the figures at the pinnacle of the 9 realms. Such a person was actually a nobody. Yuan Hong had not known of him before this. Yuan Hong even believed that today's contest for the divine sword was unrelated to this white-haired youth. After all, Yi Futian's group was weak. Such a lineup could not possibly contend for the divine sword. Even if Yuan Hong followed the agreement and did not contend for it, would the other forces also agree to do so? Just as Yuan Hong had predicted, Heavenly Sword Hall did not agree to this and directly attacked. When Heavenly Sword Hall snatched the divine sword away from the swordmaster of Lihin, Yuan Hong would then snatch the divine sword away from Heavenly Sword Hall. However, Yuan Hong had not imagined that a man and a spear was standing against Heavenly Sword Hall. When one man guarded the pass, 10,000 men would not be able to get through. The spear in Yi Futian's hand emanated a powerful Renhuang-level fighting will. It was most likely an item he acquired from God's relic. With Yi Futian's talent, the person who inherited the divine sword by right should not be the swordmaster of Lihin. Unless Yi Futian intentionally gave up the opportunity to the swordmaster of Lihin. Yi Futian's attempt prior to this was not to inherit the divine sword, but to examine it and search for ways to inherit it. Moreover, he had successfully carried out what he had intended to do. Hence, they witnessed the success of the swordmaster of Lihin, giving up the teachings of the divine sword willingly. What kind of disposition was this? Did he look down on such teachings? As the direct heir of the Yuanyang clan, Yuan Hong was well aware that God's relic was not a site left by modern-age swordsmen. It was an ancient battlefield. The teachings left here were a complete great path. The reason why God's relic caused such a huge commotion in the 9 realms was that many fateful encounters were hidden here. Anyone who was fortunate enough to seize it would leave this place as an extraordinary Renhuang. The maidens of Brahma's pure sky stared at Yi Futian. Their eyes glistened with light. He had grown stronger, far stronger than when they met him at Shentian Pavilion. Right now, even if he was faced with Yi Tianyu again, the latter would most likely be no match for him. Besides, Qin He was Virgin Genie of Brahma's pure sky. In the past, she visited the prophet when she was in the demon realm. She first met Yi Futian there. Suddenly, she recalled an incident. Back then, not long after Yi Futian had entered the prophet's palace, the prophet committed suicide. Since then, there was no prophet in this world. Prior to his death, the prophet had prophesied that there would be a huge occurrence in the heavenly mandate realm. Everyone had their attention drawn to Gu Tianxing and Gu Donglu, so nobody drew a connection between the death of the prophet and Yi Futian, the last person whom the prophet had met before he died. However, as Genie recalled this incident now, she was struck by the sudden realization. Her heart was throbbing. Could it be that Yi Futian was the one who would transform the heavenly mandate realm, as predicted by the prophet in his prophecy? If the death of the prophet was related to Yi Futian, what was the hidden story behind the case? Yi Futian and Yushang guarded the pass, ensuring that no one could disrupt the swordmaster of Lihin from inheriting the teachings of the divine sword. The party from Taishan Mountain was a tad bit jealous of the swordmaster of Lihin. Yi Futian treated the swordsman really well. The swordsman was most likely a senior that Yi Futian had a lot of respect for. Hence, Yi Futian offered such an important fateful encounter to him. Endless sword will circulated. All the sword will in the entire sword city continued to gush towards the sword matrix, where the swordmaster of Lihin was. As weak as he was, his body persevered through this stage. His sword will gradually recovered in his body, strengthening him once again. In front of Yi Futian, the sword saint of Avicii's pair of golden eyes remained fixed on him. As expected, No one from Heavenly Sword Hall could take one step further. In the previous attack, only swords had been sent out. No one had advanced. However, the Sword Saint of Avicii had not sent out his sword. Dazzling golden light emanated from the body of the Sword Saint of Avicii. In his figure, a divine sword with countless golden rune lines appeared. It hovered above his head. He formed sword mudra with both of his hands. In an instant, sword shadows covered the sky. With Yi Futian's body as the center, countless divine swords imprinted with golden rune lines appeared, blocking out the sky. Beams of divine swords descended, forming a frightening spatial sword veil. They actually formed an astonishing light shroud that sealed Yi Futian within it. Spatial divine swords. Yi Futian raised his head and glanced around. There were golden divine swords everywhere around him. The divine sword in midair above the Sword Saint of Avicii's head seemed to be a sword spirit that had merged with a Renhuang implement. It emanated a gorgeous Renhuang light. Swords resonated with clanking sounds. Endless spatial divine swords floated in the sky. Go! The Sword Saint of Avicii uttered this word. Divine swords swept across the space towards Yi Futian. Almost all at the same time. In the sky above, countless spatial divine swords traversed the space and descended instantly, slashing across from afar. Rumble. A savage fighting will erupted from Yi Futian. As he took one step forward, the air around him tightened as though the space was under his choke, slowing down the speed of the swords. Billowing fighting will surged out from Yi Futian's body. He lunged, and the spear went for its target. In an instant, the overwhelming fighting will was transformed into countless spear shadows, colliding with the divine swords. The heavens and earth shook. Destructive power swept up into the sky. However, Yi Futian's body instead became a beam of brilliant divine light that immediately pierced through the space and charged straight ahead. The spear's straight tip landed on the strongest divine sword. A brilliant glow was emitted. The divine sword flew back, and the Sword Saint of Avicii let out a dull groan. A formless power sent his body flying backward from the shock. He collided into the cultivators of the Heavenly Sword Hall behind him before finally coming to a stop. Cough. A soft cough was heard. A streak of blood flowed out from the corner of the mouth of the Sword Saint of Avicii. It was still just one spear. It was invincible. With one skill, he countered all other techniques. With a long spear, Yi Futian blocked in front of Heavenly Sword Hall. Whoever stepped forward would die. In all the 9 realms, there were very few people that were as imposing as he was now. The Sword Saint of Avicii raised his head and looked at Yi Futian. The tip of the spear still emanated frightening fighting will. The will of a god of war also lingered on Yi Futian's body, causing his combat ability to be extremely powerful. The Sword Saint of Avicii was very aware of his own ability. He could not be described as weak. In the Myriad Realm, he was one of the pinnacle figures below the Renhuang plane. Even among the 9 realms, he could still be ranked among those at the top. However, in his first battle after entering God's Relic, Heavenly Sword Hall, which was led by him, was being held off by a man with a spear. This made him feel somewhat depressed. Although he knew that God's Relic would certainly be full of strong cultivators this time around, and that there would be no lack of heaven-defying monstrous existences, as someone who was peerless below the Renhuang plane in Heavenly Sword Hall, the Sword Saint of Avicii still believed that he had a fighting chance. He felt that he was qualified to battle against the pinnacle figures of the 9 realms. This crushing defeat even made him doubt his own ability. Yi Futian was also looking at him. He retracted his arm and lowered the long spear in his palm. As Yi Futian stood there, he was like a peerless god of war. No one could advance past him. Prior to this, he had used very gentle means for them to contest for the divine sword. His method did not offend nor cheat people and prevented the top forces of the 9 realms from forging grudges. However, if such a party insisted on defying their agreement, he could only use his ability to force them to submit. "Do you still want to try?" Yi Futian said as he looked at the cultivators of Heavenly Sword Hall. The Sword Saint of Avicii glanced behind Yi Futian. The Swordmaster of Lihan was inheriting the divine sword. All the sword will in the entire sword city was surging towards him. From the looks of it, the sword saint of Avicii would not be able to seize it from him anymore. "Let's go," the sword saint of Avicii immediately ordered. He then turned to leave. This was not the only ruin in God's relic. There were other, greater fateful encounters to be contested. Although they had failed miserably here, their combat ability was not weakened by much. They still had the ability to put up a fight. If the sword saint of Avicii continued to fight Yifutian to the death, he could not predict what kind of price he would have to pay in order to kill Yifutian. The cultivators of Heavenly Sword Hall retreated after the sword saint of Avicii. They also looked at the swordmaster of Lihin with deep looks in their eyes. Among them was the swordsman who had crossed swords with the swordmaster of Lihin back then. They all felt somewhat dissatisfied. They might have felt better if Yifutian had inherited the divine sword himself. However, for a person who found it hard to even enter God's relic to inherit the divine sword, they naturally found it hard to accept this. They could only say that this person's luck was heaven-defying. This fateful encounter would most likely change his destiny. Although, as of now, they still did not know what benefits the divine sword would bestow onto the swordmaster of Lihin. The accumulation of the sword will in all of Sword City, together with that divine sword, was enough to cause him to undergo a metamorphosis. He had already destroyed his own sword spirit and was now reconstructing it. Very quickly, the cultivators of Heavenly Sword Hall left one by one. The members of Qishao Divine Mountain also did not say much and did not even leave behind any words before turning to leave decisively. Since someone had already inherited the divine sword, and they also had no confidence in taking down Yifutian, remaining here was a waste of time. Brahma's pure sky would naturally not contend with Yifutian over the divine sword. However, Qin he did not leave and instead remained there. Although currently Qin he had improved greatly and was already halfway to reaching the Runhuang Plain, she still knew her own limitations well. Her abilities would be top tier in the Heavenly Mandate realm, but in the 9 realms she held no advantage. She could not contend against Yifutian. Right now, there was an opportunity before her to travel together with Yifutian. Currently, only Yuanyang clan still had the ability to contest for the divine sword. Yifutian turned his gaze towards Yuan Hong. However, Yuan Hong smiled and said, "Congratulations. Since the relic has been obtained by you, we will be taking our leave." "Many thanks," Yifutian replied while nodding in appreciation. Among the few forces, the Yuanyang clan from the Central Emperor realm posed the largest threat to them. For Yuan Hong to voluntarily give up this divine sword was naturally the best outcome. Yifutian did not have to worry about offending them as well. "I'm Yuan Hong from Yuanyang clan. May we meet again," Yuan Hong said while saluting Yifutian with his fists. "I am Yifutian, a disciple of Sky River Temple of the Tianhe realm. May we meet again," Yifutian replied. Sky River Temple was the name of the organization name of Sky River Great Elder when he was teaching swordsmanship in the past. It also referred to the mountains where the elder resided. Yifutian came to the Central Emperor realm as a disciple of Sky River Great Elder. Naturally, it was most suitable for him to declare himself as a disciple of Sky River Temple. Moreover, his master was Qi Shengang, who was indeed a disciple of Sky River Temple. The Tianhe realm. Yuan Hong had heard of it before. In the past, a huge conflict erupted between Shen clan and the Tianhe realm. It was caused by that. Could it be that Yifutian was related to it? Yuan Hong did not dwell on this thought. With a smile, he led his army and left. Here, no one else was contending with Yifutian now. Only then did Yifutian look in the direction where Brahma's pure sky was, saying, "Goddess Qin, is your group not planning to take a look at other places as soon as possible?" "We will travel with young Master Yi," Qin he answered with a smile. Yifutian was stunned. Qin He's eyes revealed a glint of joy. It was enchanting. "Why? Does young Master Yi not welcome us? For Goddess Qin to be willing to travel with my party, it's a hard-to-come-by opportunity," Yifutian said with a smile while nodding. He did not reject them since it had been his hope to get to know Brahma's pure sky more. With Brahma's pure sky, he still had unfinished business. "Thank you, young Master Yi." Qin he bowed slightly. The virgins from Brahma's pure sky stared at the two of them. Back when they first met at Xianxia Pavilion, if Yifutian had truly ventured there for virgin Qin He, and they had ended up together, their love story would have been the stuff of legend. The two of them were a match made in heaven. Clearly, all the virgins from Brahma's pure sky regarded Yifutian as a suitable husband candidate. Even if their greatest beauty, Virgin Qin He, would have to lower her status to marry him, the rest still thought of them as a good match for each other. The virgins were all impressed by Yifutian. Before this, everyone had considered Gu Donglu and Zhan Yuan as the most outstanding people among this generation of the heavenly mandate realm. Now, the virgins felt like Yifutian should instead be regarded as the most exceptional one. Yifutian knew nothing about their thoughts. His gaze shifted to look at the Swordmaster of Lihin. At this moment, the space surrounding the Swordmaster of Lihin had become a cocoon of swords. Countless sword will crisscrossed and enveloped his body inside the cocoon. The sword will in the entire sword city flowed here. From being very weak, his aura recovered and became even stronger and more powerful. It was as though he could faintly resonate with the endless sword will all around him. The divine sword contained a sword spirit within it. Now, this sword spirit had already fused together with the spiritual soul of the Swordmaster of Lihin, and they had become one. His sword spirit had been reforged, being reconstructed after being destroyed. Right now, the Swordmaster of Lihin himself saw that he had completely entered a certain state. It was as though he had become a sword. He was the center of this world of the sword. He could sense sword will in the entire sword city. It seemed as though his will was everywhere. Yifutian quietly waited on him. He did not know how long the Swordmaster of Lihin would remain in this condition. After a period of time, there was some strange movement in the sword will surrounding the Swordmaster of Lihin. An intense wave of sword will appeared around his body. Yifutian raised his head and looked at the area in the sky above. An extremely miraculous sensation swelled up inside of him. It seemed like the Swordmaster of Lihin could already control the sword will in the surrounding space. It felt like there was a willpower that permeated all around them. That was the will of the Swordmaster of Lihin. Right at this moment, the Swordmaster of Lihin opened his eyes. He looked at Yifutian and called out, "Futian, Swordmaster of Lihin, how do you feel?" Yifutian looked at the Swordmaster of Lihin. The gaze of the Swordmaster of Lihin was sharper than before. His temperament also seemed to have changed. It was as though he had gained a true body for swordsmanship and had become a sword himself. "I feel that I can take that final step to reach the Runhuang Plain. I also feel completely different from before. This sensation is hard to describe," the Swordmaster of Lihin said. Yifutian revealed a smile. From the looks of it, the Swordmaster of Lihin had already completed his metamorphosis. "Have you had a breakthrough in terms of plane?" Yifutian asked. It seems as though everything is within my grasp," the Swordmaster of Lihin replied. "You should be in between the Saint Plain and the Runhuang Plain. Once you pass this point, you will be a Runhuang," Yifutian explained. The Swordmaster of Lihin nodded his head slightly. "I no longer need to be guarded, but I still need to cultivate for some time. I do not know how long I will need. God's relic has many more fateful encounters in store. You do not need to stay here and guard me. Go ahead and seek out fateful encounters of your own." Yifutian had already done more than enough for him. Yifutian had given him a fruit of the way and had given such an important opportunity to him that made him go through a metamorphosis. This debt of gratitude was difficult to express in words. He could only remember it in his heart. "All right." Yifutian also did not refuse. As the Swordmaster of Lihin had said, they indeed could not afford to delay any longer. Before this, he was concerned for the safety of the Swordmaster of Lihin. However, now that the Swordmaster of Lihin had already gained control of all the sword will in Sword City, even if Heavenly Sword Hall returned here, they would no longer be able to do anything to him within this Sword City. "Swordmaster of Lihin, I will go on ahead first. After you have finished cultivating, head east. I will be heading in that direction," Yifutian said. "All right. When I am done cultivating, I will come find you." The swordmaster of Lihen replied as he nodded. I will be off. Yifutian did not say any more. After he uttered these words, he turned and left the place. The others glanced at the swordmaster of Lihen. Some were calm, and others were in awe of him. They followed Yifutian and left the place together, hoping that they would also come across other opportunities. Yaya, would you think badly of me? Yifutian asked Yaya, who was beside him, as his group traveled at high speeds across the sky. After seeing the metamorphosis of the swordmaster of Lihen, he did not know whether Yaya would have any thoughts regarding this. Will you mistreat me? Yaya asked as she turned her gaze and looked into Yifutian's eyes. Yifutian was stunned. He replied with a smile, I won't. Yaya shifted her gaze and did not say any more, as though Yifutian himself already knew the answer. This made Yifutian speechless. He felt pressure as heavy as a mountain weighing down on him. Head east, Yifutian instructed. The purple god rats that had scouted out the various directions discovered that many top forces were traveling in this direction. This place was previously the lands of a realm. Many ruins had been searched by people before. Yifutian might be able to obtain the things that they had left behind and had not taken away, but for him, these things would not give him any substantial benefit. He went to 2 different places and had guarded the swordmaster of Lihen for some time. He could not continue to delay any longer. Hence, he was prepared to fly past all the ruins that they passed by along the way and head forward at full speed to the end. Dozhao would most likely not have lied to him. His group traveled extremely fast. They were like shooting stars that swept across the sky in God's relic. However, they were not the only ones to do so. Right now, from all corners of God's relic, people were rushing over at full speed. Some of the fastest ones were the top forces of the Central Emperor realm. They had more intel and they had a clearer goal than those from other realms. While heading east, Yifutian ordered the members of the Purple Gold Rat clan to head in the 3 other cardinal directions as well. Dozhao claimed that after entering God's relic, they would encounter a great relic if they headed in one direction. Did that mean that there would be different relics in different directions? Why was that so? The purple gold rats made haste as they headed north, south, east, and west. The range that Yifutian could sense was also constantly expanding. However, after traveling for a period of time, Yifutian, who was heading east, suddenly stopped. His eyes revealed a strange look. What's wrong? Yaya, who was beside him, asked as she looked at him. Yushang also looked incredulously at Yifutian, who had suddenly slowed down. Yifutian's brow revealed a look of contemplation. He looked towards Luoyue and asked, You heard Lord Taishin mention about God's relic on Taishin Mountain. Have you ever heard about what sort of places these great relics are in? Luoyue shook her head. Taishin Mountain's knowledge of this place is also limited. Yifutian understood. Taishin Mountain's ability was average. It was likely that they did not know much. In comparison, a force like Divine Palace might know more about these great relics. Is something wrong? Luoyue asked. Yifutian nodded. When we entered God's relic, due to the fact that the spatial doors were all in different places, we all ended up in different regions. However, we still could sense each other's auras from far away. That meant that the distance between us was not too far and that we were all still in the same region. Under such circumstances, if all of us headed out in different directions, shouldn't we have ended up heading further away from each other? Of course, Luoyue replied as she nodded her head. If it was so from the start, then why is it that we ended up closer to each other? Yifutian asked. He noticed a strange phenomenon. He and the members of the Purple Gold Rat clan were originally heading in different directions. Before this, the distance between them was also indeed growing larger. However, as they continued forward, the Purple Gold Rats, who were traveling in one direction, seemed not to be moving further away from him, but instead were drawing closer. He thought that he had sensed it wrongly. After all, when he controlled the Purple Gold Rat clan, he could faintly sense how far away from him they were. However, he could not determine their exact location. He could only get a rough feel. However, as they continued, He sensed a similar sensation coming from the members who went in the other two cardinal directions. He could not help but be suspicious of the possibility that they were actually coming closer together. "There is one possibility," Xianxia said. "What possibility is that?" Yifutian asked. "Suppose this god's relic is a single plane of existence, a spherical world like a planet. Then, if we appeared in the same region and then headed in opposite directions, the distance between us would first increase and then decrease," Xianxia explained. "You are right," Yifutian nodded. Xianxia's deduction was the same as his. "Let us continue on our way." Yifutian did not say any more. He kept this in mind and continued heading east with haste. The sensations he felt after this also confirmed his hypothesis. The distance between him and the purple gold rats was indeed getting closer. After a long while, an endless wasteland appeared before Yifutian and the others. The members of the purple gold rat clan that headed in the other three cardinal directions were still heading forward in haste. However, Yifutian already discovered that the distance between them was already very near. Of course, this was relatively speaking. If they continued to head forward, they would end up gathering at one spot. Based on what Dozhao had described, they would encounter a great relic by heading in one direction. Was it possible that the great relic that they encountered at the end of the four cardinal directions was actually the same relic? It was just that nobody knew that it was the same relic? That meant to say that the people who entered God's relic before this had never traversed the entire place? "We should be arriving soon," Yifutian said in a low voice. If Dozhao's information was not wrong, each direction had a great relic. That meant that it could only be at the intersection point of the four cardinal directions. In this place, he could already see the remnants of the will of humans. There seemed to have been a huge battle here before. "What is that?" Yaya looked into the distance across the barren mountain range. In front of them, they could see a huge golden skeleton standing erect in the wastelands. They sped up and headed over to the giant skeleton. "It's a dragon corpse," Yifutian mumbled. This skeleton was tens of thousands of meters long. The size was gigantic. Lying here up close, it was a striking sight to behold. One could imagine how powerful a divine dragon it was when it was alive. Unfortunately, now it was just a pile of bones. However, even as a pile of bones, it still contained intense will. "No one has actually taken this away," Luoyue exclaimed. "Take it away?" Yifutian said. "Why don't you try to take this away from here?" Luoyue was stunned. She took a step forward and touched the dragon bones. She wanted to try and lift one of them up, but she discovered that the dragon bones that stood erect in this wasteland did not budge. She could not lift them at all. "A golden divine dragon leaves behind golden bones," Yifutian explained in a low voice. "This one was at the demon emperor level. One single bone is enough to create a Renhuang implement. Such a huge golden dragon corpse is practically an absolute treasure. However, the people who can enter God's relic are at lower planes. They cannot lift it and hence cannot take it away with them. Even those who broke through to the Renhuang plane in God's relic could not do so. What a waste! The value of the bones of this golden divine dragon is immeasurable," Luoyue exclaimed softly. The rest of them understood how she felt. There was such a treasure here, but no one could take it away. It was very frustrating. The people who had come to God's relic before this must have also felt this way. "There seems to be more up ahead," Yifutian said. He felt a will that was all around them. Up ahead, there was an extremely frightening area of flames. The group continued to advance along the wasteland's mountain range. Not long after, they saw another pile of huge bones. These bones contained a very powerful will of fire. It caused the area where it was to be marked red. It was as though this was an area of flaming mountains. The temperature was exceptionally high. A fire Kylan. The group trembled inside when they saw the bones of the huge divine beast. This was the skeleton of a huge fire Kylan. It had set this area ablaze. Even from where they stood, they could sense its intense will. If it was a person who cultivated flames, they could even gain insight into their cultivation here. What was this place? Xianxia was shocked. This mountain range in the wasteland was deadly quiet. However, the corpses of these dead divine beasts astonished everyone. It was difficult to remain calm in this place. What exactly had happened here? Were gods truly buried in the tomb of the gods? Could it be that there was a graveyard waiting for them further ahead? They continued forward. Very quickly, they saw another extremely frightening huge beast. Its pair of wings were outspread and blocked out the sky, casting a shade over the vast space. Even though it had fallen and was just standing erect there in the wasteland, it was still a king of demons. It stood there, posed as though it was roaring towards the sky. A golden-winged giant pung bird. The corpse of this golden-winged giant pung bird was complete. It was not a skeleton. Its flesh was still intact. It emanated bright and divine golden light, and its color had not faded even after countless years of exposure. Its proud head was that of a king of the sky. However, its spiritual soul was already destroyed, and it no longer had any life aura. If one could control the corpse of this golden-winged giant pung bird, even a Runhuang would not be able to harm it. These frightening demons and divine beasts were all killed by humans. Why were these corpses here? What else lay ahead? Yifutian's group continued on their way. Many other skeletons of demon emperor-level beasts could be seen as they made their way forward. It was as though this was a cemetery of divine beasts. At long last, Yifutian spotted a human silhouette. It was also the silhouette of someone that he was familiar with. It was the pinnacle figure of Sky Demon Court, June. In the demon realm, June was equally famous as dragon god Longchen. He was comparable to the crown prince of Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, Tianyu of the human cultivators. Right now, he appeared to be sitting and cultivating in front of a beast's corpse. The beast was a three-legged golden raven. It was homologous with June's original form was also a three-legged golden raven. Seemingly sensing something, June opened his eyes and looked in the direction of Yifutian's group. "You all have also arrived," June noted. "What is this place?" Yifutian asked. "I do not know. Sky Demon Court has records of a divine beast cemetery in the eastward direction of God's relic." "It turned out to be true," June said. "I was wondering whose handiwork was this to have caused all the demon emperors to submit to them." "You mean to say that all these demon emperors had a master when they were still alive?" Yifutian exclaimed. "That's right." June nodded his head and said, "I sense that this region of beasts is a habitat created by a supreme being for nurturing beasts to guard this place." "Nurturing demon emperors?" Yifutian looked at June. He had to say that this idea was extremely bold. June nodded. "Quite a number of people have gone ahead. Take a look and you will understand." Yifutian raised his head and looked ahead. He also sensed the frightening aura coming from that direction. He could faintly see unparalleled divine light shining radiantly from there. What was over there? He did not hesitate, moving forward directly. After they traversed through the barren mountains, they saw dazzling divine light glowing. When they reached an elevated spot on the barren mountains, Yifutian came across some familiar figures. Many members of the demon clan from the Heavenly Mandate realm had gathered here. Members from other forces, such as Sky Demon Court, dragon gods, and divine elephants were present too. Besides that, Yifutian also saw many other cultivators from the Heavenly Mandate realm. They were cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, Violet Heavenly Palace, and 10,000 Divine Mountain. Including the cultivators of Brahma's Pure Sky who came together with Yifutian, it seemed that all the top forces from the Heavenly Mandate realm had assembled here. Other than that, there were also some top forces from the Higher Heavens realm. Of course, some other top forces from the 9 realms were here as well. The top forces of the 9 realms were distributed across the 4 cardinal directions. Top forces from various realms could appear at any of the 4 cardinal directions. However, the top forces from the Heavenly Mandate realm had actually all appeared in this corner. No one was certain as to whether their gathering was a coincidence, or they had spied on and followed each other here. Yifutian's arrival attracted the attention of many people. When people from the Heavenly Mandate realm saw him together with Virgin Qin He from Brahma's Pure Sky once again, they revealed strange looks. Were the two of them truly not in a relationship? Many people could not help but stare in the direction of Yi Tianyu. However, Yi Tianyu also had an exquisite beauty standing beside him. She was elegant and cool, as expected of Yi Man from Divine Palace. Both Yi Tianyu and Yi Man gave Yi Futian a glance. Then they saw Qin He too. "Is that the virgin from Brahma's pure sky?" Yi Man asked Yi Tianyu softly. She could more or less guess Qin He's identity. Yi Tianyu nodded. Yi Man examined Qin He carefully. Was this maiden the person whom Yi Tianyu almost married due to the arrangement of the clan? Although Yi Man cultivated in the Xianxia Divine Palace, she was not from higher heaven's realm. Instead, not only was she from the Snow Divine Kingdom, a top principality from the Shadow Realm, but she was also the princess of the Snow Divine Kingdom. The Shadow Realm and the Solar Realm were two opposite realms. Each contained the qi of ultimate yin and ultimate yang. In the Snow Divine Kingdom, it was covered by extremely cold snow year-round, and the cultivators there were also extremely cold in nature, like the unmelted ice of thousands of years. The Snow Divine Kingdom dispatched Yi Man to Xianxia Divine Palace in the hopes that she would cultivate at other peak forces and learn from them. After Yi Man had cultivated in the Divine Palace for so many years, her temperament had indeed changed a great deal. Her unique characteristics inherited from the Snow Divine Kingdom could no longer be observed in everyday life. However, at this moment, the people around her exuded an extremely chilling sensation, and even their eyes were like ice and snow. One look was enough to turn the others into frost. Yi Futian naturally also felt the gaze from Yi Tianyu and Yi Man. He and Qin He both turned their gazes and looked over there with an indifferent expression. In the past, Yi Tianyu, the crown prince of Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, might have been able to give him certain pressure, but now this crown prince of the Divine Dynasty could no longer pose any threat to him. His gaze didn't linger on Yi Tianyu for too long before he moved his eyes away and looked toward that extremely dazzling place in front of the crowd. What place is this? Yi Futian saw the magnificent scene in front of him, and his heart trembled. What he saw was a brilliant temple interwoven with an incomparable space light beams. Here, the temple stood upon the mountain in the wilderness, and it completely covered this space. Its immensity was incomprehensible. Even divine will could not perceive its boundaries. Divine items, divine implements. Yi Futian's heart trembled. Countless golden space beams seemed to divide this vast expanse into different areas, like a part of this vast and boundless spatial sacred hall. And these areas, where the space was partitioned, seemed to house a dazzling divine item. Were these the divine implements in the divine hall? If the crowd had just walked past a cemetery of a demonic emperor, or a demonic beast raised by a supreme being, then the scene in front of them might very well be a treasure trove collected in an entire lifetime by a supreme character. He saw many different treasures, such as swords and spears, common divine items that were a must, but there were also some rare artifacts. However, these artifacts seemed to be clearly visible to the naked eye, but no one who was present attempted to enter to fight for them. Could it be that they were unable to enter? He glanced at the periphery around the divine hall again. There were corpses on the ground, clearly indicating that fighting had already broken out, which meant that someone was fighting for the divine items. What was happening here? What's going on here? Yi Futian looked in a direction and asked Xiangmang, the cultivator from the divine elephants. He and the divine elephants went from way back and had many exchanges with Xiangmang himself when he was at the divine elephants and saw him as a worthy adversary. There are many artifacts sealed in that spatial sacred hall. Each treasure is separated from the other and needs to be opened individually to release it. Xiangmang explained to Yi Futian, "You see that in front of each treasure, there was an independent space with a pattern of its own. Only when the pattern has been cracked can it be opened. If so, how come no one is doing anything?" Yi Futian asked in doubt. "They have," Xiangmang responded. "But this spatial sacred hall is very odd. After the pattern has been cracked, the treasure will fly out of the sky from above, so even when you have broken the seal, the treasure itself wants to escape. Proactively solving the puzzle would only be creating opportunities for other cultivators who lay in wait. Gradually, some choose to wait and see even when they have the opportunity, acting more cautiously." Yi Futian nodded. He finally understood what was going on. Anyone would hope that once they opened the seal, the treasure would be theirs. But if the treasure flew out and thus taken by others, then there was not much point in it. Who would be such a fool? Hence, the situation in front of them. Just how many treasures are hidden in this spatial sacred hall? And is it difficult to open? Yifutian asked. It's very difficult to open. Looking at it, there ought to be many treasures, Xiang Mang replied. They should all be at the top grade of Renhuang. Yifutian nodded, and his heart was disturbed. At this time, some purple gold rats went to another area of the ruins. The speed of these purple gold rats was still very fast, not much slower than when they first arrived here. In one of the areas, a purple gold rat met many sacred trees and precious flowers. It was just like when Yifutian once crossed the sea of the path when he went to the land of proving the way, and there were many fruits of the way. Aside from that, there were golden sacred trees towering into the sky, with endless lotus flowers that nurtured the great path, and many other exotic plants. This made Yifutian felt as if it was a divine garden. Moreover, Yifutian clearly felt that the purple gold rat was very close to him, and very possibly in the same ruin, only in different positions. If this was really a complete, larger relic including all 4 major directions, then, is this a treasure trove of an incredible character? These demonic emperors were guarding here, and were those grounds the garden of a supreme existence? Yifutian felt that this relic was called God's Relic, because it might really be the relic left by the legendary ancient gods. Is God the most supreme of the imperial realm? He wondered. He glanced at his surroundings and saw that all the top forces from the 9 realms had gathered here. Among them, there was even the existence of Renhuang, so no one dared to act rashly. At this time, a group of men came toward Yifutian. Yifutian's attention turned to them and saw that it was the cultivators of the Dou tribe, who had fought with him in the underground palace before. The one heading of the group was Dou Zhao, and it was not just them. All the top forces that had twice competed for the relic had arrived one step ahead of him. Ziwei Palace, Clan of the 7 Slayers, Heavenly Sword Hall, Yuanyang Clan, and Qishao Divine Mountain were all present to add to the grandeur of this occasion. Under such circumstances, no one dared to act rashly. Which force dared to claim to be invincible? Even if they were really invincible, would it be enough to beat out the alliance of the others? Did you just get here now? Dou Zhao asked. He had reminded Yifutian to head east, but Yifutian had arrived later than him. I went to another relic and it took some time, Yifutian said with a smile. Dou Zhao gave Yifutian a meaningful look. After he seized the spear and the intent of battle, did this guy go ahead and inherit another relic? Have you recovered from your injury? Yifutian asked. That fruit of the way was quite good, thank you, Dou Zhao said brightly. As a way of thanking you, I plan to lead the Dou tribe to join hands with you and split the treasures 50-50. What do you think? Get outta here. Yifutian spat those words out. How could this loser propose an even split? 30-70. Then, 30 for us and 70 for you. Dou Zhao didn't seem to mind, and continued with a silly smile on his face. He was thinking that judging from the speed with which Yifutian took hold of the godly spear, there should be a ton of treasures in this spatial sacred hall for the taking. Yifutian looked up without looking at him. 2080. Dou Zhao gritted his teeth and said, they definitely could not go any lower. He was the descendant of the Dou tribe, with the blood of the fighting god flowing in his body. How could he be humiliated by bargaining like this? I don't need anyone's help. Yifutian looked at Dou Zhao with a smile. Wah? Dou Zhao looked at Yifutian and felt an urge to punch his face. Didn't he say that he wanted to be friends? So callous. He was the descendant of the fighting god, and yet he kept retreating again and again. Forget it. You decide then, Dou Zhao said. Judging by the conflicts that had just occurred, he felt that if there were treasures, he had no hope of getting any of them. He was not afraid of those in St. Plain, but there were several Renhuang in this area with many other top characters. It would be hard for him to compete. Yifutian looked at Dou Zhao stunned. He had guts. Deal. Yifutian immediately agreed without dissent. Indeed, he had been beaten by Yushang into submission. Dou Zhao looked at him, sighing inside. He had to submit because he was less skilled, a party that was defeated. Many people of power looked this way, especially those who were acquainted with Yi Futian. There were even cultivators of top principalities who came to him for alliance, but his attitude, this also made the likes of Yi Tianyu and Zhang Yuan frown deeply. Even those at the peak of power were willing to help him. Could he really be so powerful? Yi Tianyu had witnessed Yi Futian's strength later when they were at the Divine Palace, but Zhang Yuan had only heard of what happened at the Divine Palace. "Help me take care of a person first," Yi Futian said to Dou Zhao. Dou Zhao looked at Yi Futian as if to say, "You are badass." "Who?" he said, gritting his teeth. "Him." Yi Futian pointed in a direction. Over there, Zhang Yuan, the supreme body of the Great Path from Violet Heavenly Palace, who was looking at Yi Futian, was stunned for a moment. Yi Futian was pointing at him. "This man is known as the supreme body of the Great Path. One of a kind. Although you have the body of the fighting god, your victory is not guaranteed. Since you have nothing to do, why don't you give it a try?" Yi Futian said. Nothing to do. After Yi Futian arrived here, everything in this space seemed to have changed. But how come this felt kind of strange? "Fine." Dou Zhao gritted his teeth, then turned and walked in the direction of the Violet Heavenly Palace, where Zhang Yuan was located. Dou Zhao of the Dou tribe from Ziwei realm is here to experience the supreme body of the Great Path. Zhang Yuan's face was gloomy, and his eyes were fixed on Yi Futian. This bastard didn't bother to make a move himself, but let people from the other forces attack him instead. Boom! A violent thunder will of the way exploded and swept across the sky in an instant, blasting violently toward Dou Zhao. Bang! Dou Zhao took a step into the void, and a dull sound came out between heaven and earth. He seemed to have turned into a god of war, with divine light shining about him that directly opened up the will of the god of war. 3 marks of god of war appeared around his brow chakra, which opened up the 3rd layer. The supreme body of the Great Path ought to be incredibly strong. Yi Futian looked down on everyone, so he would give the supreme body of the Great Path a good beating to vent his anger. But how inconvenient it was for Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan looked at Dou Zhao. Although he was angry, he also felt Dou Zhao's dominance. At this time, a mark of the god of war appeared at Dou Zhao's brow chakra, and there an ethereal shadow of the god of war loomed behind him with a horrific will of might. The flash of divine thunder shone in the sky, and in an instant, this world seemed to be facing the apocalypse as the endless thunder now roamed between heaving and earth, casting a matrix of apocalyptic thundering all around him. As he stepped under the matrix, the sword of doomsday appeared in front of him, swallowing and tearing apart all the thundering divine light. Zhang Yuan, the supreme body of the Great Path from a Violet Heavenly Palace, was facing a great enemy. Buzz! A golden divine light exploded, and Dou Zhao started his attack. His body directly pierced through the void as the golden divine light penetrated the space, traversing through it and appearing in front of the body in a flash. "Kill!" Zhang Yuan shouted angrily, roaring like thunder with the thunder god's wrath as the sword of doomsday was released as if to destroy everything in front of him. However, Dou Zhao slammed his fist of flesh and blood onto the sword without dodging and without retreating. There was a terrifying burst of noise between the two. The wandering destructive divine thunder engulfed Dou Zhao entirely. At the same time, a horrific power of terror sent shock waves through Zhang Yuan's body, like rays of golden divine light that penetrated regardless of the divine sword. Bang! Bang! A horrible sound erupted from the inside of Zhang Yuan's body. He groaned and forced his mouth to close. Then his body flew out backward as his face turned bright red. And finally, a mouthful of blood spewed out, and his breath rapidly weakened. The bones and nerves in his body seemed to be shattered. His eyes fixed on Dou Zhao, who was being engulfed by the destructive light of the thunder. The purple thunder shone and floated above his strapping and overbearing torso and then gradually dissipated, exposing that powerful and overbearing physique. Dou Zhao's eyes contained golden divine light. He stared at Zhang Yuan in front of him, who had no sign of injury. Clearly, he was disappointed. Supreme body of the great path? Dou Zhao mumbled, looking at Yi Futian and said, did he give himself that title? He was not too durable. Poof! When Zhang Yuan heard what he had said, another mouthful of blood spewed out again, his face red with incredible shame. He was the first person among the descendants of the Violet Heavenly Palace known as the Supreme Body of the Great Path. His name resounded in all of the Heavenly Mandate Realm. He was a magnificent figure in his own right in Heavenly Mandate Realm before, but all this changed after Yi Futian's appearance. Today he was thusly humiliated. The cultivators from Violet Heavenly Palace stepped out to come behind Zhang Yuan, all of them staring coldly at Dou Zhao. The breath from their bodies was frightening. Perhaps. Yi Futian smiled. So, what kind of body are you? Dou asked curiously. Divine body of the heavenly path. Yi Futian replied. Dou Zhao felt that he shouldn't have asked. No one could have been as shameless as this. What kind of concept was the divine body of the heavenly path? Under the heavenly path, what other kind of constitutions could be compared? So shameless. How are they going to deal with this? Dou Zhao asked, looking at the cultivators releasing their breaths toward him. Do you think this kind of strength is worthy of competing here? Yi Futian asked. Not worthy, Dou Zhao responded. He was not even sure of himself in the competition. Hence his proposition to join hands with Yi Futian. In comparison, Zhang Yuan and the others were even more unworthy. Then you can decide what to do with them, Yi Futian said. Dou Zhao then stepped out and rushed into the crowd of the Violet Heavenly Palace, violently swinging and blasting the golden divine fists. No one from the Violet Heavenly Palace could counter even one single punch from him. Watching all those who were being blasted and falling, Yi Futian's expression was one of pure indifference. It wasn't that the Violet Heavenly Palace was weak, but that Dou Zhao had opened up the third layer of fighting God's will. In this realm, there were not many equal opponents. There weren't many even in the entirety of the 9 realms. Dou Zhao's combative prowess was definitely top-notch. How sad. Many who witnessed this scene remarked secretly to themselves. However, most of them were not too sympathetic. The aim of those who came here was to compete with each other. Such inferior strength indeed had no place in the competition. Violet Heavenly Palace, in comparison, was still relatively weak. People from the Heavenly Mandate Realm felt the most complicated. Now, someone who was willing to follow Yi Futian proactively had made a move and crushed the Violet Heavenly Palace without even giving them a chance to fight back. The cultivators from the Violet Heavenly Palace were full of grief and indignation, for they had never suffered such great humiliation. If it were to avenge the grudge of the past, Yi Futian could have struck directly. However, he didn't even bother to move, merely ordering Dou Zhao to do his bidding, and they were still abused to such a degree. Enough! A cold voice was heard, and the speaker was the Crown Prince Yi Tianyu of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. This time, in the God's Relic, the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Violet Heavenly Palace were considered allies. In addition to the Snow Divine Kingdom, where Yi Man was located, these 3 principalities had formed a rather considerable force. Dou Zhao was born to the Dou tribe, a top principality in Ziwei realm. Previously, when he hadn't been getting along well with Zhang Yuan, Yi Tianyu didn't intervene on account of not wanting to make more enemies. But now that he saw the cultivators of Violet Heavenly Palace being sorely beaten by one man, he had no choice but to step out and say something. Boom! Another violent blast from the fist and 2 figures were knocked out in a flying fashion. Dou Zhao turned his head to look at Yi Tianyu and found that there was a Ren Huang on Yi Tianyu's side, an old man from the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. He had been suppressing his realm until after the entrance of God's Relic, and his breakthrough was a way of protecting the Heavenly Mandate realm to improve their chances in God's Relic. Dou Zhao turned his attention to Yi Tianyu, saying, "Do you fancy a try?" Yi Tianyu stared at Dou Zhao. If they were to fight, he wasn't so sure if he could overcome Dou Zhao. This man had crushed the cultivators of the Violet Heavenly Palace with great ease. Judging from the combative power he had demonstrated, he must be stronger. Enough, Yi Futian said. Dou Zhao turned his head to look at him, somewhat perplexed. He had wanted him to attack, so why stop now? He walked back to Yifutian and said in a low voice, "I have given you plenty of prestige. If there were any benefits to be had, you should know what to do." Yifutian looked a bit shocked. Watching this godlike figure next to him, he felt a little curious. This guy seemed to be multifaceted. He was wild and crazy on the outside, but inside he was a bit cute. If Dou Zhao knew the word that Yifutian used to describe him, what would he think? At this time, all the cultivators from Violet Heavenly Palace glanced at Yifutian. Their numbers were considerable, and there were many cultivators from the 8 major branches of the Violet Heavenly Palace among them. Back when they took away Gu Donglu, he went to make trouble, but the other refused to turn him over. How high and mighty were they then? But now, Yifutian looked at them with some contempt, saying, "People of the Violet Heavenly Palace can get the hell out now. There is nothing concerning you here." Boom! The light of thunder flashed, and the cultivators from the Violet Heavenly Palace were extremely incensed when they heard such humiliating words used on them. But when Yifutian cast his glance toward them, after seeing the gradually sharpened look in his eyes, no one dared to challenge him. All they could do was to look away, endless humiliation filling their hearts. "Let's go," Zhang Yuan said. His group left with their dead and wounded. After the people of the Violet Heavenly Palace left, the space was quiet again. The strength of Zhang Yuan's group was not spectacular to begin with, so they had a minimal effect on the situation at hand. No one moved, and neither did Yifutian as he stood there quietly. Although he believed he could unlock the seals of the treasure within the temple, he was unwilling to be the first to make a move, and, presumably, everyone else thought the same as well. No one wanted to be so careless in their actions. At this moment, someone walked forward. It was not just one person, but many cultivators from one single top principality now walked toward the spatial sacred hall. At the same time, many more stayed outside on guard, and one of them said, "Since none of you are acting from now on, any looters who dare to touch the items released by us will be killed at all costs." These words contained incredible murderous intent. Many looked at the man speaking and knew that these people were from the Central Emperor realm. "Where are they from?" Yifutian asked Dou Zhao. Judging from these arrogant words, they must have possessed great self-confidence in their own strength. If anyone were to rob them of their treasure, they would not hesitate to kill others as a way to deter any looting. The Martial God clan from the Central Emperor realm, one of the top ancient clans. Dou Zhao responded to Yifutian via voice transmission. The Central Emperor realm was the center of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, and the top forces among them were mostly clans. Very ancient clans, as a matter of fact. Many of them claimed to have descended from the gods and said that divine blood flowed inside their veins. The surname of the Martial God clan was Martial, indicating the combative power of those in the clan. It was said that their ancestor was the martial god of war. Yifutian nodded slightly. Among those present, there were some powerful Renhuang who were the only ones that could pose a real threat to them. In that case, let's not interact with one another, and we will each take our own. The cultivators of Yuanyang clan also proclaimed as they started walking forward, stepping into the temple. All the cultivators began to move one after another. Many of them now entered the spatial sacred hall. Next to Yifutian, many looked at him for a cue. When they saw Yifutian walking towards the interior, many followed suit. This spatial sacred hall was extremely vast. It was filled with space will of the way everywhere. The endless space divine light turned the space into countless segments, and as soon as they stepped into it, they could clearly feel the strong and arrogant breath from inside. Many divine implements and weapons had mighty breaths permeating amongst them. "What do you want?" Yifutian asked the people around him. "As many as possible, we are not picky," Dou Zhao responded honestly. "Get the hell away." Yifutian looked at this brazen man next to him. As such, he wasn't picky either. Some of those who were around were a little speechless when they heard Yifutian's words. Although there was a treasure trove inside with many divine items, were they so easy to obtain? It was extremely difficult to crack even one of the seals, and Yifutian was asking what his people wanted. Could he get whatever his heart desired? "There is an axe over there. Yushang, why don't we get that for you to chop some wood?" Yifutian said. Chop wood. Do blinked. Clearly, he did not know the story of how Yusheng used to chop wood at the cottage on the mountain. Yusheng nodded. He was really not picky at all, as long as it was suitable for his explosive power, and the battle axe sounded like a match made in heaven. Yifutian headed in one direction. He wasn't fast, but he moved very carefully. The entire Golden Temple was filled with countless spatial threads, especially in the places where the implements were sealed within. Each of the implement in this Golden Temple was sealed by an independent golden space, and all the independent spaces there were connected to become a whole and constituted this treasure trove. Yifutian and the others walked to a place. In front of them was a battle axe suspended in mid-air and releasing radiant golden light. Renhuang-level light emitted from it. Standing here, they felt as if they were standing under a great pressure of might on the verge of splitting it in two. And around that suspended battle axe was a seal created by countless spatial divine lights. These divine lights were flowing to create a three-dimensional pattern, and that battle axe seemed to be locked within the pattern. Has anyone tried to split it open by force? Yifutian asked Dozhao. They died miserably. Nothing was left, Dozhao responded. Yifutian nodded, for this was well within his anticipation. Whatever sealed inside was a very powerful divine implement. Therefore, it must have taken a considerably higher level of power to seal such weaponry within. To forcibly break the seal, there was no kind of realm that could have achieved this. As soon as the seal was disturbed, the golden divine light inside would start flashing, and the intruder would be torn apart by those infinite golden lights, leaving nothing behind. These treasures were like the collection of some great being. They are likely to contain the spirit of the implement so that they will fly out after the seal has been lifted. Even if the implement is freed, it is not so easy to obtain it. Yifutian whispered, and Dozhao nodded in agreement. Yifutian's speculation sounded about right. Dozhao sobered up and said in all seriousness, and even a miscalculation in unlocking the seal could spell great disaster. As soon as you provoke the power within, terrible consequences may ensue. Just now, even those in the vicinity could be affected. Before you came along, many had fallen here, which was the reason why everyone was extremely cautious and careful. Yifutian nodded. Everyone was outside when he came, and not only for fear of being robbed by others. Before this, someone had already learned the lesson the hard way. Now, none of them dared to act rashly. Then how do we break it? Yifutian asked. You are asking me? Dozhao looked at Yifutian with surprise. This guy had only gotten hold of that divine spear in a few moments, so he should easily break at least 12 to 20 seals to be worthy of his trust, right? He was the descendant of the fighting god and had forsaken his dignity in this endeavor. If he didn't get a few treasures out of the ordeal, wouldn't that be terrible? I'm testing you. Otherwise, how could I demonstrate how different I am from the others? Yifutian replied. Dozhao felt that Yifutian must have been the most shameless genius talent he had ever encountered. He was absolutely the most shameless one. He wanted to see just how many seals he could break today. Yifutian's eyes became like the divine wheels. Rims of the wheels seemed to be reflected inside his eyes. In an instant, his eyes seemed to be able to see through the great path and into all of the nothingness. The flowing will of the way seemed to slow down in his eyes, and the lines of the pattern gradually became clearer. The pattern that sealed the battle axe gradually took shape in his field of vision like a golden divine gate. To unlock the seal, opening this golden divine gate ought to be the key. The surroundings became exceptionally quiet, as Yifutian's eyes kept staring at the pattern. Those next to him were all looking at him, and the others couldn't really understand what he was doing. As if he felt the eyes of those who stared at him, Yifutian whispered, I have already seen through some of it. How much longer? Dozhao asked. Almost, Yifutian replied, but after a while Yifutian was still watching. So? Dozhao asked again. Not too difficult. Yifutian sounded rather confident. Then open it. Dozhao looked at him. Yifutian turned his attention back and rubbed between his brows. He looked at Dozhao as if he was looking at an idiot. This is all set up by the great power of the ancients, and we cannot afford to be careless. We must only proceed when we are absolutely sure. Wait for me to observe it for a while longer to ensure my calculation is correct. Do you get it? Yifutian's eyes were full of contempt. Dou Zhao clenched his fists. Didn't he just say that it wasn't too difficult? So what were all these reasons for not getting a move on? As if he was an idiot. He felt the urge to hit someone, but looking at Yushang, who was right next to Yifutian, he thought better of it. Let's observe the other seals first. Yifutian turned and walked to the side, where each seal occupied a different position, forming a separate entity of its own. Dou Zhao looked at Yifutian. Was this considered fast? No difficulty? Even Qin, he seemed to do her best not to laugh. An enchanting smile appeared in her beautiful eyes. She hadn't seen Yifutian like this before. Was he holding on? However, even Yifutian couldn't resolve it at the moment and dared not to act rashly, demonstrating just how strong the pattern of this seal was. People from other principalities around Yifutian didn't bother to disguise their contempt. If he couldn't do it, he should just admit it. Was this guy really for real? His shamelessness was second to none. However, even Dou Zhao of the Dou tribe in Ziwei realm was following him. The space next to the battle axe also contained another divine implement, a dagger, which released a dark luster, with a terrible breath flowing from it, giving out a dangerous signal. However, like the battle axe, it was locked inside the flowing spatial divine light, as countless divine lights flowing back and forth, isolating the dagger in its place. You see, the others were useless also. Each of the implement here is sealed by different means, so the method of unlocking is bound to be different. Otherwise, they would all have been opened long ago. You have not even unlocked the seal of the battle axe, yet now you are looking at something else. I'm afraid it's all for nothing, Dou Zhao said to Yifutian. Who told you that it was sealed by different means? Yifutian asked. Dou Zhao was stunned when he heard Yifutian's question and replied, This is known by everyone. Oh, Yifutian responded, his eyes still fixed on the pattern of the dagger. When Dou Zhao heard Yifutian's response, the urge to beat him was even stronger. What did he mean by that? What Yifutian saw was different from what Dou Zhao had said. The spatial lines were indeed different, so the patterns that were formed were also different. However, they were not formed by different means. On the contrary, he found that both seals shared something in common. In those flowing golden divine lights, if he slowed it down, the vision became clearer, and he could see a door. This was the same ability, except that the timing of the arrangement was different. Or rather, it was possible that the supremely powerful character had sealed the divine implement here at will, so it was the same sealing ability, only because of different timing so that details were slightly different. If it was really as he had suspected, that this here was an armory where the Supreme Being stored the divine implements. If he was that Supreme Being, would he really set a different method to seal each implement? No. If he were really so powerful, the implement would be sealed as soon as he tossed it into storage. Why would he take on more trouble with them? Sometimes, things were complicated by overthinking because it was the wisdom of the ancestors that they were facing. However, considered in reverse, an entirely different angle now opened up. It didn't take long before Yifutian walked in front of the third divine implement and continued his observation that roused Dou Zhao's curiosity. What was this guy doing? Qin He and the others were also puzzled, but they trusted Yifutian. Although he sometimes seemed less than reliable, he had often surprised them. In the next few moments, Yifutian continued his walk inside, observing all the implements as time slowly passed by, little by little. The others had already begun to try to unlock the seals. If you really can't do it, then give it up, don't force it, Dou Zhao finally said. Once I start my move, I'm afraid your heart won't be able to bear it, Yifutian said with much contempt. Hee. Dou Zhao said nothing but merely looked on quietly to see how much longer Yifutian could act this way. At this moment, a strong light shot out as the cultivator of the martial god clan unlocked a seal, but he paid for it. A divine light flashed, and a divine implement rushed out, along with the cultivator of the martial god clan, who would not let it slip away so easily. Many figures now flashed out of the golden temple. Whoever dares to snatch it will be killed without exception. An overbearing and indifferent voice was heard as the cultivator of the martial god clan threatened. Some cultivators continued to rush out, but no one dared to intercept the implement. The divine implement was a heavenly halberd. It was full of fierce breath. When a cultivator of the martial god clan attempted to take it, the horrific divine light of the halberd rushed into his body and shook his body violently. Bang! His body was knocked out, and the heavenly halberd flew out of his hand. All the cultivators rushed toward the void at the same time, not willing to let the treasure slip away. Yifutian still remained within the Golden Temple, and even the cultivators of the martial god clan seemed to have figured out the skills to unlock the sealed gates, which was to destroy the circulation of the matrix that sealed the gate and allow the divine implement to come out by itself. However, this method was very dangerous, and may even cause the backlash of the matrix and end with the death of those who tried to breach it. The cultivators of the heavenly mandate realm were also making the same attempt. However, even though they were extremely careful, they still made a mistake, leading to someone being directly killed by the divine light. Almost, Yifutian said to himself. His eyes were looking toward where the heavenly mandate dynasty was congregated, and a very brilliant light seemed to have bloomed from his eyes, like a divine light. In no time, a light seemed to have directly invaded the seal matrix. In the next moment, strong golden threads flowed about, and a radiant divine light suddenly burst out. A divine implement rushed out as the seal was broken. The implement bloomed a brilliant light, rose into the sky, and burst out of the Golden Temple. It's broken. The cultivators from the heavenly mandate dynasty shuddered suddenly and immediately started chasing after the divine implement. Some people looked that way, struggling inside. There were people on the outside who saw the emergence of more divine implements, and they were eager to move. Still waiting? Yifutian remarked secretly in his heart, only to see another seal matrix opening up once again. And it was still at the place where people of the heavenly mandate dynasty had gathered. Another divine implement broke through the air and flew straight into the sky. Another one? The hearts of everyone trembled, as they watched the cultivators from the heavenly mandate dynasty rushing toward the divine implement. The inner throbbing of their hearts could no longer be contained, and some cultivators went after it as well. The heavenly mandate dynasty had sent out an impressive team this time, and had scattered many people at different parts of the temple. They were not all stayed in front of one divine implement but were stationed at different locations. When they saw that two divine implements consecutively landed in their hands, a strange look showed on their faces. Just as a cultivator from the heavenly mandate dynasty looked up outside, the seal matrix in front of him suddenly lit up as another divine implement became available. "What the hell?" The cultivator from heavenly mandate dynasty remarked silently. This surprise was a bit unexpected. However, no matter the reason, the divine implements were the top priority. Take them down. Every one of the principalities outside could bear it no longer as three divine implements were unearthed in a row. They wondered if the heavenly mandate dynasty had found a method to crack the code. In the space above the spatial sacred hall, Tianyu had already obtained a divine implement. The heavenly mandate realm had a Renhuang-level cultivator, so they possessed some advantages. In this region, there were only 5 cultivators of the Renhuang realm, and the heavenly mandate dynasty had one of them. At this moment, Tianyu held on to the divine implement tightly. It was a Renhuang pen, similar to the Xianxia brush that he used for his expertise. This was why he paid special attention to this particular divine implement. The pen was shining with terrible golden divine light as Tianyu held it tightly. The radiant divine light rushing into his body continuously and bathing Tianyu in a golden glow. There was residual willpower in the pen, and he needed to conquer it in order to control the pen. The divine light of the heavenly mandate was shining, with the Renhuang of the heavenly mandate dynasty standing protectively beside him, watching over him. However, at this time, divine implements shot into the void in 2 other directions, and more curiously towards the positions where people of the heavenly mandate dynasty were located. At this time, all the cultivators of the heavenly mandate dynasty flew out successively to seize the divine implements. "What's the matter?" Tianyu wondered. The seals on the implements in the spatial sacred hall were extremely difficult to crack, but they seemed to have some luck in breaking the seals. And before he even had time to figure out the situation, 2 more implements had revealed themselves, one after another. How could the heavenly mandate realm have such good luck? Did they get a large dose of it somewhere? This is bad, Tianyu thought. At this moment, even the appearance of a single divine instrument would make others jealous. So the appearance of 3 divine instruments in a row was not luck, but disaster. Sure enough, just as Tianyu thought, a dreadful Runhuang breath descended, covering the void. 3 consecutive divine implements appeared, and the other cultivators could endure it no longer. Times like this, how could they not snatch them? Be careful! The Runhuang from the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty yelled out as he was guarding Tianyu. He saw another Runhuang-level cultivator heading straight toward those from the Heavenly Mandate Heaven to fight for them Runhuang implement. One of their descendants was in that position. A force full of destruction enveloped the vast void, and the cultivators from the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty had also realized that something was wrong. In the next moment, they saw countless dark air currents appearing around the space they were in, like spears of death from hell that came to attack them. Go! A shout came out as they tried to rush out of this space, but the surrounding space had been blocked already. Black mountain ridges now appeared in the area behind them. They laid across the sky, a blockade to all the heavens. Then, the dark spears of endless destruction went toward them like the apocalypse. Poof! A sound came out, accompanied by the screams of the cultivators from the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, as all of them were penetrated by the light of darkness and slaughtered. At the same time, the place where the 3rd divine arm appeared had a very similar ending with different players. The Heavenly Mandate Dynasty was attacked at the same time by many cultivators who were strangling them, and even some existences of Runhuang were attacking them. It was in an instant that the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty had become the target of the masses. Everything was happening so fast that there was no time to think carefully. As soon as the implement was freed, everyone could only think of getting it in their own hands. There were very few forces in the 9 realms who could claim that they had implements at such a level. For some, to have even 1 or 2 would be considered fortunate, indeed. Under such circumstances, could anyone suppress the desire to loot? The moment the divine implements appeared in front of the cultivators from the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, they should have, by all rights, belonged to them. How could they just let them go? This terrible scene before them was the result of it. In only a very brief moment, the cultivators from the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty on both sides were killed off. Nobody was spared. With the 2 Runhuang and many other strong cultivators involved, there was no chance for any of them. Boom! The Runhuang from the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty was furious. In a flash, they had suffered heavy casualties, including one of his own descendants who had perished in front of his eyes. His rage was completely expected. The power of Runhuang erupted. He took a step forward and raised his finger. The Xianxia brush, which contained a powerful murderous intent, exploded. The Runhuang pen dropped down as the light of death swept through the world, heading toward those who had murdered his descendant. The Runhuang who took the shot was one of the most superior beings from the Hidden Land realm. When he saw the Runhuang pen coming to attack, he put his hands together, and his whole body was like a plane in which countless sharp blades extended to lock in the space he occupied. Those black blades were extremely sharp, like countless dark spears, constantly extending to cover the sky and the sun. Each blade was thick and sharp, like sharpened mountain peaks slamming toward Tianyu, his party, and everyone else. Other cultivators rushed toward the divine implement, too busy to care about the ongoing battle here. A chaotic scene now played out in the void, as the 3 divine implements had appeared at the same time, causing a melee. Tianyu's face was extremely hard, as he was also attacked while trying to control the divine implement. When the other 2 divine implements had arrived just now, the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty should not have done anything to allow others to fight for them. They were the first to make a move and became the targets of the others, sacrificing their lives in vain. This time, they had dispatched all the elite of his generation from the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. In just a moment, they had suffered heavy losses, losing many of their brightest descendants right on the spot. Boom! A violent, destructive power swept toward them. The Runhuang from the hidden land realm was at war with the Runhuang beside him. Many other cultivators walked toward Yi Tianyu. It was as if they had begun to remember the Renhuang-level divine implement that was clutched in his hands. At this time, the cultivators of the Snow Divine Kingdom descended. Yi Man and the others came to Yi Tianyu's side. Her look was cold as she swept a glance to those who were surrounding them. Buzz! A splendid divine light erupted from the Runhuang pen as Yi Tianyu took it and held it in the palm of his hand. His breath was floating. He had finally successfully controlled this Renhuang divine implement, but when he saw those that were around him, it seemed that this divine implement was not so easy to keep after all. If they had concentrated their power in retrieving just this one implement, perhaps there may not have been much of a problem, but now everyone wanted what was in his hand. The Heavenly Mandate dynasty consecutively broke 3 major seals and released 3 divine arms. How did you do it? A voice came from nowhere. No one in particular appeared to be the speaker, but now all eyes were focused on Yi Tianyu sharply. With so many cultivators present, it was difficult to get their hands on even one divine arm. The Heavenly Mandate dynasty had broken 3 seals in a row, quite possibly because they had seen through the sealing method and found a way to crack it. Seeing the look on everyone's face, Yi Tianyu knew it was going to be bad. How the hell did he know how seals were unlocked? He had no idea how this seal was unlocked and had mistakenly thought it was luck. As for the other 2, he couldn't even wrap his head around what had just happened. Who could explain it to him? Even if they assigned it to the good luck of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, it was such bad timing for them that it was more bad luck than good. But at this time, inside the temple created by endless spatial divine lights, Yi Futian and the others looked up at the chaotic war outside. Qin He's beautiful eyes showed a curious look. Her eyes retracted from the sky above, and she looked at Yi Futian's profile. She was wondering if it had something to do with this guy. Let's go and see. Yi Futian's body flickered to the outside, and the others followed suit. Don't you want to lock them? Dou Zhao looked at him and asked. The group came outside. Yi Futian looked at Dou Zhao and said, No hurry. These seals are easy to break. It's just a matter of turning a thought. We'll get them sooner or later. If we are too obvious, we will end up just like them, targeted by everyone. Yi Futian's voice was not disguised, and everyone could hear him. Many were rendered speechless. They could also see that this man was brazenly shameless. The seals could be cracked with a mere turn of thought? Seriously? Then break one for me to see me first. Dou Zhao looked at Yi Futian with shocked amazement. You don't believe me? Yi Futian looked at Dou Zhao. How come, whenever he spoke the truth, no one believed him? It was indeed a matter of thought alone. Otherwise, how were the other 3 divine implements released? I don't believe you, Dou Zhao said sincerely. Yi Futian pointed at Yi Tianyu, who was in the void, and said, This man is Yi Tianyu, the crown prince of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. He is known as the Natural-Born Supreme. He was extremely distinguished in the Heavenly Mandate realm but is still quite beneath me. If Yi Tianyu could break 3 major seals, I can do better. Dou Zhao did not feel much like talking after that whole exchange. Yi Futian looked up at the battlefield in the void and said aloud, Brother Yi, when you were at the Heavenly Mandate realm, His Majesty called you unparalleled in the world. Your talent is incomparable, and there is nothing you can't accomplish. Today, you cracked 3 major seals in a row, which is befitting of your sterling reputation as the crown prince of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. If only the Overlord knew, he would be most proud of you. The people around Yi Tianyu sobered up when they heard what Yi Futian had said. They didn't expect that Yi Tianyu's reputation was so great in the Heavenly Mandate realm that he was considered unparalleled in the world. They wanted to see for themselves just how strong the incomparable power from the Heavenly Mandate realm was. Yi Tianyu's face was all twisted. Was this bastard trying to kill him? He hadn't suspected that this was Yi Futian's doing. After all, Yi Futian didn't even come close to them. Could he have unlocked the seals from afar? How could this be achieved? Not to mention, he was unwilling to believe that Yi Futian could have even possessed such supreme abilities. There are many divine implements here in the temple. Why not turn over the method to unlock the seals so that everyone can choose what suits them? It's a win-win situation, and no one will need to monopolize all the weapons, someone said. Whether you believe it or not, what happened before was indeed a coincidence, Etienne said. Brother E is unparalleled in the world. He has no fear of the geniuses of the 9 realms. Remember the Heavenly Mandate dynasty's dream of once again ruling over the Heavenly Mandate realm. If these divine implements of God's relic can be obtained, then the revival of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty is just a matter of time. Long live the Heavenly Mandate, Yifutian continued. Etienne's eyes were extremely cold, and he wished he could destroy Yifutian on the spot. Shut your mouth. Yiman, the princess of the Snow Divine Kingdom, stared coldly at Yifutian. He was piling hatred on Etienne, making him a public target. Cultivating at the Divine Palace and favored by the princess of the Divine Kingdom of the High Heavens realm, who is willing to follow you. I really admire that, Yifutian said with a smile. It was not easy to find more enemies of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. However, with so many cultivators here, how would they empty the temple? It seemed that there were some slight difficulties. Yiman looked coldly at Yifutian, and her eyes contained murderous intent. But at the moment she seemed to ignore Yifutian. The will of the great path from the cultivators around them shrouded her and Etienne. I cultivated with him in the Divine Palace at Upper Heaven Realm. I can assure you that he did not know how to crack those seals. It was all just a coincidence. Yiman looked at the crowd and explained. If they became a target, it would be trouble, to say the least. Buzz. A divine sword was slashed toward them. Without bothering with more words, someone had made a move. Then, a horrific pressure of might erupted as a mighty battle broke out in front. The storm enveloped the endless space as everyone was now wrapped up in it. Yifutian stood there quietly, watching the battle. In the strong storm, his clothes and his long hair were flying in the strong wind. There were many cultivators from the Heavenly Mandate dynasty who came here, forming a powerful alliance with the Snow Divine Kingdom. With a Renhuang existence among them, their alliance was a force of considerable power here. However, many of their people were exterminated right off the bat. Now being under siege, even if the Heavenly Mandate realm was stronger, they would still be in the same suppressed situation. Aren't you going to go for it? A voice asked. It was Long Chan of the Dragon Gods who had walked up next to Yifutian. Do I need to? Yifutian replied calmly. Why don't you fight for those divine implements? Long Chen shook his head. You didn't either. If I wanted to, I could get them at any time. No need to fight for them now, Yifutian said with a smile. I believe you, Long Chen said. Yifutian glanced at him. He didn't expect the purple blood divine dragon of the dragon gods to actually believe in him. You are the Yifutian that's from the Heavenly Mandate realm? A voice came from the side. Yifutian turned his attention to a group of monks that was coming their way. Their eyes were clear but gave an aura of unpredictability. And you are? Yifutian asked. We are from the mountain realm, the monk replied. Which temple in the mountain realm are you from? Dozhao asked, looking at them. We have been seeking enlightenment between the mountains and the wild, the monk responded. No temple. Dozhao looked at them with curiosity and said, They are not the monks from Xianxia clan, are they? Precisely. The monk nodded slightly, and Dozhao was even more astonished. Turned out to be this group of bald donkeys. Yifutian looked at Dozhao and heard him said, Xianxia clan was originally Xianxia temple, but because they did not observe the rules, they were ousted by the monks of the mountain realm. Because they were not allowed to build the temple, Xianxia temple became Xianxia clan. These bald donkeys were not here for good. They committed many evils and were greedy beyond imagination. It was an insult to their religion. Therefore, they were called unruly monks in the mountain realm. When Dozhao said this, it was not via voice transmission but said out loud. So there was no concealment from those who belonged to Xianxia clan. However, when the monk of Xianxia clan heard what he said, there was not the slightest disturbance in his eyes, and no anger at all, as if he had just heard a few common words. What was so good about keeping the rules? The world of cultivation was a cruel world. They were just following the path to cultivate when opportunities rose, unlike those other monks who were hypocritical in obeying those rules. This was how they were, and they didn't mind what people had to say about it. I have long heard of your clan by reputation, Yifutian said with a fake smile. But what may I do for you, O great masters? As to what my lord Yi had said previously, though the others may not believe, we have faith in you, the other replied. What? Yifutian had a look of surprise on his face. Lord Yi just said it was easy to unlock the seals, and we believe you, the monk said with a smile. Yifutian looked at the other and smiled in return. And what of it? Previously, in the temple, no one had taken notice, but I actually felt the power of Lord Ye's psychic power. I imagine the seals opened by the Heavenly Mandate dynasty were with the help of Lord Yi. The monk faced forward without opening his mouth. He was communicating with Yifutian through voice transmission. The ability that could open 3 seals in a single thought would have no problem opening up the whole temple. No wonder you are the genius talent who could have stepped into the ancestral land of the divine palace. The other party continued, but Yifutian's eyes gradually grew cold. He didn't expect to be noticed by some people, but the perception of these bald donkeys was admittedly strong. Moreover, they even knew of some of his previous doings. And then, Yifutian continued to inquire. Our strength is relatively strong here, with one of the 5 renhuang being ours. How about working together? The monk still did not look at Yifutian. Those next to Yifutian were all looking at the monk, obviously knowing that the two were communicating via voice transmission. What if I don't agree? Yifutian asked. Lord Yi has a deep grudge with the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. But why is the Heavenly Mandate dynasty under siege like this? The monk responded with a smile. Clearly, this was a threat. If he refused to cooperate, would they be besieged? I will consider it, said Yifutian. He was just thinking about how to empty the temple and didn't expect to be exposed so quickly. Indeed, he should not have thought so highly of himself. After all, there were many able people here, and these monks from the mountain realm kept a low profile before. No one had really sensed their presence before. However, it seemed that they had been paying attention to the movements of the others, which was insidious indeed. It seemed that it was time to rethink his plan. My Lord Yi is a wise man. The monk smiled and said nothing more. They did not press him too tightly, giving Yifutian time to think it over. Under such circumstances, cooperation with them was undoubtedly the most beneficial. He believed that Yifutian would definitely make the right choice. What are you two talking about? Do Zhao was very curious just what were the two talking about. As far as he knew, these bald donkeys were not good news. Chatting with the masters, Yifutian responded casually, looking at the battlefield in the void. The alliance between the Heavenly Mandate dynasty and the Snow Divine Kingdom, likewise, demonstrated extremely aggressive resistance, but to no avail. They were being steadily suppressed, and many of their people had already perished in the battle. Princess, a cultivator from the Snow Divine Kingdom, transmitted his voice to Yi-Man. Although the two were in an alliance, such a great sacrifice was something they were unwilling to make. Yi-Man had a terrible look on her face. She glanced at Yi Tianyu. This matter has nothing to do with you. Get out of here, Yi Tianyu said. As he released a punch, he was knocked backward. He looked at the crowd that surrounded him, saying, I can give up this divine implement to you, and will no longer participate in the battle for the other artifacts in the temple. Would this be enough for you to believe that I did not do what you thought I did before? He didn't want to admit defeat, but under such circumstances, continuing to battle would not guarantee the procurement of the divine implement by the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. It only offered the strong possibility that his entire army might be wiped out. He had to do it. A series of tyrannical coercions loomed over Yi Tianyu. Yi-Man looked at the figure above, and she understood Yi Tianyu. As proud as he was, the siege and the relentless attacks forced him to submit, asking for reprieve. He even offered to exit the battlefield of the relic proactively. Supposed he could really break the seals at will, how could he break the seals of 3 divine implements in a row and not know that it would lead to disaster? Yi-Man also piped in. Perhaps this is someone deliberately trying to provoke a dispute. If it was not you who provoked the fight, who would it be? Someone demanded aggressively. Although there was some truth in what Yiman said, it was still impossible for them to let go so easily. Didn't someone claim to be able to unlock the seals at will? Why couldn't it be him? Yiman said coldly. Many people frowned and knew who Yiman was speaking of. Yifutian had been ranting and raving before with crazy words. Who would believe his bullshit? Do you guys really think that he was just some shameless madman? Yiman continued. When Yifutian decimated the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, he claimed to have the divine body of the Heavenly Path, one who could do anything and had defeated all the Heavenly Mandate geniuses. Later, after he became well-versed in the mystical ways of Haotian Celestial Gate, he caught the attention of Lord Taixian, who facilitated his entry into the Divine Palace to cultivate. In all these years, only one person from the Divine Palace had ever been able to enter the ancestral land. Yifutian was not a disciple of the Divine Palace, and yet he was able to push his way into the ancestral land, defeating all the disciples of the Divine Palace with his sword. Yifutian had a weird look on his face. Was this woman now trying to use what he had said about Tianyu back on him? Yiman didn't necessarily know that it was his doing, but simply wanted to redirect the attention at him. Why do you think that the top geniuses of the Dou tribe followed him closely? Do you really think that he was just some arrogant moron? Yiman's everyone word was driving into the ears of those who could hear, and many people turned their attention to Yifutian. Previously, their impression of Yifutian was that he was very shameless. Before, Ziwei Palace, the Dou tribe, and the clan of the Seven Slayers did encounter a relic that was inherited by him. So, Bei Chan of Ziwei Palace looked at Yifutian. Doubts started to plague his mind. Dou Zhao was a proud man, yet he was willing to follow Yifutian. Just exactly what had happened to the underground palace after they left? Now, this also reminded me of something. Previously, when we were in the Sword City, this man took the inheritance of the divine sword on behalf of the person that was with him. The sword saint of Avicii from the Heavenly Sword Hall was also present. When he was thinking back on all that had happened in the Heavenly Sword Hall, it all became so clear to him what happened at the time. It was Yifutian who helped that swordsman to seize the heritage of the divine sword. It must have been that he had uncovered the secret of the inheritance. In light of what the cultivators from the Ziwei Palace had said, it could be deduced that this man possessed extraordinary talents in cracking the relics. The pupils of Tianyu and Yiman contracted slightly. Before, they hadn't suspected Yifutian. However, after listening to the two sides, they really felt that Yifutian had his own agenda in the matter. Could it be him who actually cracked the seals? And it was not just doubt. Even if Yiman's words were not credible, it was impossible that the other two top powers also harbored some grudges against Yifutian and intentionally set him up. Therefore, what he was saying before was not the ranting of a madman. Dou Zhao looked at Yifutian, who was next to him. His expression was one of surprise. Were the seals of those three divine arms were cracked by him after all? But the thing was, he never saw Yifutian make a move. The words of all three parties inadvertently echoed with one another. And this was no longer a coincidence. Everyone's attention now instantly shifted from Tianyu to Yifutian. Yifutian stood there, brows tightly knitted as he was feeling the coercion from all sides. Unwittingly, and by sheer chance, Yiman, Ziwei Palace, and the Heavenly Sword Hall stumbled upon the truth and left him exposed. Do you really believe I can beat the seals with just a thought? Yifutian spoke to those around him but saw the determinations in their eyes as they moved toward him. Apparently, they totally believed it. The monks from the mountain realm somehow appeared next to Yifutian. These monks were treacherous and may have gotten some clues before. Thus, they believed even more that it was Yifutian's doing all along. Yifutian might have set the whole thing up to cause the decimation of the cultivators from the Heavenly Mandate dynasty and to exhaust their strength in the process. "My lord Yi, don't you think we are sincere in our attitude?" said the monk of Xinxing clan next to him. Yifutian narrowed his eyes to look at the monk next to him and cursed the bald donkey in his heart. What he said had sold him out completely, with no chance for explanation. He would have no choice but to own up to it. The master is right, of course. Yifutian, with a smile still on his face, said to the crowd, "My apologies. It was purely by accident that I broke the 3 seals without holding back." Everyone's eyes were on Yi Futian. It was really him who did it, breaking the seals with just a single thought. Many looked at Yi Futian with fiery eyes. This was even more horrific than the assumption that Yi Tianyu had a method for unlocking the seals. If a trace of his thought was enough to unlock the seals, wouldn't it be possible for him to take all the treasures away from the spatial sacred hall? In the past, no one had ever done it before. All they were able to do was take away a few treasures. Yi Futian was almost like a living treasure himself. Next to him, Dou Zhao also blinked. He didn't really expect this guy to do what he said he would. For now, Yi Futian was the center of all the attention, and the area became a little quieter. However, the attention of all the cultivators was fixed on Yi Futian alone. "We need to neutralize him first and keep him under control. Then we'll make him surrender the method of unlocking the seals," a cold voice said. It was Yi Man. In the battle that just took place, both the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Snow Divine Kingdom suffered heavy losses. All of this was because of Yi Futian, and it must be avenged. If it were not for her redirecting the attention back to Yi Futian, Yi Tianyu may have very well perished here. "The grievance between the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and me has nothing to do with you. Why do you want to get involved?" Yi Futian glanced at Yi Man, then looked at the others and continued, "I have always been straightforward in everything I do. To be honest, there is some bad blood between the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and me, so I apologize that I used all of you for revenge. Now you all know that I can break the seals with my mind, and I can empty all that is in this temple. I will share the treasures with all of you to show the sincerity of my friendship. What say you?" Many had a curious look on their faces. Yi Futian was facing a different situation than that of Yi Tianyu. Yi Tianyu really had no way of cracking the seals in the relic, and no one listened to his explanation, so what could he do other than be beaten? But Yi Futian freely admitted that he was the one who could unlock the seals, so it was up to them to choose to be friends or enemies. Now, this was an interesting proposition. Those monks were standing next to Yi Futian at the moment, as well as those from the Dou tribe and the cultivators from Brahma's pure sky. When Yi Man heard what Yi Futian said, the look on her face changed. "If you want to make friends, how do you propose to divide all these goods?" The cultivator of the martial god clan from the Central Emperor realm asked Yi Futian. That was something the cultivators from other forces were also curious to know. "It all depends on the depth of our friendship," Yi Futian said with a smile. "You mean you will be the one to decide?" The cultivator from the martial god clan asked. "If you were the one who could obtain all the divine implements by unlocking the seals, would you allow someone else to decide who gets what?" Yi Futian replied, knowing that not everyone would accept his rationale. As expected, many sneered upon hearing Yi Futian's response and looked quite unimpressed. Clearly, many people were dissatisfied with his answer. "If you do this, you will be greatly pressured beside him," Long Chun reminded him. "We all came from the Heavenly Mandate realm. The principalities from the demonic realm and I go way back. You shouldn't be at odds with me, right?" Yi Futian said to Long Chun and other cultivators of the demonic clan. There were no questions about the alliance of the divine elephants, and Yu Shang took care of the dragon gods. Kong Xian and the Peacock Demon Emperor had the Sky Demon Court under their influence. Additionally, his third senior brother was the heir to the way of the demon god. No matter how he looked at it, the demonic powers from the Heavenly Mandate realm should be firmly by his side. "I want some good ones," Long Chen said. "Sure." Yi Futian nodded. "Sky Demon Court cannot be treated lesser than the dragon gods." June, suspended in the air, said to Yi Futian. Yi Futian smiled and said, "So, I have to treat everyone equally because I don't want to offend anyone." Almost all the cultivators from the Heavenly Mandate realm in this area had arrived, their powers being the strongest. Out of 5 Renhuang cultivators, the Heavenly Mandate realm had 2. One was the Renhunag from the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, and the other was the Demon Emperor of Sky Demon Court. Divine elephants were not a concern. Yi Futian had cultivated with them before, and the Divine Elephant Emperor specifically ordered his cultivators to support Yi Futian, demonstrating their extraordinary relationship. Naturally, they were on Yi Futian's side. This turn of event was an embarrassment to Yi Tianyu. Yi Futian had united the top forces of the demon realm behind the scenes, and it would greatly influence the future of the Heavenly Mandate realm. It may even be very unfavorable to the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. Qin He from Brahma's pure heaven was also very close to Yi Futian. It seems that it would not be good for me to stand against the Heavenly Mandate realm. Gao Huang from the 10,000 Divine Mountains mused. You are welcome any time, Yi Futian said with a smile. It's been a long time since we had this much harmony in the Heavenly Mandate realm, Gao Huang said with a smile. Perhaps it was because there hadn't been anyone quite like Yi Futian who could make all his peers admire him. Yi Tianyu, the crown prince of Heavenly Mandate realm, did not achieve this, and neither did Jun or Long Chun of the demonic realm. Subtly, Yi Futian had become a symbol for this generation in Heavenly Mandate realm, having replaced and far surpassed Yi Tianyu in the influence he exerted. With all the principalities of the Heavenly Mandate realm standing behind Yi Futian in an alliance together with the Dou tribe, Yi Futian and his party had formed a rather powerful force. Everyone was surprised. They didn't expect Yi Futian to wield such a strong influence in Heavenly Mandate realm. In comparison, Yi Tianyu, who was previously praised as unparalleled in his world, seemed far inferior to Yi Futian. Their levels of influence were immediately clear. Dou Zhao looked at Yi Futian and thought admiringly, impressive. This man was truly remarkable. Judging from the influence he had demonstrated, this man was tremendously gifted in his talent, and it seemed that there was no shame in his being defeated by this man. Previously at Sword City, Brother Yi had been extremely honest in his conduct. Yuanyang clan would be honored to call such a man friend. Yuan Hong was heard making the remark, indicating that there was yet another top force joining Yi Futian's camp. In the current situation, they were not any less inferior than their opponents but had less Renhuang entities. Of course, it also depended on the attitudes exhibited by the monks from Xinxing clan. Xinxing clan's attitudes seemed to be particularly critical. What do you think? Yi Futian asked the cultivators from the martial god clan. I have a proposition, the monk from Xinxing clan said. Yi Futian and the others directed their attention at him and heard the monk saying with a smile, divide the implements from the hall into 5 portions, and each side will receive 2 portions. Isn't this a win-win proposition? How about the other portion? Yi Futian asked. Naturally, that's for us, the monk replied with a smile. Xinxing clan would want the portion that was the best. The master is also a jokester, Yi Futian said with a smile. If my Lord Yi does not accept it, why not listen to what the others might propose? The monk smiled and said to the cultivators on the other side. Now, their position was of great importance and may directly affect the situation on both sides. Under such circumstances, why shouldn't they spearhead the effort to come to an agreement? The master can get a portion as well as the rest of us. Isn't that great? The cultivator of the martial god clan looked at the Xinxing clan monk. They didn't short the monks what they felt they deserved. I don't disagree, however. If Lord Yi accepts my proposal, I am still willing to give him a chance. After all, us monks do not like to get involved in all this killing. Peace is priceless, the monk said with a smile. Looking at his smiling face, Yi Futian inexplicably felt somewhat amused. No wonder you masters have been expelled by real Buddhists. That's some wishful thinking you have, Yi Futian said with a smile. Did Xinxing clan think that they deserved to have a portion entirely for themselves? Now he was overthinking it. The monk was not angry, but both wore fake smiles on their faces. He continued, What is my Lord Ye's final decision? The seals of the sacred hall can only be opened by me. Therefore, only I can be the one who distributes the content. I will not accept any other suggestions. Yi Futian said with a smile, Whether you are to be an enemy or a friend, it's completely up to you. My Lord Yi is quite bold. The monk smiled and looked at the cultivators from the martial god clan. Can you guarantee that we will receive 1/5 of the portion? Xinxing clan has one of the 4 great Renhuang. Of course, we can guarantee it, the martial god clan responded. Very good. The monk nodded with satisfaction. then said to Yi Futian, "Take care, Lord Yi." With that said, he stepped toward the other side as if to say goodbye to a friend. And so, the two sides were clearly separated, forming two major alliances. Gone was the scattered sand that they were before. This was probably something that had never happened before. All this was because of one man. To the rats below, "Shouldn't you be showing yourselves now?" the cultivators of Xianxia clan asked nonchalantly. When his words faded, he saw golden figures breaking out of the air, and they were all cultivators of the purple gold rat clan. "Brother Yi, will our rat clan get some of the treasures?" Xu Huangsun asked Yi Tianyu. "Of course." Yi Tianyu nodded. "Ah, so you are one of our own. My apologies." The monk of Xianxia clan smiled. Both alliances had been formed. They were on the verge of breaking out into a fight. The atmosphere in the sacred hall turned solemn in an instant. In terms of ability, the alliance of the martial god clan was obviously more superior. Yi Tianyu seemed to have forgotten about the vendetta he had with martial god clan, as well since he had decided to join forces with them to attack Yi Futian's party. Now, it was 4 against 1 among the cultivators at the Renhuang Plain. Martial God Clan had a strong advantage against Yi Futian's party. The 4 Renhuangs were from the Martial God Clan, the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, Xianxia Clan, and the Hidden Land Realm, respectively. On the other hand, in Yi Futian's alliance, there was only a Demon Emperor from Sky Demon Court. The disparity in ability between the two alliances was obvious. A cultivator at the Renhuang Plain could take down a group of people alone. Even though there were a few exceptional figures in Yi Futian's party who could barely stand against the Renhuangs, they were still at a disadvantage. Moreover, the opponent team had other talented cultivators as well. The situation of the battle was conspicuous. The alliance formed by Yi Futian was clearly the weaker party. This was the reason why the Xianxia clan had raised the price when forming a deal just now. If the Xianxia clan had joined Yi Futian's party, the tables would have been turned. The addition of a Renhuang and the support of a top force would result in an entirely new ballgame. Rumble. Terrifying aura burst forth. The murderous intent of the Renhuang of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty was the strongest. In the previous battle, they suffered the greatest losses. They were almost eradicated. Even Yi Tianyu had to back down, and the Renhuang was also injured. They were close to being wiped out. All this was caused by Yi Futian. How could they not hate him? Hence, their murderous intent was burning. The rest of the cultivators did not have much VO of vendetta against Yi Futian. However, in order to seize the treasures in the sacred hall, they had to take him down. "Be careful. Don't kill him," the leader of the martial god clan ordered. His name was Wu Zhan. He was not a Renhuang, but his bloodline was noble in the martial god clan, so he was crowned as the leader for this mission. There was a chance of him advancing to the Renhuang Plain in this god's relic. Clearly, they could not kill Yi Futian. Over the years, no one had ever had such a fateful encounter as to be able to unlock the seal to the entire sacred hall. Now, they had encountered someone who had managed to do so. This was a heaven-sent opportunity. How could they possibly let it slip past them? The crowd naturally understood that anyone here could be killed, except Yi Futian. Rumble. In this instant, law power swept across the sky above. Immediately, countless law power attacks blasted down from above. The entire space was thrown into chaos. Destructive law power was everywhere. There were divine swords in the air that slashed down from afar. There were scorching flames that set the world ablaze. There were destructive ancient mountains that descended from the sky, crashing down from above. Yi Futian took out a long spear. He stood in mid-air, his white clothes fluttering in the wind. Fighting will swept out and enveloped his body. His fighting will was at the level of a Renhuang. It caused the aura on his body to skyrocket to a frightening extent. His deed of thorough comprehension burst forth, and his great path coalesced, merging into the spear. The spear emanated terrifying golden divine light. Kill him. In an instant, both sides charged towards each other. Yi Futian stabbed out with the long spear in his hand. The law power that was blasting down on him was shattered. His long spear was like lightning. It actually was directly aimed at the Renhuang from Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. So presumptuous. Yi Tianyu's expression turned cold when he saw that Yi Futian completely ignored him as an opponent. Yi Futian actually charged straight towards the Renhuang of Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. Did he want to battle a Renhuang? That was more than just being presumptuous. The Renhuang of Heavenly Mandate Dynasty also revealed a strange look. The divine wheel of the great path in his body rumbled and roared. A myriad of Xianxia brushes, which were tainted with murderous intent, lunged towards Yi Futian with the intention of burying him underneath them. At the same time, a massacre brush appeared in the hand of the Renhuang, and he pointed it forward. The trumpeting sound of elephants could be heard from Yi Futian's body, causing his energy to increase multiple exponentially. He thrust the spear forward, tearing the space apart. His spear actually penetrated through the myriad of Xianxia brushes and closed in on the Renhuang of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. The Renhuang of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty snorted. Was Yi Futian countering his attack with a head-on attack? The great path of all things came together and surged into the body of the Renhuang. A dazzling massacre brush of Renhuang appeared in the sky, causing the surroundings to appear dim in comparison. Many people from both alliances were engaged in battles now, but the fight between those of the Renhuang plains still caused the other people to palpitate in terror. Kill! The cries of a massacre reverberated. The gigantic massacre brush and the spear collided. An alarming sound of collision erupted. However, Yi Futian was actually not driven back by the attack. His fighting will burst forth once again. His body emanated a brilliant glow, as though he was a mighty god of war. The expression of the Renhuang of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty turned extremely solemn as well. His gaze was deadly fixed on Yi Futian. His finger pointed at the brush of Renhuang. The great path of all things flowed into the brush of Renhuang, causing its might to scale up ferociously. Buzz! Yi Futian was sent flying into the sky by the repulsion. Then he dove and launched another attack. His will, surging with murderous intent, traversed the space and charged at the Renhuang. At the same time, innumerable shadows of spears appeared in the sky. Buzzing sounds rang all around, as though the shadows of spears were drilling holes in the space. The Renhuang of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty put his palms together. He was actually forced to go all out when faced with Yi Futian's attack. The Renhuang had a divine halo around him. Before him, one by one, the brushes of Renhuang materialized, charging toward the spear. At the same time, with a flash of the divine glow of Renhuang, he took a step and pointed his finger forward. A brush of Renhuang popped up, and it expanded to more than 100 zhang tall, wiping out everything in front of it. Rumble! Yi Futian advanced to execute his opponents, accompanied by rampaging fighting will. The Renhuang of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty stabbed out with his 100 zhang tall brush of Renhuang. Clashed with Yi Futian's attack. A destructive storm swept up all around them. However, at this moment, the Renhuang of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty frowned, seemingly alerted to an intense sense of danger. The golden silhouette that had passed by him and charged over to the other side suddenly dashed towards the Renhuang of Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, leaving a golden afterimage. Frightening sharp claws that bore the aura of Demon Emperor slashed down. It was aiming to slice his head apart. Vermin! The Renhuang of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty cursed, but right now he did not have any time to think more of it. The claws of this rat demon had an aura at the level of a demon emperor. If it landed on his head, it would be split apart. His thoughts shifted, and he raised his eyes and looked up into the sky above. Light flashed over the Renhuang, and the divine wheel of the great path in his body burst forth with blinding divine light. A brush of Renhuang directly shot towards Shu Huangsun. Bang! The furious attack blocked the sharp claws of Shu Huangsun. With that split-second opportunity, the dominance of a Renhuang was fully on display. Even if one used a sneak attack on a Renhuang, it would still be blocked and would not succeed. Poof! A soft sound was heard. The body of the Renhuang of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty shook once. He slowly lowered his head and looked downwards. A silhouette that was covered from head to toe with endless fighting will had appeared before him. The long spear in its hand had pierced straight through his throat. In the instant that his attention had been diverted to block off Xu Huangxuan's sneak attack, Yi Futian's attack had exploded and directly pierced through the Renhuang's own attack. In that instant, the long spear had penetrated his throat. In a battle between pinnacle cultivators, a mere lapse in thought would determine life or death. Yi Futian was still only at the Saint Plane. Even with that increase in fighting will, how did he manage to penetrate his own attack? There was a look of despair in the eyes of the Renhuang of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. He was very dissatisfied. Rumble. The power of his divine wheel of the great path burst forth. Terrifying aura swept out. However, the fighting will on Yi Futian's long spear also furiously exploded out. The head of the Renhuang of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty immediately exploded. His spiritual soul was eradicated. His body fell down to the ground below, turning into the corpse of a Renhuang. God's relic was renowned as the land where proud sons of heaven would fall. He was the first Renhuang to fall in God's relic this time around. Initially, Yi Futian did not want to reveal Xu Huangxuan's existence so early. However, if he did not do so, the difference between the Renhuangs of both sides was too great. 1 against 4 was rather tricky to deal with. Once the battle played out, the destructive power of 4 Renhuangs would be too frightening. Hence, they needed to first kill 2 Renhuangs. That was why he let Xu Huangsun reveal himself and carry out a sneak attack to kill off 1 Renhuang first. When Yi Tianyu, who was fighting over on the other side, saw this scene, his facial expression turned extremely ugly. "Vermin!" he cursed out loud. He never imagined that the purple god rat would suddenly go for the kill. Back then, the Purple Gold Rat Clan had also participated in the ambush against the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. The Purple Gold Rat Emperor was also involved in the murder of the Wang clan leader. This score could never be wiped clean. They were destined to stand opposed to Yi Futian. Hence, Yi Tianyu had never even suspected the Purple Gold Rat Clan. It was the same for that Renhuang. Why would they suspect the Purple Gold Rat Clan after knowing the grudges between Yi Futian and the Purple Gold Rat Clan? However, the Renhuang of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty was suddenly ambushed by Xu Huangsun, causing his attention to be diverted from blocking Yi Futian's fatal blow and resulting in him being killed with a stab from Yi Futian's spear. Just like that, a Renhuang had died without any premonition. It was such an injustice. The number of Renhuangs now stood at 3-1. A fatal blow was delivered in the other fight, which happened concurrently. As soon as the fight began, the Demon Emperor of Sky Demon Court and the Renhuang from Hidden Land Realm engaged each other in close-quarter combat. The fighting scene was practically shocking. Demonic beasts were good at close combat. They would counter an attack with another attack. Every one of their strikes went for the kill. Meanwhile, the remaining 2 Renhuangs from the opponent team had their hands full as well. Jun led the members of Sky Demon Court to hold off a Renhuang, while cultivators like Yushang and Longchen joined forces to attack the other Renhuang. The most fatal blow happened at the critical moment when the Demon Emperor was battling the Renhuang from Hidden Land Realm. A shocking murderous power erupted while the cultivators of the clan of the 7 Slayers were exchanging blows with the demonic beasts of Sky Demon Court right beside the former fight. The 7th Slayer especially activated the 7th trick of 7 tricks of the killing gods. This lethal attack by the 7th Slayer did not charge towards the members of Sky Demon Court. It instead slew the Renhuang from the Hidden Land Realm. The clan of the 7 Slayers was proficient in killing. When they activated the 7th trick, they were betting their own lives on the success of their attack. If their opponent lived, they might instead be killed by their own strike. When used together with a ritual implement, this attack reached the level of Renhuang. It penetrated through the defense of the Renhuang from the Hidden Land Realm and made a slash on his body directly. A streak of blood appeared on the Renhuang's body. However, even so, he still sent the 7th Slayer flying outwards with 1 blow, causing the 7th Slayer to throw up a mouthful of fresh blood in midair. Swoosh! However, in this instant, the sharp claws of the Demon Emperor of Sky Demon Court immediately ripped Renhuang's head apart. One could imagine how the battle would end when one received such a fatal blow during such a fierce battle. Rumble! A ferocious aura sent everyone in the surroundings flying backward from the shockwave. The other two Renhuangs also knocked back all the cultivators around them. They stood alone in midair. Their expressions were extremely sullen. Two Renhuangs were killed off one after another. They had also died in the same manner. Both of them had been backstabbed. The purple-gold rat clan switched sides. The clan of the Seven Slayers also went against their alliance and helped their opponents slay a Renhuang. Their huge advantage of having 4 Renhuangs against their opponent's 1 Renhuang was immediately reduced to 2 against 1. The power difference was no longer that conspicuous anymore. There was also the coup d'état of 2 large forces. Why? Wu Zhan cried out angrily. Yifutian looked in his direction. His eyes bore a chilly look. When the 4 Renhuangs were here, they had already decided to split the spoils 4 ways. If you all truly obtained the treasures of the Sacred Hall, what would the others get? Did you take the others as fools? Yifutian mocked out loud. Before the battle began, Yifutian had transmitted his thoughts to the 7th Slayer of the clan of the 7 Slayers. God's relic itself was a place for looting. If it were to belong to whoever could unlock its seal, then this battle would have never taken place. Since they were all looting, if they truly managed to subdue Yifutian and make him unlock the seal of the Sacred Hall, would they distribute the spoils equally? It was clearly impossible. Everything still depended on ability, and the 4 top forces with Renhuangs would undoubtedly claim the largest portions. They would even distribute everything amongst the 4 of them. After that happened, the 4 top forces would then turn on the rest. It would be practically perfect. Moreover, even if they managed to subdue Yifutian, was it certain that they could force Yifutian to unlock the seal? Conversely, if Yifutian's side won, it was different. Yifutian himself was the person who could unlock the seal. The most crucial point was that he would naturally not mistreat them. In the underground palace, they had battled before. In the end, Do Zhao of the Do tribe actually followed Yifutian willingly. This meant that their opponent's character was solid. On top of that, almost all the top forces in the entire Heavenly Mandate realm were siding with Yifutian. Hence, rather than trust the martial god clan, they might as well put their trust in Yifutian's side. This was a matter of choice. The 7th Slayer was somewhat hesitant before this. However, when Yifutian transmitted his thoughts to the 7th Slayer, he immediately made his decision. As for School of the Emperor Star and Heavenly Sword Hall, before, this Yi man had spoken up and betrayed Yifutian without any hesitation. Clearly, in the underground palace as well as the Sword City, they were dissatisfied and were naturally destined to oppose Yifutian. At the same time the 7 Slayers' massacre power exploded, the other cultivators of the clan of the 7 Slayers also immediately slaughtered the alliance members of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. The scene played out without any premonition. Even Yifutian's side had not imagined that they would do such a thing. In a short while, the Heavenly Mandate dynasty's side suffered heavy losses. The other members of their side also frantically retreated backward. They looked all around, their gazes filled with looks of caution. With 2 large forces defecting at the same time, how could they not be cautious? Who knew whether another defecting force would appear? The cultivators of the clan of the 7 Slayers returned to Yifutian's side. Yifutian threw a fruit of the way to the 7th Slayer, saying, "Good work." The 7th Slayer immediately consumed it, swallowing it into his mouth. In this bout, he had also received the retaliation of the Renhuang right before he died and had suffered severe injuries. "After this, it is fine if you just rest," Yifutian said. Now, the 2 sides were no longer so unevenly matched. With the addition of the clan of the 7 Slayers, there was almost no difference between the 2 sides. Adding on the severe losses of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty as well as the Snow Divine Kingdom, Yifutian's side even held the advantage now. As long as they could handle the opponent's additional Renhuang, there should be no problem for them to deal with their opponents. Their positions were suddenly reversed. Many people on Yifutian's side were secretly celebrating. This sudden sneak attack had killed off 2 Renhuangs. They could not help but consider it to be well executed. Due to this, they felt that the pressure on them had lessened and was not as heavy as before. They should be able to handle the situation now. Clan of the 7 Slayers from the Emperor Star Realm. The Hidden Land Realm's top force was the Prison Fort clan. Due to the Seventh Slayer's sneak attack, they had lost their only Runhuang to the Demon Emperor of Sky Demon Court. In that regard, their Prison Fort clan would no longer hold any advantage now. They had established a vendetta between them. However, the clan of the Seven Slayers did not seem to care. Each time people entered God's relic, various massacres would take place. There were countless people who had died before this. Their clan of the Seven Slayers was the top force of the Emperor Star Realm. Would the Prison Fort clan from the Hidden Land Realm dare to seek revenge on them? Back then, in the battle where the Heavenly Mandate dynasty ambushed the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, the Purple Gold Rat clan was also involved. What are you all thinking by pulling this off? Yi Tianyu coldly questioned as he glared at Xu Huangsun. The death of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty's Renhuang was because of Xu Huangsun. Purple Gold Rat clan had offended both sides. How were they going to survive in the Heavenly Mandate realm? The first to be eliminated would be them. Yi Tianyu, now almost all of the forces in the Heavenly Mandate realm are on Yi Futian's side. Could it be that you still have not understood the situation? Going with the flow of things, I will naturally side with whoever has the higher chances of winning. As long as I help Yi Futian eliminate Heavenly Mandate dynasty, the grudge between Purple Gold Rat clan and the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven will naturally be a thing of the past, Xu Huangsun said with a sharp voice. Hearing his voice, Yi Tianyu felt that it was exceptionally ear-piercing. As expected of a lowly rat demon, a member of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty immediately insulted him. The expressions of the members of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, who heard Xu Huangsun's words, turned sullen. Had he actually defected just like that? Also, was the Purple Gold Rat clan prepared to pledge their allegiance to Yi Futian? How dare he? Were they prepared to join the other demonic beast clans to oppose the Heavenly Mandate dynasty? Do you believe that the demonic beast clans in the demon realm will see eye to eye with you? At the end of the day, your Purple Gold Rat clan is only suitable to be slaves. Yi Tianyu's voice was as cold as ice when he said this. The divine light of the Heavenly Mandate shone on his body. His murderous intent was terrifying. The first person that Yi Tianyu wanted to kill was Xu Huangsun. The members of the Heavenly Mandate realm and Demon realm forces beside Yi Futian felt somewhat baffled. Yi Futian actually persuaded the Purple Gold Rat clan to betray the Heavenly Mandate dynasty and stand on his side? When did this happen? Could Xu Huangsun make this call? However, Kong Xian was calm since she knew what had happened without a doubt. Back then, she had also fallen for this trick. Right now, Yi Futian was using this trick to sow discord among the forces on the opponent's side. This trick was too ruthless. However, she naturally would not tell anyone about it, including the other demonic beast clans from the demon realm. Yi Futian looked around at the crowd and loudly proclaimed, "Feel free to go all out. We are sure to win this battle. Even if something else comes up halfway, don't be surprised." When the members of the forces on Yi Futian's side heard what he had said, they revealed strange looks. As for their opponents, their expressions turned extremely sullen. Could it be that there were other traitors hiding in their alliance? Right now, the two major forces in the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty alliance were the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Snow Divine Kingdom. Their stand was undoubtedly firm. The other forces that sided with them were Martial God Clan, Shenxing Clan, Heavenly Sword Hall, School of the Emperor Star, and Qishao Divine Mountain, which had not spoken much all this while. The Martial God Clan of the Central Emperor Realm was ambitious, so their loyalty was more or less affirmed. Prior to this, Heavenly Sword Hall and School of the Emperor Star betrayed Yi Futian together, so the possibility of them becoming traitors now was slim. On the other hand, Shenxing Clan sided with whoever could offer them the greatest benefits. If the situation changed, it was possible for them to make a deal furtively with Yi Futian. As for Qishao Divine Mountain, nobody knew what they were thinking. The swordsmen of Heavenly Sword Hall were aware that back in Sword City, Qishao Divine Mountain was present too. Could it be that Qishao Divine Mountain had been coaxed by Yi Futian to side with him? As they thought of this possibility, the swordsmen of Heavenly Sword Hall looked at Qishao Divine Mountain with doubtful gazes. Suddenly, the alliance of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty was in a precarious state. Everyone in the team was suspicious of each other. Yifutian snickered internally when he saw this scene. In reality, he had indeed tried to persuade Qishao Divine Mountain to join him, but they did not declare their stance clearly. However, they did not reject him blatantly as well. As for the Xinxing clan, Yifutian had no intention of cooperating with them, so he did not even bother asking them through voice transmission. Yifutian had spoken in order to incite suspicion among the opponents. As soon as he spoke, Yifutian's team had had the upper hand in this psychological warfare. Everyone, pick your opponent and avoid all-out brawls, Wu Zhan said to the monks of Xinxing clan. Ren Huang of Xinxing clan, please handle the three-legged golden ravens. Are you fine with this arrangement? Now, he dared not ask everyone to engage in an all-out brawl like what they had done before. He was afraid that his team might receive yet another surprise attack. Okay, leave the brutes of the three-legged golden raven clan to us, the monks of Xinxing clan replied. Right now, they didn't bother to be picky. They understood that any further haggling might cause their alliance to break apart. When that happened, no one would benefit. No problem. Leave Yuanyang clan to us, Wu Zhan said. Both Martial God clan and Yuanyang clan were from the Central Emperor realm. They knew the abilities of each other. As for the Ren Huang of Martial God clan, he was naturally in charge of defeating Yifutian. Yifutian was very powerful. He could even match a Ren Huang. They could tell this much about him based on his performance in killing the Ren Huang of Heavenly Mandate Dynasty just now. Moreover, he could unlock the seal. Naturally, the Ren Huang of the Martial God clan wanted to capture him personally. It would be difficult for others who were not Ren Huang to capture Yifutian alive. Seeing that Wu Zhan was assigning tasks, Yifutian secretly transmitted his voice to the leader of Qishao Divine Mountain, saying, Martial God clan is giving orders now. If Qishao Divine Mountain still does not want to declare your stand, we can only go into battle. Sir, you should be able to gauge the current abilities of both alliances. It will be difficult for your team to take me down. If we go into battle, many from Qishao Divine Mountain will be injured or killed. Please consider your stand wisely. There are still 2 Ren Huangs in your opponent's team. How do you plan to handle the Ren Huang of the Martial God clan? The leader of Qishao Divine Mountain responded with a secret voice transmission. This was his first time replying seriously. Obviously, he was starting to waver, or rather it should be said that he knew that he had to make a decision. Once he chose wrongly, not only would their ritual implements be taken, many of them would most likely die in battle. I will handle it, Yifutian responded. There is no point in saying any more. Decide for yourselves. Our Qishao Divine Mountain will be in charge of helping you attack the 2 major forces from the Heavenly Mandate Realm as well as the Shadow Realm. The other party said decisively and did not say anything anymore. Clearly, he had already made his decision. However, they had chosen to attack the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty as well as the Snow Divine Kingdom, and not the other forces like the Martial God clan and Xinxing clan. Obviously, even though they were standing on Yifutian's side, they did not want to take too big of a risk. Martial God clan and Xinxing clan were originally powerful, and they had Ren Huangs to hold the fort. The risk of fighting against them was much higher. The Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Snow Divine Kingdom had suffered severe losses in the previous battle. They were the easiest to attack. All right, Yifutian immediately agreed to that. With Qishao Divine Mountain acting, he only needed to arrange for Brahma's Pure Sky as well as Purple Gold Rat Clan to deal with the 2 forces. It would be easier for the forces of the Demon Realm, Do Tribe, Clan of the 7 Slayers, and 10,000 Divine Mountain to go against the remaining forces of their opponents. Rumble. A loud thud was heard. The Ren Huang of Xinxing clan took a step forward. His divine wheel of the Great Path exploded. It actually resembled a giant golden foot. This was where the namesake of the Xinxing clan originated. With a stamp of his foot, golden feet stamped down from the sky above onto the cultivators of Sky Demon Court, took up half of the battlefield. Buzz, the Demon Emperor of Sky Demon Court, spread out his wings. They blocked out the sun and the sky. Golden divine wings that were covered in flames swept up into the sky. They slashed at the golden feet. For a moment, it seemed as though the heavens and earth were ripped apart. Most cultivators were sent flying from the shockwave. At the same time, the Renhuang of the martial god clan also stepped forward. His Renhuang aura pressed down on Yi Futian as he directly walked over in Yi Futian's direction. Prior to this, 2 of their Renhuangs had actually been taken down. For causing the fall of the other 2 Renhuangs, Yi Futian could not be forgiven. Now he would personally take on Yi Futian. Anyone who got in his way would die. Yi Futian's body rose up and became a bolt of lightning that shot off high in the sky. In another direction, Yushang also took a step forward and flew up. Now they could open up the battlefield and go all out. Yi Futian flew up high in the sky. The Renhuang of martial god clan naturally pursued him. Yi Futian was the only person who could unlock the seal. 3 silhouettes flew up into the sky together, leaving afterimages. Above the sacred hall, many people raised their heads to look up into the sky. This fellow drew the opponent's extra Renhuang away to avoid their battlefield involving others. He was rather righteous. However, could Yushang and Yi Futian withstand the onslaught of a Renhuang? Prior to this, they had also held off the other 2 Renhuangs. However, that was just containing them for a short amount of time. If they truly continued to battle against the Renhuangs, they would have certainly lost to them. The difference in their planes was clear as day and was difficult to overcome. Dozhao raised his head and glanced high up in the sky above. His eyes burned with a flaming fighting will. He really wanted to battle Renhuang together with Yi Futian and Yushang. However, Yi Futian had not called him to come. There were other cultivators here waiting to be dealt with by Dozhao. Before he left, Yi Futian had already arranged their tasks. Each of them already had their assigned opponents. Dozhao felt a faint feeling of anticipation inside. When his will of the sevenfold fighting god erupted, his combat ability was definitely at the level of a Renhuang. Since Yushang could defeat him, Yushang was naturally also at that level. As for Yi Futian, he had always been secretive of his cultivation. Up until now, Dozhao did not know what level Yi Futian's cultivation was at. If Yi Futian and Yushang were existences at the level, it might be possible for the 2 of them to go against the Renhuang. However, for him, it was unfortunate that he would not have the opportunity to do battle against a Renhuang. Regardless, he could finally go all out today and enjoy a good fight. Open, Dozhao roared. Endless fighting will surrounded him. The divine light was blinding. His golden pupils were terrifying. On his glabella, the 6-path war god appeared, activating the fighting will of the 6th-fold fighting god. He was approaching his upper limit. His body swelled up while his fighting will shot up to the sky. He had transformed into a god of war. At this moment, Dozhao, was the 6th-path war god. Bei Chun, you scums of the school of the Emperor Star are shameless. If it was not for the fact that the others showed mercy, could you guys have left the underground palace alive? Dozhao took a step forward. His thunderous voice reverberated in the space, saying, "Let me teach you how to behave." Then, he leapt across the air, striding towards the cultivators of the school of the Emperor Star. Other cultivators from Do tribe followed behind him and rushed in the direction of the school of the Emperor Star. The task that Yi Futian assigned to Dozhao was battling the school of the Emperor Star. In this underground palace, Yi Futian sensed that, relatively speaking, Dozhao was the strongest in their alliance. The Do tribe would most likely not suffer great losses when they fought against the school of the Emperor Star. Dozhao agreed to Yi Futian's assignment without hesitation. Both alliances pounced onto their opponents. The war had begun. Everyone in Yi Futian's party had a specific target, respectively. Yi Tianyu, the crown prince of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, unleashed his strongest attack, Divine Art of Heavenly Mandate. Like a divine god, he lunged at Shu Huangsun, with the intention of killing this traitor. The purple gold rats were engaged in battle with the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. As for the cultivators of Snow Divine Kingdom, they were fighting against the virgins from Brahma's pure sky. Yi-Man targeted Qin He, the greatest virgin of Brahma's pure sky. Yi-Man's attacks were swift and aggressive, desiring Qin He's life. However, Qin He's ability had improved a great deal, so the battle between the 2 of them was fierce. Bang! A loud thud sounded. Xu Huangsun was at the short end of the stick when dealing with Yi Tianyu's attacks. Right at the moment, a group of cultivators approached them, shining with the dazzling glow of the sun. The glow was scorching hot and blinding. Their target seemed to be the purple gold rat clan. "I don't need you here. Go help the others," Yi Tianyu said loudly. Due to the previous incident and Yi Futian's provocation, Yi Tianyu bore a sense of distrust towards other forces, especially Qishao Divine Mountain, which he knew little of. He knew almost nothing about this force of the solar realm. Isn't it better to combine efforts to eradicate a force first? Gleaming divine light descended and struck towards Yi Tianyu. Clearly, the force which was to be eradicated was not the purple gold rat clan, but the heavenly mandate dynasty. The facial expression of Yi Tianyu was grim. As expected, another top force had betrayed their alliance. The two alliances had equal strength initially, but now they had become the weaker team. The war turned white-hot in this space. Sky Demon Court and Divine Elephants joined forces to attack the Xianxia clan. The clan of the Seven Slayers and 10,000 Divine Mountain collaborated to attack Heavenly Sword Hall. The Dragon Gods put up a fight against Prison Fort clan, while the opponent of Yuanyang clan was naturally the Martial God clan. Brahma's Pure Sky, Purple Gold Rat clan, and Qishao Divine Mountain were working together to fight the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Snow Divine Kingdom. Yi Futian's alliance had the advantage in every one of the battles. Their alliance was even winning in some of the battles. After they defeated their targeted opponents, they helped out in other battles. The Xianxia clan was suppressed by Sky Demon Court and Divine Elephants. The monk who was the leader had an ugly expression. He had not expected that there would be so many traitors among them. Initially, he thought his team had the game in their hands. However, judging from the current situation, unless the Renhuang could defeat Yi Futian. Otherwise, the rest of them here would be considered very fortunate not to be killed. If the monk knew this was going to happen, he would have chosen to side with Yi Futian. Then, the party that he was in could defeat the opponents effortlessly. It was just that Yi Futian was too petty. Now, he could only put his hopes on the Renhuang of the Martial God clan. The Renhuang was up against Yi Futian and Yu Shang, who were both at the Saint Plane. The Renhuang couldn't possibly be that weak, right? In mid-air, Yi Futian left behind afterimages as he traversed the space. The Renhuang of the Martial God clan was called Wu Meng. His pupils were frightening as he stared at the sky above them. His will enveloped the vast space, pressing down on Yi Futian's body. A figure at the Saint Plane wanted to escape from him? Where could he escape to? He could have cut off Yi Futian earlier, but he had not done so due to self-interest. Yi Futian controlled the method of unlocking the treasures of the Sacred Hall. If he could capture Yi Futian and force the method of unlocking the seal out of him, it was the same as possessing a huge treasure trove. Its value would be immeasurable. All the ritual implements of all of the top forces within a realm combined could not compare to such a huge treasure trove. If he could force the method of unlocking the seal out from Yi Futian, anything he decided after this was his prerogative. He could maximize his own benefits. If he killed off Yi Futian, he could then dictate what happened to the treasures of the Sacred Hall. Hence, he did not mind that Yi Futian was running further away. From below, there was another figure at the Saint Plane chasing up to him. The Renhuang of the Martial God clan paid him no heed. How could figures at the Saint Plane stand against him? The brilliant divine light came to a halt. Yi Futian stood in mid-air. This should be a good spot. With his speed, even though it had not been long, he had already covered a very large distance. Even the will of a Renhuang could not reach this far. He had just stopped when a silhouette from below traversed the space and appeared opposite him and stood in mid-air. The light of Renhuang shone on his body and was insufferably arrogant. It was Wu Meng. Yi Futian naturally also saw that Wu Meng had intentionally allowed him to escape further away. Of course, Yi Futian understood his scheme. Who didn't want to monopolize the treasures of the Sacred Hall? Martial God clan should be the strongest force on the opponent's side. For Wu Meng to have his own interests in mind was to be expected. "Why aren't you running away anymore?" Wu Meng said indifferently as he looked at Yi Futian. His face was expressionless. He did not mind letting Yi Futian escape further away. Yi Futian smiled. With the spear in his hand, he pointed it at Wu Meng and said, I have yet to truly face a cultivator at the Renhuang Plain head-on. Unfortunately, you will be the first. Unfortunately? Wu Meng stared at Yi Futian. A figure at the Saint Plain actually called him unfortunate when faced against him. It was truly outrageous. You have never faced a Renhuang head-on before? Have you never experienced it either? Wu Meng asked. If I don't count the previous exchanges I have indeed never meaningfully exchanged blows with a Renhuang, Yi Futian said. He had encountered Renhuangs before, but those exchanges could not be considered true battles. No wonder, Wu Meng nodded and said. If you had truly fought against a Renhuang, you would not say such things. Today, I will educate you on what a Renhuang is. As he said this, the light of Renhuang in his body burned even brighter. It appeared extremely divine as it extended up into the heavens. His divine wheel of the great path burst forth. In an instant, the vast sky was lit up by his light of Renhuang. In the sky above, golden pagodas appeared and descended, pressing down towards Yi Futian. It was as though this space had become an absolute space and was his own domain. The will of Renhuang. Yi Futian looked at the golden pagodas descending upon him. Each one of them contained the frightening might of the worldly great path and seemed as though they could suppress all existences. The divine wheel of the great path of the cultivators at the Renhuang Plain communicated with the heavens and the earth. With just a thought, the heavens and the earth were at his bidding. The might of his will was all around. Wherever his will was, he could exert his vast authority. Under the influence of this authority, a cultivator at the Saint Plain seemed minuscule. But the inside of Yi Futian's body became a divine furnace for the great path. Ancient characters like Qian, Kuan, Li, and Kan surrounded his body. The world tree in his body became a will. Monstrous fighting will swept out, causing his spiritual will to explode. His aura also expanded greatly together with it. It was an extremely powerful fighting will at the level of a Renhuang. At the same time, he also activated the 10,000 bones of the divine elephant emperor. The sound of trumpeting elephants shook the heavens. Divine elephants trampled across the space and merged into his Renhuang-level fighting will. They collided with the pagodas crashing down from the sky. The sound of loud collisions roared. Wu Meng was not surprised. Ordinary cultivators of the Saint Plain could not even withstand the will of a Renhuang and could be directly killed off. However, the most monstrous figures of the top forces could already resist the will of a Renhuang. Otherwise, how could the other two Renhuangs possibly be killed off by sneak attacks from them? As the commander of an alliance, Yi Futian's ability was naturally beyond doubt. Wu Meng clearly knew this. However, no matter how powerful Yi Futian was, he could not surpass the difference between realms. The will of the Renhuang shifted, and he extended his hand towards the sky. The heavens and his divine wheel of the great path resonated. A gigantic golden pagoda appeared and spun in the sky. It emanated beams of divine light that enveloped all around him. Descend. He closed his palm, and the pagodas immediately dropped down upon Yi Futian. The spinning pagodas emanated unparalleled divine light that eradicated all existence. Storms descended. Yi Futian naturally felt a pressure pressing down on him from above. The aura on his body exploded to its limit. He stepped in midair. The sound of trumpeting elephants roared all around them. The long spear in his hand, covered with lingering monstrous fighting will, stabbed out, straight and true, into the empty space before him. Clang! The sound of a loud collision caused the heavens and earth to tremble. Yi Futian thrust the long spear towards the pagodas. Beneath the gigantic pagoda, his silhouette seemed exceptionally small. The divine light that emanated from the spinning pagodas could easily eradicate him. The great path storm swallowed up his body. However, Yi Futian still remained standing firmly. A frightening power exploded on his long spear. It caused cracks to appear on the gigantic golden pagoda. The cracks propagated throughout it frenziedly until there was a loud rumble. The pagoda collapsed and turned to rubble. It seems that this is all there is to a Renhuang, Yifutian said as he glanced at Wu Meng. Wu Meng raised his head and glanced up. His gaze was locked on Yifutian, whose body was covered from head to toe in lingering fighting will. Yifutian's fighting will and his spear should have been obtained from within God's relic. As for Yifutian's attack power, it had indeed already reached the level of a Renhuang. Otherwise, how could Yifutian have possibly shattered his pagoda? Yifutian's plane should not be far from the Renhuang plane. For you to have cultivated the Saint plane to your level, it must not have been easy, Wu Meng said. With such talent, you are sure to have a bright future. I also do not want to destroy such a talent. Give me the method for unlocking the seal, and I will let you go. Even though Yifutian possessed an attack at the level of a Renhuang, at the end of the day he was still not a true Renhuang. How could Yifutian possibly win against him? Behind Wu Meng, Yusheng had also arrived. The demonic might on his body churned, and Wu Meng actually felt a faint pressure coming from him. The Renhuang of Martial God Clan had not imagined that he would encounter two such figures in one day. These two figures were possibly not weaker than Wu Zhan of his Martial God Clan. You sure are confident in yourself. However, we still don't know who will leave here alive, Yifutian said. The instant he finished uttering his words, golden divine light flashed, and he directly traversed the empty space between them. His spear stabbed out straight towards Wu Meng. For him, the distance between them was just a step away. Rumble. Wu Meng clenched his fists. The light of Renhuang spread upward. With a shift of his will, the pagodas swept out. With his divine will bursting forth, almost all of the power of the great path in this part of the sky became pagodas that kept crashing towards Yifutian. It was as though there was a light shroud of pagodas. Again and again they crashed down on Yifutian. This was the might of the will of Renhuang and the divine will bursting forth. No one could block it. Hence, those who had weak cultivation would not be able to withstand the will of a Renhuang. The spear covered in lingering fighting will pierced right through the pagodas constantly as though they were made of bamboo. A brilliant protective light shroud of the great path appeared around Yifutian's body. The shadows of the pagodas kept shattering. Shocking explosive sounds filled the space, spreading across a region of hundreds of miles. Buzz. Wu Meng took a step forward and also walked towards Yifutian. He raised his arm and sent a punch bursting forwards. The will of a Renhuang's punch was powerful. Before his punch arrived, the gigantic pagoda shadow crashed onto the spear and was mostly shattered. When the punch landed on the spear, a humongous divine pagoda appeared. It spun at an extremely high speed, sweeping and destroying this space. It swept up an astonishing storm. Clang. The spear collided with the punch. A shocking sound of metal clashing erupted. Yifutian's body was sent flying backward. The spear in his hand hummed as it trembled. His arm was also slightly shaking. The force of the punch even directly entered into his body and wanted to shatter his flesh. However, he had already forged a powerful body of the great path. It was not easy to shatter his body. Wu Meng also took a step backward. He relaxed his fist and then clenched it again. He sensed a faint numbness in his hand. In the attack just now, he sensed an absolutely strong power become a frightening destructive force that wanted to tear apart his fist. He glanced at Yifutian. He was standing opposite him. He had indeed lost some face for being knocked back by a junior at the Saint Plane. He stepped forward, and his body approached the part of the sky where Yifutian was. He extended both of his hands at the same time. The divine will within him exploded with the might of an emperor. At this moment, in the sky above, countless golden pagodas kept appearing. They were all physical pagodas that were like divine arms. Each pagoda was spinning and releasing frightening windstorms. Yifutian was once again buried within all of them. The power of this attack was clearly much more powerful than that of the first. The pagodas descended and flattened mountains and rivers alike. Yifutian's spear stabbed forth and shattered a pagoda. However, a second pagoda came crashing down. There was no time gap between them. They did not give Yifutian time to even attempt to retract his spear. Yifutian's arms shook, and his spear trembled. His fighting will surged forward and frenziedly burst out from his spear. His fighting will shattered the pagodas that continued to rain down upon him. His body was also knocked downwards, as though he was about to fall. Rumble! A domineering aura burst forth. Golden divine lights shone brilliantly. Yifutian's body turned gold in color as though he was made of pure gold. From the sky, the divine sound of the great path rang. Golden divine lights erupted from Yifutian's body continuously. Under the divine furnace of the great path, the sky turned luminous gold. Divine sound could be heard continually from the sky, and it resonated with the great path of all things. One by one, golden ancient god figures appeared behind Yifutian, as though deities were descending to the earth. Bang! There was a huge explosion. Yifutian's body was still being knocked downwards. However, Wu Meng, who was in mid-air, was frowning slightly. This seemed to be a magnum opus from an ancient force from the higher heavens realm. It was the sigh of the divine god from Golden Divine Nation. The Golden Divine Nation had some affiliation with Donghuang the Great. Hence, Wu Meng knew a little about the Golden Divine Nation. How could Yifutian be proficient in a powerful art of sorcery from the Golden Divine Nation? Right now, it was as though Yifutian was possessed by a god. Within his golden figure, the trumpeting of divine elephants shook the heavens and the earth, seemingly able to suppress all things. Combined with the lingering fighting will on his body as well as his deed of thorough comprehension, when these magnum opuses burst forth at the same instant, Yifutian's power at this moment had already reached an astonishing level. The spear in Yifutian's hand shook as his pupils looked up at the sky. He took a step forward, and his body forcefully halted. The sound of the sigh of the divine god could be heard. His spear trembled, and golden divine light pierced the heavens. Yifutian's body shot up into the sky. One by one, the pagodas were shattered. High up in the sky above, Wu Meng lowered his head and looked at Yifutian below. He saw Yifutian's body become golden divine light and smash through his attack as though he was splitting bamboo. Yifutian kept rapidly advancing towards him, as fast as though he was a golden shooting star. Could combat power at the Saint Plane actually reach such a high level? Wu Meng secretly thought to himself. He lowered his head and looked down at Yifutian below. Such combat ability at the Saint Plane might have already surpassed that of Wu Zhan of the Martial God Clan. However, what of it? Even if Yifutian's ability was vast, he was still a saint. The difference between a saint and a renhuang could not be overcome with just an increase in combat power. It was a difference in terms of quality. Yifutian's movements were like flowing light. The pagodas came raining down. Most of them were shattered. Right then, Wu Meng waved his hands. Clang! There was a huge clang like the sound of the great path of all things. The heavens moved in sync with the sound. Countless shadows of pagodas merged into one and fused into Wu Meng's body. The pagoda divine wheel in Wu Meng's figure could be clearly seen. It lit up the endless space. The shadows of pagodas in the sky began to flow. They contained unparalleled killing power. They were like ripples. Even ripples could coalesce into huge and powerful waves. What more for the pagodas moving in sync? Wu Meng extended a hand and looked at Yifutian, who was charging upwards against the flow of his attack. Wu Meng's huge palm slammed downwards. Clang! As this palm strike descended, there was another huge clang. The heavens and earth shook, and thousands of shadows of pagodas appeared. They covered this part of the sky and loomed over Yifutian's body. In just an instant, they collided directly with Yifutian's spear that was stabbing upward so fast that he had no time to react. Dull thuds could be heard. Finally, the spear did not continue to split apart the pagodas. Yifutian was once again knocked back and fell downwards. When Yifutian finally came to a stop, his arms were shaking, and fresh blood was flowing out from the corners of his mouth. The bones in his arms were nearly shattered from the shock. The might of the 1,000 shadows of pagodas was too astonishing. In the other direction, the demonic might on Yu Sheng's body churned and howled. He was prepared to provide support at any moment. However, Yifutian wanted to truly experience the power of a renhuang as he was about to break through to the next plane. Hence, Yu Sheng had not interfered and had let Yifutian battle the renhuang alone. Now do you see? Wu Meng looked down on Yifutian below and said, No matter how powerful your combat ability is, a cultivator at the Saint Plane is still just at the Saint Plane. There is a great difference between the Saint Plane and the Renhuang Plane. This difference cannot be surpassed with mere combat ability. How could you possibly overcome it? While Wu Meng was talking, his will of Renhuang loomed over Yifutian. His divine will radiated brilliant divine light. There were still countless shadows of pagodas crashing down towards Yifutian. The Renhuang controlled his great path of all things, causing the way of the heavens and earth to be at his bidding. It was as though he had his own great path zone. For a Renhuang to go against a cultivator of the Saint Plane, it was like a king of a domain quelling an invader. There was no suspense worth mentioning at all. The Renhuang could kill any and every cultivator of the Saint Plane. He extended his palm, and pagodas descended, thousands of shadows of pagodas appearing again. Yes, I see now. Yifutian nodded his head and replied. In terms of quality, the difference between the Renhuang Plane and the Saint Plane is indeed difficult to surpass. Since you now know that, then hand over the method of unlocking the seal, and I will let you go. You won't need to go through this pain. Wu Meng continued to walk down towards Yifutian as though he was a god. However, some people can still surpass it in the end. Yifutian continued saying. Wu Meng scowled. Why was Yifutian so full of himself? However, the next moment, Wu Meng saw Yifutian's body radiate bright divine light that pierced the heavens. These beams of divine light shot out in all directions. There seemed to be countless leafy branches extending everywhere. They consumed the great path of all things in all directions and fused with the power of all creation. Yifutian's blood vessels were screaming. His figure was burning. At this moment, Yifutian felt that the great path of all things was his to command. Wu Meng's facial expressions changed. Right now, Yifutian was standing there, shining radiantly like an emperor of the human world that demanded worship from all. Yifutian's eyes were shining brightly, as though they could see through all things, like a king of the world that looked upon all things. Yifutian looked towards Wu Meng's divine wheel. It seemed as though he could see through it with just one glance. He actually seemed to have found the cracks in his great path. His heavenly path was flawed. Wu Meng's divine wheel of the great path was flawed, and it was not a perfect divine wheel. At this moment, Wu Meng felt a great sense of danger. He actually felt threatened by a cultivator at the Saint Plane. The more horrifying thing was the aura emanated by Yifutian. How was it possible? Wasn't he from the heavenly mandate realm? The spear of Yifutian struck. His fighting will overflowed from the spear and merged with the divine light. Flawed Renhuang, I will send you on your way, Yifutian said. He took a step forward, and divine light immediately shot across the space. He seemed to have instantly traversed the distance between them, his body immediately appearing before Wu Meng. Wu Meng hurriedly raised his hands to attack. How was it that Yifutian was so fast this time? Bang! The spear hit directly on Wu Meng's divine wheel. Cracks appeared on the divine wheel in Wu Meng's body. Then it shattered into pieces. Appalled, Wu Meng stared at Yifutian. Swoosh! The divine light penetrated through Wu Meng's body as Yifutian's silhouette appeared behind him. After that, the body of Wu Meng exploded, turning into dust. Yifutian turned around to look at the disappearing figure. Even though he had killed a Renhuang, he didn't feel joyful. In terms of ability, he was already half a Renhuang. Many of his skills had reached the tipping point. When he activated the will of the Emperor, he could comprehend the limits of the Great Path. His spear attack just now had directly breached the limits of the Great Path. Besides that, the Great Path of the Renhuang of Martial God Clan was flawed. Yifutian wondered how strong would a flawless Renhuang be? In the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, there was most likely only a limited number of flawless Renhuangs. Moreover, all of them were cultivators from the top forces of the 9 realms. One would need some great luck in order to encounter them, especially the cream of the crop among them. The divine halo dissipated. Yifutian could sense that he had exhausted much of his energy. Even though he had reached the peak of the Saint Plane, activating the will of the Emperor still placed a huge toll on his body. However, Yifutian also felt somewhat happy at his current progress. For him to activate the will of the emperor now was similar to Yu Shang activating his demonic method. Yi Futian would no longer fall unconscious due to fatigue. He popped a fruit of the way into his mouth. A majestic aura of life enveloped his body, recovering his lost energy quickly. Yu Shang stood at the side and observed everything calmly. He was not surprised at all, as though killing a Renhuang was but an ordinary thing to do. "Let's head back," Yi Futian said. Then he rushed back the same way he had come. At the same time, life will surrounded his body, and his body recovered quickly. After they had eliminated the Renhuang of Martial God Clan, there was only one Renhuang left in the opponent's team. When they left, their alliance was not at a disadvantage. As long as Qishao Divine Mountain fulfilled their promise, Yi Futian's side had a great advantage, and they would surely be able to manage the battles well. When Yi Futian and Yu Shang joined the others at the main battlefield, they could wipe out the remaining opponents directly. Yi Futian and Yu Shang traveled in the air at the same speed. At the moment, the battles which were happening above the sacred hall were getting more intense. Most of the cultivators here were existences at the peak of the Saint Plane. They were saints who had experienced nirvana. The commotion caused by their fights was huge. Their fights affected a large area, and everywhere the battles took place, the sky trembled and the earth shook. The entire sky seemed to be buried underneath the overwhelming crossfire. Bang! A loud thud sounded. Wu Zhan and Yuan Hong moved away from each other. Their auras fluctuated. Wu Zhan put on an overbearing expression as he stared at Yuan Hong, saying, "Yuan Hong, you are the descendant of Yuanyang clan from the Imperial Realm, and you are actually assisting others in this battle. Are you expecting them to bestow you with a few ritual implements? Join us, and we will plunder the entire sacred hall for its treasures. Wouldn't that be better? It depends on whether or not you can get your hands on the treasures," Yuan Hong responded with a smile. When they were in Sword City, not only did Yi Futian activate the teachings of the Divine Sword for the Swordmaster of Lihin, he also defeated the cultivators of Heavenly Sword Hall with a spear. This time around, nobody knew just yet which party would emerge victorious. Although you have a slight advantage in this battle, did you believe that the two of them could stand against Martial God Clan's Renhuang? Wu Zhan retorted with a cold smile and continued saying, "Once we capture him, everything will naturally come to an end. When Wu Meng returns, how will you handle yourselves? Should I or should I not kill the Yuanyang clan? What if you are the ones who lost?" Yuan Hong asked. When Wu Zhan heard Yuan Hong's retort, he revealed a mocking look and said, "Yuan Hong, no matter how we put it, you are also a descendant of a top force of the Imperial Realm. You actually said such laughable things. You actually hope that a cultivator of the Saint Plane can win against a Renhuang. Don't you feel like you are dishonoring your clan?" Yuan Hong raised his eyebrows slightly. He had also not imagined that Yi Futian would choose to lead the Martial God Clan's Renhuang away with Yu Shang. This was indeed somewhat risky. However, right now he could only believe in Yi Futian and Yu Shang. Apart from the Martial God Clan, who was still doing relatively fine, other forces were being suppressed by Yi Futian's alliance. Before Yi Futian left, he had assigned his teammates to fight against specific targets. Among all the forces, the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Snow Divine Kingdom had it the worst. Brahma's Pure Sky and Purple Gold Rat Clan were not very powerful, but the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Snow Divine Kingdom had experienced a massacre prior to the battle. Many of their cultivators had been killed. Moreover, they still needed to handle the sneak attacks from Qishao Divine Mountain. The battle was practically a one-sided beating. One by one, cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Snow Divine Kingdom were killed. The facial expressions of Yi Tianyu and Yi Man were ugly beyond comparison. They fought even more valiantly, but Yi Man couldn't get the upper hand when faced against Qin He. Yi Tianyu was powerful, but since Xu Huangsun and a top figure from Qishao Divine Mountain had joined forces to attack him, he was fully occupied. Even when Yi Tianyu went berserk, he couldn't shake off the two of them. The top figure from Qishao Divine Mountain seemed to still be deliberately holding back. He had chosen the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty as well as the Snow Divine Kingdom as opponents because these two forces were weakened and there was no risk involved. He had no plans to kill Yi Tianyu and Yi Man. One was the crown prince and another was a princess. Although he was not afraid to kill them, he had no need to completely offend their two forces. He only needed to complete what he had set out to do. There was a huge rumble. Xianxia stood proudly in mid-air. There seemed to be shadows of deities standing behind him. Xianxia looked towards Yiman. She had also distanced herself from Qin He and was glancing over at Xianxia. "I've caused trouble for you," Xianxia said. "There was always a price to be paid for looting in God's relic. How can this be considered trouble? We just need to hang on until the Renhuang of the martial god clan returns. Then it will be their death hour," Yiman replied. Xianxia nodded his head slightly as he looked up into the sky. Would the Renhuang of the martial god clan be able to capture Yi Futian who had left? The members of their alliance were all waiting for Wu Meng to return with the captured Yi Futian. As they were all waiting, a golden divine light shot down from the sky above. Instantly, the crowd below sensed a wave of aura. "He has returned." Wu Zhan looked up into the sky. The pagoda in his hand crashed down and forced Yuan Hong back. Wu Zhan sinisterly said, "You will all pay the price for what you have done. He has finally returned." Yiman's gaze was sharp and cold. She stared at Qin He and said, "Greatest virgin of Brahma's pure sky, you will fall here in God's relic." As long as the Renhuang had returned and they were more cautious, their alliance would certainly bulldoze over each battlefield. After all, it was already impossible for the previous sneak attacks to happen again now. They would also no longer give Yi Futian's side the opportunity to sneakily attack them. Everything before had happened too quickly for them to be able to guard against. The forces on the side of the martial god clan were all waiting in anticipation. It was because they were being suppressed that they had this sense of anticipation. Radiant light shone down on them. Two silhouettes traversed the space and stopped in midair. The facial expressions of many people changed as though they had already sensed something. When the white-haired silhouette and the burly youth, who was clad in demonic armor, appeared in the sky above, the expressions of the forces of the martial god clan alliance turned ghastly pale. It was as though they had plummeted into a freezer. They felt a chill in their hearts. The Renhuang of the martial god clan, Wu Meng, had not returned. The people who had returned were Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. What did this mean? It was impossible for figures at the same plane to shake off a Renhuang, unless... No, Yiman felt her heart turn icy cold when she saw the white-haired silhouette. She was in despair. How was it that the person who had returned was Yi Futian? Where was the Renhuang of the martial god clan? Xianxia also raised his head and looked at the silhouette in midair. The clothes of the silhouette fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were exceptionally calm. Had he emerged victorious? Had Yi Futian and Yu Sheng defeated the Renhuang of the martial god clan? Xianxia had been considered to be born supreme. In the heavenly mandate realm, he was without equal in his generation. He had believed that he was invincible among his peers. At least in the heavenly mandate realm, no one could stand as his equal. That was until Yi Futian and Gu Donglu appeared. Yi Futian had actually advanced even faster than him. What did Yi Futian and Yu Sheng returning signify? It meant that the Renhuang would most likely never return. "Impossible," Wu Zhan mumbled in a low voice. He raised his head and looked towards Yi Futian. His expression had also changed. Wu Meng was a Renhuang. How could he have possibly lost to them? Opposite him, Yuan Hong looked at him with a smile. "From the looks of it, it seems that your martial god clan's Renhuang has dishonored your clan. Yu Sheng, go and settle the members from the Hidden Land Realm," Yi Futian said. The cultivators of the Hidden Land Realm's prison fort clan were being handled solely by the dragon gods. This force was also very powerful and did not show any signs of losing. Letting Yu Sheng head over to them could directly determine the outcome of the battle. Bang! Yu Sheng took one step forward and headed down below. His demonic might churned and howled, as though a peerless demon was descending from the sky. He immediately headed over to where the dragon gods and prison fort clan were battling. Before his person had arrived, Yu Sheng had already raised his hands and sent an attack crashing out towards them. A demonic dragon howled and consumed the sky. Bearing the power of the dragon gods, it crashed towards the cultivators of Prison Fort clan. Bang! A number of cultivators were sent flying by the demonic dragon. They threw up mouthfuls of fresh blood, their faces pale. Another violent trembling sound that shook the heavens and the earth rumbled as Yusheng joined the battle. Everywhere his punches passed by, no one could withstand them. One by one, the cultivators of Prison Fort clan were directly sent flying. On the other side, Yi Futian lowered his head and looked at Yi Tianyu. Under the effects of the divine method of the heavenly realm, the divine picture of heavenly mandate flowed and spun in the sky above, gathering the power of the great path. Yi Tianyu was indeed considered a figure without equal. Currently, his cultivation was also at the peak of the Saint Plain, almost approaching the Renhuang Plain. Yi Futian's long spear pointed downwards at the sky below as he said, "Crown Prince of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, you were born supreme. Now, can you stand against a strike from my spear?" Yi Tianyu raised his head and looked towards the voice in the sky. One strike from his spear. Was Yi Futian trying to humiliate him in this manner? The divine picture of the heavenly mandate floated in the sky above. Right now, Yi Tianyu was like a deity. He was one with his great path. On the divine picture of heavenly mandate, endless divine light surged into his body. Buzz. In this instant, Yi Futian moved. Bright golden light shot across the space. Nearby, Yi Man's gaze was locked on them. Bright light flooded the space. Destructive power swept out into the distance. Her clothes fluttered in the wind. Deep within her pupils, two silhouettes were reflected. The two silhouettes stood opposite each other. One wielded a spear in his hand and still stood proudly in the sky above. The other was bent over, fresh blood flowing out from his mouth. The once stubborn and arrogant figure was now bent over, as though it had lowered its proud head. Could he take a strike from this spear? He was born supreme. "I'll spare your life. My third elder brother will come to claim it," Yi Futian said. He had preserved Yi Tianyu's life for Gu Donglu. Gu Donglu and Yi Tianyu were enemies. Their families had been engaged in a feud for generations. This feud would soon be ended by his third elder brother. Other than that, Yi Futian had spared Yi Tianyu's life so that he could leave here alive and trigger the conflict between Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and Purple Gold Rat Clan. How could the dynastic overlord of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty tolerate this grudge? Yi Tianyu's eyes were smiling, portraying the irony and forlorn hope he felt. Sparing his life was worse than killing him. For Yi Futian to show mercy on him, it was a great humiliation. Yi Futian was belittling him. Yi Futian had not viewed him as a worthy opponent. Thus, he had let him go. Due to the bitterness between Yi Futian and Yi Tianyu, there was no reason for him not to kill him. They were already lifelong enemies. Why would have any scruples about doing this? So by not killing him, he was showing incredible disdain for him. This kind of disdain towards Yi Tianyu, who had once been called an ultimate talent, would be an unimaginable humiliation. But reality was indeed that cruel. Once again, the winners wrote the history books. He had not even been able to withstand a single spear thrust. In this battle, all the other forces besides the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty of the Heavenly Mandate Realm had stood on Yi Futian's side. When they saw the spear thrust, they had felt many conflicting emotions. After that spear thrust, the Heavenly Mandate Realm truly had a number one junior, one whom no one could compete with. If Yi Tianyu could not even withstand a single spear thrust from him, who could compete with him? The young master was gone, and the Renhuang of the Martial God Clan would never return. Ever since Gutianxing fell, the Heavenly Mandate Realm had fallen behind the other realms, and there was no one within it who could stand among the most powerful figures. But now, in the younger generation, Yi Futian had the potential to stand at the top. Would this affect the entire Heavenly Mandate Realm? The Demon Clan thought back to the prophecy from years ago. Could it have had to do with Yi Futian? Yi Futian swept his gaze over Yi Man, then said coldly, "For the sake of letting the Divine Palace keep face, I won't deal with you. Get out of here. Get out of here." Yi Man went pale. As a princess of the Snow Divine Kingdom who had been sent to the Xianxia Divine Palace, she had never been humiliated like that. She had never had someone of the same generation as her look at her and tell her to get lost. What was most painful was that she did not even have the right to protest. Letting her go was a form of forgiveness in that he would not kill her. Did she dare refuse? Would she dare to trade her life to keep her honor? She did not, and so she kept her mouth shut, despite how hard it was. Looking at Yi Tianyu, she felt a burst of sadness. She and him had been heroes at the Divine Palace, envied by countless people. But now they had come to such a tragic conclusion. It was bitter indeed. Let's go. There was no emotion on Yi Tianyu's face. He walked off into the distance. Everyone could feel his sadness as they watched the retreating figure. Yi Man watched him go as well. The spear thrust must have hurt him badly. She lowered her head, then followed him as he left. There were not many people left from the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Divine Snow Kingdom, and many of them had been wounded. They had no more power to fight. They left the battlefield in a desolate manner, as they no longer had the right to keep participating. Yi Futian letting them live was his forgiveness. After they left, Yi Futian looked at the other fights going on. Although the other battlefields were far away, everyone else knew what he had done. When he returned, all eyes would be on him. Everyone would be paying attention to him. There was no doubt that the Renhuang-level cultivator from the Martial Gods clan would not be returning. Yi Futian and Yu Shang had been able to cut down a Renhuang when they teamed up? How had they done that? The Martial Gods clan had no more heart to fight. Yu Shang had cut his way through them like a tiger through a flock of sheep. Everyone he went, there was no one left behind who could stand. Cultivator after cultivator fell to the ground, crippled. The reason they had not been killed was that Yi Futian did not want it to be so final, so he had asked Yu Shang to not slaughter them. After all, they could always just leave, so he had left them some leeway. Yi Futian's figure flashed as he moved again. Everyone watched him. Who was he going towards? Golden lightning split the sky, as the spear wrapped in incredibly powerful fighting will struck out again. A figure went flying backward. It was the leader of the Martial Gods clan, Wu Zhan. His body slammed into the mountain behind him, making it shake. Blood streamed from a wound in his chest, as well as from his mouth. His face was pale, and he felt like his internal organs had been cut to pieces. He looked up and saw Yi Futian standing before Yuan Hong. His spear pointed at him. "Do you still want this ritual implement?" he asked. Wu Zhan looked at him, then said resolutely, "I have lost, and so I admit defeat. I will take my people and leave." There was no point in continuing to fight. If this had been a fight to the death, he would have already lost his life. The spear thrust that Yi Futian had hit him with could have killed him. Yi Futian pulled back the spear and said, "Go and find another ruin. You may not come back to this one." Wu Zhan nodded. Fine. At this point, he would do whatever Yi Futian said. Whatever happened here from now on had nothing to do with them. The fighting stopped all across the battlefield. All of the cultivators separated. Yi Futian looked down at his own people and said, "If you want to keep pursuing this, you can keep fighting, and I will help you. If not, let's leave it here." In fact, he could perform a terrible slaughter here, but if he did that, there would be endless consequences. After all, he was only one man. If others used this as an excuse to make an enemy of him after he left, he would not let them off easy again. No one said anything. In reality, Yi Futian's people had the upper hand. They were all crushing their opponents and had taken a few casualties. Their opponents had many more dead and wounded. If they stopped fighting, they could end their losses here, making the whole situation a lot less serious for them. On the contrary, if they were the ones with more dead and wounded, they would not be able to stop fighting. But they had had the advantage ever since the beginning of the fight. The Martial Gods clan's alliance naturally could not say anything. In reality, they had no right to choose. They were the losers, and their fate was in their opponents' hands. Since their opponents were willing to stop fighting, what else could they do but leave in defeat? Many figures turned to leave the battle. Some of them looked dejectedly at the spatial sacred hall. "Wait!" called Yi Futian. They all stopped. "Leave all of the treasures that you got in the sacred hall before. You are free to go, but you must leave the spoils of war here," he said with a smile. All the people of the great forces, including the martial gods clan, looked crestfallen. We got these things before our fight. Why should we leave them? Wu Zhan stared at Yifutian. Yifutian looked at him, and a strange look came over his face. I am the one who broke the seal, he said. Why do you want to steal what is rightfully mine? Had he really asked that? He had lost so badly, and he still had the gall to ask why he should leave his ritual implements? Wu Zhan stared at Yifutian. Yifutian's eye twitched, and several lines of cold killing will appeared from his brow. When he saw this, Wu Zhan trembled. He clenched his teeth, pulled out 2 magic weapons, and flew over towards Yifutian. Then several more ritual implements appeared and fell into his hand. Benefactor Yi, said the monk from the Xianxia clan with a smile. We have gotten along fairly well. If you ever find the time to come to the mountain realm, please come visit the Xianxia clan. Yifutian held out his hands to him in an expectant gesture. I think you're forgetting something. He had gotten back 2 of the divine arms that he had unlocked. One of them still remained with the Xianxia clan. He had not yet given it back, and yet the monk was speaking of friendship? How could they be friends? Benefactor Yi, we still have a Renhuang. If this comes to a conflict, I fear it will not go well. The monk was still smiling. The Renhuang beside him had fought a demon emperor of the Sky Demon Court not long before. The martial gods clan had a Renhuang too, but he died. Yifutian was smiling insincerely as well. The monk's mouth twitched, and his smile disappeared slowly. Do you really want things to come to that point? I will ask you one more time. Will you give it to me or not? Asked Yifutian with a smile. The monk from the Xianxia clan was silent for a while. Then he pulled out the ritual implement and threw it to Yifutian. Yifutian caught it, then nodded in satisfaction. Take care of yourself, teacher. No need to see me off. The monk left Yifutian's side, and the other cultivators followed him. Soon they had disappeared off into the distance. The monk from the Xianxia clan has always been said to be insidious and cunning. He may seem like he's given up, but he might be trouble in the future, said Yuan Hong of the Yuanyang clan to Yifutian. Although the Xianxia clan had lost a lot of people, they still had their Renhuang. Judging by their previous attitude, they were still ambitious and unhappy with how things had turned out. Many forces were pulled into this fight. Could have ended in a massive slaughter. Will the Yuanyang clan be willing to protect me for the sake of the friendship between us? Yifutian asked Yuan Hong. Yuan Hong shook his head. They won't. Then that's the way it is. Yifutian smiled and said no more. After all the forces here would make for advantageous allies. Even though some of the cultivators from the heavenly mandate realm were his friends, in the end, they were only heirs. If he wanted to really fight other great powers, it would be difficult to get them involved. If he had killed a lot of people here once he left, many would come to him seeking vengeance. Even though Lord Taishan would help if they all moved against him, would Lord Taishan be enough? Yuan Hong said no more as well. He understood that even Yifutian would not be able to withstand the Yuanyang clan's wrath if he slaughtered their cultivators. However, if the monk wants to provoke me, next time he won't speak so politely, said Yifutian. He looked down at the battlefield. Their alliance had won a crushing victory. Thus, the treasures within the spatial sacred hall could be safely taken out. The next step was to divide up the treasure. Beside him, the people from the other great forces looked down with burning gazes. They all had their own expectations. There was a whole hall full of treasure. Even if Yifutian was stingy, he would still be able to give several treasures to each force. In any case, they had been strong enough to break the seal, which they would not have been on their own. And they had not taken many losses in this battle. Yifutian stepped towards the spatial sacred hall and said, "Come with me." Everyone else followed him expectantly. He was able to break a seal with a single thought, and so the divine arms within the treasure house of the spatial sacred hall would soon be theirs. As they all entered, Yifutian continued forward, saying, "Each force may take 3 divine arms. You go and find them, and I will break the seals for you." He thought to himself that these already very powerful figures were receiving a frighteningly incredible gift here. Every one of the divine arms was earth-shaking. Once they fell into the hands of the top forces, they would increase their power many times. "Please go and take your pick," he said. "Once you have chosen, let me know." Everyone quickly moved off in different directions and began searching through the artifacts. Yifutian walked up to the bat leaks and said, "Yushang, you go first. You should take the bat leaks." Yushang nodded. "All right." He floated up into the air towards the top of the spatial sacred hall. Yifutian's eyes changed, and it seemed like he could now see through all illusions. His thoughts swept out through the hall and seemed to form a key for the gate that affected the way the light curtain flowed. A crack appeared in the gate, and the bat leaks began to fly through the air. Boom! Yifutian was sent flying backward as the bat leaks shot upwards. Yushang's demonic aura surged, and he reached out towards the bat leaks to grasp it. A terrible aura spread out as his body began to tremble slightly. The bat leaks carried him up into the air with it. "It's so powerful," said Dozhao, his eye twitching. "Don't worry, it's not a problem," said Yifutian, looking up into the air. The process of obtaining a divine arm was a test in and of itself. "How are you unlocking these things?" he asked Yifutian. The man had really not explained how. To be able to release them with a single thought was too marvelous. "Do you really think I'm going to tell you?" Yifutian looked disdainfully at Dozhao. Dozhao rolled his eyes. "I want that scepter." Dozhao pointed towards a scepter sealed away, shining with a divine jade green light. A shockingly powerful life aura was emanating from it. It seemed like it would be able to heal anything in a short amount of time. Yifutian looked at Dozhao, then muttered, "You should broaden your horizons." Dozhao clenched his fists. He had an impulse to hit Yifutian, but when he saw how he was smiling, his temper abated. Wu Meng of the Martial Gods clan had been killed by him, so he probably should not hit him. Moreover, he was depending on him to unseal the ritual implement. He, the mighty descendant of the fighting god, had lost face for his elders. This must make him the lowest of all the heirs of the Dou tribe in history. "Get ready," said Yifutian. "All right." Dozhao, who had just been dejected, suddenly brightened up and looked happy. After all, this would increase his strength. What did his reputation matter? When Yifutian unsealed the ritual implement, the whole golden spatial sacred hall lit up with jade green light, and a life aura covered everyone. At that moment, everyone felt the life energy and spiritual energy that they had used up while fighting be restored. They all thought that if they could get their hands on that scepter, they would have unlimited recovery ability and could fight until the heavens fell and the earth cracked apart. "That was a good choice," someone said, looking up at Dozhao. The scepter did not have a great amount of repelling force, and so Dozhao was able to grasp it without difficulty. Once he had formed a connection with it, he cried out, "Wonderful!" His fighting ability was impressive, and when he used all the sevenfold seals of the fighting god, he was stronger than a Renhuang. But the aftereffects were devastating to him. Now that he had this scepter, he could fight and recover at the same time. Just imagining this made him excited. Xia Qingyuan looked up at the scepter and felt a little bit jealous. She was a cultivator of life energy herself. "Everyone used up a lot of power in the last battle, so I am letting them choose the things that they want. There are many ritual implements in the spatial sacred hall, including some that are arcane and mysterious. I will leave those for you and Emperor Xia," said Yifutian. "Oh," said Xia Qingyuan with a nod. She had not used up any of her power as she had basically just been watching the battles. "I want this one." At that moment, Yuan Hong of the Yuanyang clan pointed to one of the treasures. It was a map scroll from which radiant light was emanating. Yifutian did not even bother looking at what it was. "Get ready for it," he said. "Oh." Yuan Hong stepped forward as Yifutian directly unsealed the item without even really looking at it. He had promised everyone that he would give them ritual implements, and he would keep his promise. They could have any items that they chose. He did not care what they were. "I want this one," said seventh slayer of the clan of the seven slayers. Yifutian unsealed it for him. Then, people were constantly choosing the ritual implements that looked powerful and were well suited to themselves and to their forces. Many seals were broken for the many people in the hall. At that moment, many people looked up into the air and saw that someone had broken through to the next level after receiving their ritual implement. It was seventh slayer of the clan of the Seven Slayers. He had formed a connection with his ritual implement, which had been enough to launch him to the next level. Endless wisps of slaughtering will filled the air and swallowed up all the worldly great path in the area. He had forged a wheel of the great path. Yifutian watched seventh slayer breaking through to the next level. Divine slaughtering light suffused seventh slayer's body. A strange look came over Yifutian's face as he watched this. There seemed to be two kinds of will fighting within seventh slayer's body. Boom! Cracks seemed to appear in the very air. The divine arm that he had received was a spear, and it was eating up the worldly great path and pumping it into his body. A look of intense pain was on his face. "What's wrong?" someone whispered. Yuan Hong's eyes shone with divine light. So it was true. If he had had the good luck to reach the Renhuang plane here in the God's Relic, he would have been able to forge an unblemished wheel. The wheel of the great path slowly materialized. Yifutian looked at seventh slayer and said, "If he breaks the will that he had previously, what will happen?" "He will likely be crippled," answered Dozhao. "Ah!" Yifutian said no more, but he still looked into the air. The others were all watching as well. After a while, seventh slayer's wheel of the great path was formed. Divine light emanated from him, and his slaughtering aura spread to every corner of the room. "A celestial level wheel," said Dozhao. A look of confusion came over Yifutian's face. "What did you say?" he asked. "I am talking about his wheel of the great path," said Dozhao. "Do you not know the different levels of wheels of the great path?" "I know of the different levels of Renhuangs, the 3 ranks and 9 tiers. There are different levels of wheels as well?" asked Yifutian. "There are, though only the top forces of the 9 supreme realms make this distinction. Among the common forces, things are not so clear since all of their wheels are common level," said Dozhao. "When wheels of the great path are created, they are divided into different levels based on their strengths and weaknesses. The vast majority of Renhuangs have common level wheels. Those who are incredibly talented can forge golden wheels that shine with brilliant light. At the higher level, you have celestial level wheels. Wheels at this level are extremely strong, and few people can forge them. This is the kind of wheel that seventh slayer just forged. Of course, legends say that there are even wheels above this, perfect wheels that shine with dazzling divine light. These are called divine level wheels. There are those who say that the reason all wheels of the great path are called divine wheels is that they all originally start at the divine level. But when there are flaws in one's will, you get wheels of lower levels. All wheels are imperfect, and so we of the 3,000 realms of the great path have made these distinctions. In reality, any will below the divine level is commonplace. There should only be perfect add imperfect wheels." "I understand." Yifutian looked up at seventh slayer up in the air. His divine will was stronger than that of Wu Meng, who he had just fought. Huang Zhong, who cultivated in the ancestral lands of the divine palace, had wanted to forge a perfect divine level wheel of the great path. He had heard those mysterious people in the divine palace talk a little bit about this, but they had never spoken about the different levels in concrete terms. Seventh slayer had forged his wheel here in the God's Relic. The divine arm he had taken had given him this chance, and thus he had forged a celestial level divine wheel. But it was still flawed as it was not at the divine level. He had just been wondering if seventh slayer attacked someone with his will, what would it be like? Of course, he could not say this. This was seventh slayer's personal path of cultivation, and their friendship was not very deep yet. They could not speak of matters of life and death casually yet. Each force finally selected 3 divine arms, but they all still wanted more. They felt that 3 was not enough. They hated to leave. "Can't we pick some more to take back to the people in our clans?" Dozhao asked tentatively. "You were only choosing for yourselves before?" Yifutian's face darkened. They were so shameless. Dozhao smiled awkwardly and said, "I am the most prominent junior member of the Dou tribe after all. One day I will be the leader." Yifutian felt that in some aspects, he was not Dozhao's equal. He looked at the others and saw their expectant gazes. Fine, each force way choose two more. Qishao Divine Mountain and Brahma's Pure Sky expended a little bit less power, so they don't get to, said Yi Futian. Qishao Divine Mountain had been hesitant and had only decided to join them at the last moment. In addition, they had only fought the weakest of opponents, so loyalty was not assured. Right now, they were in an alliance, but after they left, who knows if they would be friends or enemies. He could not trust them too much. As for Brahma's Pure Sky, Qin looked at him with a smile, then said to him telepathically, "Are you really going to be so cruel to me, Lord Yi? Forgive me, Goddess Qin. You can keep the ritual implements yourself. If Brahma's Pure Sky wants them, then when the Empress asks me, I will surely give them to her," answered Yi Futian. Qin stared at him. Did he have some ulterior motive with this? The people from Qishao Divine Mountain's expressions changed. They did not say anything, but they were clearly unhappy. But the other forces were all quite glad. They seemed to like this new turn of events. In reality, Yi Futian had originally planned to give each force 5 divine arms. Soon, the various forces had each chosen 2 more items. Yi Futian walked down the vast hall until he finally discovered that it was blocked off. There was a gate blocking off one side of the hall. In front of the gate was a pearl shining with brilliant golden light. All the light in the hall seemed to be gathering towards it and forming countless lines of light. Obviously, the god's relic did not end here. There must be more land beyond the gate. "What is this?" whispered Yi Futian as he stood before the pearl. All the light in the spatial sacred hall was gathering in this one place. It was clearly a supernatural object. What kind of secrets did it contain? He looked back over his shoulder. If this hall was truly the treasure trove of some great figure, then the gate was probably the entrance to the treasure room. The pearl was the first thing in front of the gate. Could it be that it was the key to the whole spatial sacred hall? Divine light flashed in his eyes, making him able to see through anything. He saw how the pearl connected with the entire spatial sacred hall. All of the seals on the treasures seemed to be one with it. Many illusory spatial gates appeared in all directions. It seemed like they were everywhere. It seemed like if he could master this pearl, he could unlock all the gates with a single thought. He let his thoughts enter into it and saw brilliant, dazzling light emit from the pearl. The light covered everything in the hall, making it so that it was painful for people to keep their eyes open. Be careful. As the whole hall lit up with dazzling radiance, Yaya could feel the spatial power in the room strengthening. In the instant that she said that Yi Futian was covered in spatial light, all of the illusory gates overlapped on top of him, swallowing him up completely. A group of figures flashed over towards him, but countless gates appeared in front of them. Their expressions turned dark. "What is that thing?" said one of the people who had rushed over. This sudden change had made it so that they were unable to reach Yi Futian. They thought that he had already completely mastered the spatial sacred hall. He had never thought that this pearl that had not been sealed away would have had such hidden danger. No one could get closer to it. They were all blocked by the spatial gates. Even being a few inches away was like being oceans apart. In the same instant as Yi Futian's consciousness entered the pearl, the endless gates appeared in his vision, one after another, covering his consciousness. In that moment, his thoughts seemed trapped. There were no divine arms round him, only gates. It was like he was in a huge spatial prison. His expression changed slightly. He had been a bit careless here. This pearl was perhaps the most mysterious ritual implement within the spatial sacred hall. It had not been sealed because it itself was the seal. This pearl was the origin of all the seals. Endless spatial light flowed out. There was no sense of order to these gates, and they could not be controlled. Perhaps it was because the master of the spatial sacred hall had died. This is dangerous, thought Yi Futian. The spatial light continued to flow. If it was going to attack him, he would not be able to withstand it. Thinking of this, he began to shine with brilliant divine light. His eyes became incredibly frightening. Even his divine spirit seemed to become a real golden object. He could perceive all the deep mysteries of the world. The principles of these gates were similar to those in the outside world, but there were too many of them. When countless gates appeared in a single instant, his senses were overloaded. But if he slowed down and deeply thought about their secrets, he could unlock them one by one. When he realized this, he gradually relaxed and stabilized his mood. His divine spirit flowed out towards the gates. Open! His divine spirit descended, and a spatial gate opened, then a second one, then a third. The endless spatial gates seemed to form a tunnel that he was trapped inside. Yifutian did not dare be even the least bit careless. He continuously opened the gates as he continued on towards the depths of the tunnel. As time passed, the people on the outside began to look very worried, especially Yifutian's friends. Although they had great faith in Yifutian's abilities, this was no ordinary place. The pearl was clearly something extraordinary and nobody knew what would happen with it. But there was nothing they could do. They could only wait. A thought appeared in everyone's minds. They stared forward. Time seemed to slow, and that moment seemed to take a very long time. In that moment, the whole spatial sacred palace lit up with brilliant light. All the spatial power in the hall flowed towards the pearl, as if it was returning to the source. What is happening? Everyone looked into the hall. The endless beams of spatial light were slowly disappearing. The pair seemed to possess infinite space as it swallowed up everything. The ritual implements are going into it too, said someone. Everyone realized that the space where the ritual implements were sealed was being sucked in as well. The pearl began to spin quickly, giving off brilliant light that lit up the whole hall. It seemed like it would never be filled. The inside of the pearl contained infinite space. Everyone found it hard to keep their eyes open as they saw all the space in the hall being swallowed up. When the light dissipated, the spatial sacred hall had disappeared as well. The vast hall had vanished without a trace. The pearl was still spinning and giving off spatial light. Yifutian's figure appeared in front of it. Golden light was shining from his brow, producing a mystical connection with the pearl. The light connected him to it like they were of one body. He's all right. Everyone sighed when they saw him. He had escaped the terrible seal. At that moment, Yifutian opened his eyes, and the pearl disappeared along with the light coming from his forehead. In addition, the ritual implements and divine arms disappeared as well. A look of shock flashed in everyone's eyes. The pearl had swallowed up everything in the spatial sacred hall, as if it was the source of everything. Is something wrong? Asked Xia Qingyuan. Yifutian shook his head and smiled. It was a false alarm. On saying this, he rubbed his forehead and a strange expression came over him. He had wanted to take everything in this treasure house. At the very least, he would need a few ritual implements. In that case, things would be a little difficult. First, he would need to spend a lot of time and energy. But he had never thought that it would all be resolved by a little bit of fright and shock. He had received the pearl that sealed all the ritual implements and divine arms in the spatial sacred hall. Now, he had formed a connection with it and he could use it at will. You refined it? Asked Dou Zhao in shock. This guy was crazy. He could do this too. He thought back to when Yifutian had taken the spear that had fighting while swirling around it in the underground palace. It seemed that it had been quite easy for him. Was there anything he could not do? It was difficult for others to obtain ritual implements, but Yifutian was good at it. He could unseal them with a single thought. Now, he had directly refined the source of the spatial sacred hall, obtaining all the ritual implements at once so that he did not need to master them one by one. After seeing him fight the god of battle, he would just have to accept it if he felt wronged in the future. It seemed there was no reason for him to be too arrogant. I don't know, said Yifutian with a shrug. He did not show the treasure he had gained. Dou Zhao looked at him. He didn't know? Yifutian turned and walked towards Tay Gate. The divine arms had been divided up, so now they should continue heading inwards. The purple gold rats who had gone in the other three directions had reached their ruins already. Even from here he could feel that they were very close. If they were far away his perception would be very hazy, but since they were close it was extremely clear. They were in 4 different places. Yifutian looked at the gate, and brilliant divine light shot out of his forehead. It flowed towards the gate, lighting it up. The people behind Yi Futian trembled. He had already mastered the ability to control the gates. It was possible that nobody had ever entered that place before. Could it be that something that had never happened before was going to take place here in the God's Relic today? A booming sound rang out and a crack appeared in the gate. Light poured through it. As everyone watched with trembling gaze, it opened up inwards, as if where they were standing was actually inside the gate. Yi Futian raised a hand to shield his eyes. He had found the way to break the seals, and it had worked for the gate as well. What would be inside it? Yi Futian had come from the eastern side of the God's Relic. Just as he had guessed, there were ruins in the other three directions as well. There were many divine trees in the south upon which grew many pieces of fruit of the way that grew thick with will. A rare kind of grass grew there as well. To the north there was a collection of books. In this collection were sacred and valuable texts that recorded many powerful and mystical arts. To the west were many statues of armored soldiers, as well as statues of divine beasts that contained powerful will guarding the. At that moment, many people were still searching in the south and the west and fighting each other constantly. There had been many casualties. Within the book collection to the north, the battles had already ceased as the cultivators had come to the end of it. There was a huge wall covered in bookcases there that looked like a gate. There was a book in front of it, one that seemed divine. Golden light circled around it. It was very large and the light coming from it lit up the room. At that moment, a figure was standing calmly before the book, one who was clearly someone extraordinary. He was young and had an unforgettable look to him. His face was bright and clear, and his eyes shone with divine light. There were many people behind him, cultivators from all the 9 realms, and they were all top figures. They belonged to many different factions, but they all stood behind this young man. No one went up to disturb him. Shockingly powerful figures appeared in every generation, and this one was no exception. In fact, this man was even more dazzling than those who had come before him. He came from the Central Emperor realm. Many years ago, when he was still a junior, he had already made a name for himself. Now, he had naturally been among those who came to the God's Relic. Among 10,000 secrets of the way, there were none that he had not discovered. Now, would he be able to unlock this divine book? The book collection had originally been sealed, but now it was open and wind blew through it, making the young man's robes swirl. The golden light upon the book glowed even brighter as ancient characters flew out of it, imprinting themselves in the young man's eyes. It was like they were flying directly into his brain. There was a sound of the bookcase moving, and everyone's hearts beat faster. They could see that the bookcase was beginning to open. The divine golden gate opened. Yi Futian and the others looked inside. Was this the true end of this ruin? Yi Futian stepped right through the doorway, and the other cultivators followed behind. Destroyed palaces and ruins. Yi Futian swept his gaze around. They seemed to be in the wreckage of several palaces. People had obviously once been here. Could some high-level battles have broken out? The broken palaces all seemed to have been built out of some supernatural material. This was like a divine treasure house. It was impossible to imagine just how magnificent this place must have once been. The whole area was filled with magnificent will. Look over there. Some of the people were looking up into the distance. As the destroyed palaces continued, they could faintly see an incomparably glorious celestial palace floating in the air up ahead. It looked like a divine ruin, a ruin left behind by a god. Was this the true meaning of the God's Relic? Boom! A sound rang out, making all the cultivators look towards it. Their formation was suddenly broken and thrown into confusion. Before they had come here, they had all been working together. But if this was truly the God's Relic, would they really let each other have it? Probably none of them would. They would all fight for it. Yi Futian took a step forward, but he was not too concerned. He knew that this place was truly the core. The main places in each of the 4 directions seemed to be a treasure trove, a library, a garden, and now this in front of them. This must have been a place where an incredibly powerful figure had lived. This whole God's Relic that people were fighting over was nothing more than his treasure trove. If there were something in here, it would probably be extremely difficult to steal. They flew through the air towards the ruins that were floating high above, passing through destroyed palaces and ruins. They finally reached the floating palace and looked up at it. An incredible pressure covered the cultivators, giving them a feeling of awe. It seemed that even after so many years, the palace still contained supreme majesty. A thread of invisible force appeared in front of them, blocking their path. There was an incredibly spacious road of the great path ahead of them that went all the way to the palace. They could see some statues standing guard in the distance that looked like real people, though they could tell there was no life within them. But they still stood guard below the palace. They were guarding a set of stairs that went up to the palace. It seemed that going up those stairs was the only way to get there. Imperial Majesty. Yifutian's heart was trembling fiercely. There were hints of imperial majesty left behind at this palace. He himself had some of the will of the emperor, and so he was naturally familiar with how it felt. In that case, the master of this palace must have been someone at the same level as the great emperor. This must have been the place where he had cultivated. If that was so, did that mean when the people of the world spoke of the gods, they were really talking about great emperors? They were as strong as gods. Everyone was still trembling on the inside, but they suddenly sensed that many powerful auras were coming towards them. They suddenly turned and saw a group of figures coming through the air from behind them. It was a group of cultivators who just so happened to have come to the same place as them. What is going on? Looks of surprise came over all their faces. Those others had not been here before. How had they gotten here? Yifutian had not told anyone about the ruins, so they did not know about them yet. Those cultivators who had just arrived looked at Yifutian's group in shock as well. One of them even said, "How did you get here? I'd like to ask you the same question. Where did you come from?" Someone replied. No one knew what was going on. It seems that our elder guessed right. Traveling in each of the 4 directions here at the God's Relic will lead you to the same place in the end, came a voice from the crowd. Everyone looked surprised at this. Each of the 4 directions led to the same place. A figure stepped out from the group who had just arrived, handsome and imposing. In the instant that he appeared, everyone's gaze fell upon him. So, he has come. Surprise flashed in Yuan Hong of the Yuanyang clan's eyes. This man was famous throughout the Central Imperial Realm. He was the standout figure of his generation. And now he was here. He's at the Run Huang level. Yuan Hong trembled when he sensed the young man's aura, remembering that he had not been at that level yet when he had first entered the God's Relic. Moreover, given his talent, he would not have been willing to hastily enter the Renhuang plane. So, he must have had an incredible opportunity to do so. He was so talented. What kind of wheel of the great path had he forged? Could it be a perfect, unblemished one? Yuan Hong looked back at Yifutian beside him. Although he came from the Yuanyang clan of the Central Imperial Realm, Yifutian's talent still shocked him. He had made history all by his own strength and had brought them all to this unknown place. If the God's Relic was really here, Yifutian actually had a chance of competing for it. But now, looking at this man who had reached the Runhuang level, Yuan Hong could feel Yifutian's hopes evaporating. Could even be said that he had no hope at all. It was no wonder that they had come here. It was because that man was with them, and he had reached the Renhuang level. Yifutian looked at the young man as well. So someone had guessed correctly. Moreover, the man who was speaking gave him the feeling that he was incredibly powerful. "Do you know him?" Yifutian asked Yuan Hong. He could feel that Yuan Hong was comparing him to that man. "Have you heard of the most prestigious academy in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path?" asked Yuan Hong. Yifutian shook his head. No, Yuan Hong looked at him. This guy really didn't care about anything. Tiantian Academy in the Central Emperor Realm is known as the foremost place in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path for seeking the path. It contains countless ancient texts, and countless people go there to study. However, even though they are all great talents, none of them are able to enter the core of Tiantian Academy. But this man is considered the greatest member of the younger generation there. Before him, all the heroes of the Central Imperial Realm pale in comparison. Yuan Hong whispered to Yifutian, "Even including me." Yifutian was surprised. Yuan Hong, who had been born into the Yuanyang clan, was a very proud and confident man. But he had said that he was no match for this man. This showed just how talented he was. He was truly an overwhelming figure. He was the foremost young man at Tiantian Academy. He was someone who could crush all foes. Moreover, he was from the Central Emperor realm. No wonder he had felt that he was special as soon as he had seen him. "Is he Jian Qingzhu of Tiantian Academy?" asked Dou Zhao from beside them. "Yes, that is the greatest talent of Tiantian Academy, Jian Qingzhu," said Yuan Hong with a nod. A look of surprise came over his face. He turned to Dou Zhao and asked, "You know of him too?" Dou Zhao was from the Ziwei realm. If it was some great figure, it would be natural for Dou Zhao to know him. But Jian Qingzhu was of the same generation as Dou Zhao, but even given the vast distance between their realms, he still knew of him. This was very out of the ordinary. "My elder said that once I inherit the leadership of the Dou tribe, I will stand among the greatest figures of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Jian Qingzhu will be another one of them," said Dou Zhao. This man was born into the Jian clan, the founders of Tiantian Academy. When he was young, he read through all the books there and learned all the different methods therein. "There is nothing he cannot do." "So powerful," said Yi Futian. He was a man whose name shook the 3,000 realms of the Great Path and made the other proud sons of heaven of the same generation as him say they were not as good as him. This was a man whose talent could shock the world. Previously, he had met Huang Zhong at the ancestral land of the Divine Palace, whom no one could compare to. Now here was Jian Qingzhu, who played a similar role in Tiantian Academy. Moreover, the fact that he had made it here meant that he had uncovered the secrets of the God's relic. The people who had gone in the other two directions had not made it here yet, and they would not necessarily ever do so. At that moment, Jian Qingzhu's gaze fell upon Yi Futian. "Did you come from the east?" he asked. "Yes," said someone with a nod. "Did you come from the north?" Jian Qingzhu nodded as well, saying, "If my elder guessed right, the east must have had the skeletons of many demonic beasts and a divine hall full of ritual implements." Jian Qingzhu was of high birth. He was from the Jian clan, which had founded Tiantian Academy and had sent expeditions to the God's relic before. Thus, he knew a little bit more about this place than others. They had never shared this information with the outside world. He had decided to go to the trove of a book, as that was the area he was most skilled in. Events had proven that he had made the right choice, and he had gotten a lot of the things that he had wanted. After all, he had broken through to the next level there and then come here. "Who was it who opened the gate between the Divine Hall and here?" he asked. Since he had come here, he knew just how hard it was to do so. He had thought he would be the first, but someone had gotten here first. Everyone's gaze fell upon Yi Futian, including Jian Qingzhu's. "I am Jian Qingzhu of Tiantian Academy," he said to Yi Futian with a nod. "I am Yi Futian, the heir of Sky River Temple in the Tianhe realm," answered Yi Futian. A look of surprise came over Jian Qingzhu's face at his introduction. The Tianhe realm? Could it be that he didn't come from any of the 9 supreme realms? The Sky River Temple must be the place where the Sky River Great Elder cultivated. A conflict had occurred there between him and the Shin clan. "What was in the north?" asked Yi Futian curiously. "A trove of books with many ancient texts," answered Jian Qingzhu as if he did not care at all. Yi Futian nodded slightly. It was just like he had sensed from the purple gold rats. "What you said before must be right. No matter which direction you go in, you will always end up here in the end," he said. Everyone's gaze fell upon the white-haired youth. Could Yi Futian of the Tianhe realm do the same things as Jian Qingzhu, even open one of the gates? If what Jian Qingzhu had said was correct, that the east held a trove of ritual implements, had Yi Futian and his people taken them all. There was one person in the crowd who could not restrain him and began walking towards the floating palace. This was their destination in the God's relic. Moreover, Jian Qingzhu and Yi Futian had had the same idea, that the 4 directions would all go to the same place in the end. This meant that this place was the actual God's relic. Despite their extraordinary minds, they still found it hard to control themselves, and thus this one man rushed forward. An invisible imperial aura covered the sky above the palace, throwing back the figure who rushed towards it. He landed with wobbly knees. He looked up at the palace. How could mortals contend with this power that came from the gods? The area in front of the palace was completely blocked off. There was absolutely no way to get into the palace from the air. Perhaps the only way was to go up the road of the great path and step onto the divine stairway. Although he had been forced back, the figure could still feel the mighty power coming from the palace. There was so much pressure on him that he felt like he was being crushed by a mountain. There was a roar as the great path surged within him. He straightened himself out and stood up, taking a determined step forward towards the road. Boom! A low roar sounded from the road. He walked up towards the palace while everyone else watched calmly. Although many of them found it hard to restrain themselves as well, they understand when they saw this situation that it would not be easy to get to this palace. It would probably be even harder than it had been to get here. There were many statues standing guard in front of the stairway that looked like ancient divine generals. When the figure reached that place, one of the statues lit up with brilliant radiance. A burst of terrible will swept out, making an illusory image appear. It looked like a battlefield. Bang! There was a loud noise as the figure was sent flying backward. Blood poured from his mouth as he slammed into the ground. The power of the great path descended upon him, making so he could not stand up. Crimson blood stained his robes. All the cultivators frowned when they saw this. It was just as they had guessed. That cultivator was from one of the top forces as well, but even he was being kept outside. Yifu was staring forward as well. He seemed to sense a burst of powerful will. Even though many years had passed and they had turned into statues, they still possessed will. Moreover, there were many statues over there. It would not be easy to pass them. He was not sure he could do it. Jian Qingzhu was just like Yifu, the genius cultivator, who was known as the foremost young member of Tianxian Academy, did not move. He looked at the celestial palace, then pointed at it and said, "If this palace was left behind by the gods, then the entrances from the other two directions must be around here too. Go and see if we can open them up from the inside." Open them up? The people around him looked surprised. At a time like this, when the number of people he had to compete with was decreasing, Jian Qingzhu was going to let the cultivators from all the top powers of the 9 supreme realms come here? "Yes," said Jian Qingzhu with a nod. "There is only one chance to obtain the god's relic. Since people have already come here from the divine temple, there must be nothing there. I haven't been in the other two directions, and I'd like to go see them." He had chosen to come from the collection of books because that was what he was most skilled in, but that did not mean he didn't want to see what the other three directions held. All of the areas of the god's relic were extraordinary. Now that he had a chance, he naturally wanted to go and see the other ones and see if he could get anything from them. Even if he could not get as much out of them as he had at the collection of books, it was still worth going. The people from Tianxian Academy around him all looked surprised. If anyone else had the advantage of coming here first, they would not have acted like Jian Qingzhu and thought to open up the ways to the other parts of the god's relic. His way of thinking was truly different from other people's. But looking at it from a different perspective, this showed just how absolutely confident Jian Qingzhu was in himself. It seemed like no matter how many people came to the god's relic, it would still be his in the end. If he could not get it, then no one could. "All right." Someone nodded and turned to leave. This person had no desire for the god's relic. This was Jian Qingzhu's ambition. Other than a few of the other disciples from top forces, no one else at Tianxian Academy could compete with him. "If the gates can be opened from the inside, I will go to the garden with you in a little bit," said Yifu to Xia Qingyuan. The garden. A confused look came over Xia Qingyuan's face. She looked at him uncomprehendingly. "Yes, the garden," said Yifu with a smile. "For us, and even for the 9 supreme realms, this is something that a god left behind, and thus it is called the god's relic. But for him, it was just his home. Those bones of the demonic beasts and those treasures were probably the remains of beasts that he raised and rode, and some treasures that he collected. And the divine tree and celestial plants in the other direction were probably just his garden." Xia Qingyuan was speechless at Yifu words, but he seemed to make some sense. For the people of the world, This was the god's relic. But to the god himself it was just his place of cultivation. Yifutian meant that this place was just the home of an incomparably powerful man. "Why do you want to go to the garden?" asked Xianxia curiously. "Is your life spirit not that of a lotus?" "Of course we should go to the garden to see if there are useful things for you there," said Yifutian. There was a purple gold rat hidden there who had not fought anyone, so no one had paid attention to it. Thus, he knew more or less what was going on there. Xianxia stared at him. Was he showing that he cared for her? When he saw the way she was looking at him, Yifutian smiled and said, "Your personality isn't really that good, princess, but I won't hold it against you." The emotions that had just been born in Xianxia's heart instantly evaporated. She looked at Yifutian coldly. That bastard. Absolutely shameless. What was wrong with her personality? At that moment, a voice came from the distance. Another powerful aura was spreading towards them, making a look of surprise come over Yifutian's face. Was it opening? Could it really be that simple? Apparently, it was hard to get in from the outside, but easy to get out from the inside. After all, this had been someone's home. Boom! Brilliant light shot towards them as even more powerful auras spread out. Renhuang-level cultivators were arriving. Yifutian looked up and saw a familiar figure. It was Huang Zhong, the most powerful young member of Xianxia Divine Palace and a Renhuang-level cultivator. When he had gone to the Divine Palace to train, Huang Zhong had only been a step away from the Renhuang Plain. He had just wanted to forge a perfect wheel of the Great Path. Now, here in the God's Relic, he seemed to have found his opportunity to do so. He had successfully created the wheel of the Great Path that he had wanted. After all, he was said to be number one within the Divine Palace. "Let's go," Yifutian said to Xianxia. "Let the others do as they will." On saying this, the two of them left. No one would probably be able to inherit what was left behind in the God's Relic for a while, so he wanted to see the other places here. The fruit of the way that he had gotten while training at the Divine Palace was limited, and he was using them up quickly. Yusheng did not go with him. He wanted to see what would happen here. Soon, more and more people gathered. The people of all the 9 supreme realms were gathering here. At that moment, Yifutian reached the gate on the south side. He stepped out as if everything going on behind him had nothing to do with him. When he stepped out, he saw that there was a willow tree beside him. It seemed to be extremely ordinary except for the fact that it was very old, and thus very large. Countless branches drooped down from it, and there was a pavilion under it. At that moment, there was a monk within the pavilion, looking dignified and stately. His eyes were closed as he cultivated assiduously. He seemed to be coming to some realization there under the willow tree. "Brother," said Yifutian to the monk. He sensed that the monk had a special aura about him, forming a force field around the area. He must be a cultivator from a top force from the mountain realm, Yifutian thought to himself. He was the only person there under the tree. "What are you looking at, sir?" came a voice. Beside him, Xianxia could hear it too. It was not telepathy, but the monk's mouth did not move. "There are many divine trees and celestial plants here. Why are you cultivating under this ordinary willow tree?" asked Yifutian. "Perhaps, in your eyes, this willow tree is ordinary, but in my eyes, it is divine," said the monk. "When I look at the mountains, they are not mountains. When I look at the lakes, they are not lakes." He was speaking of the 3 levels of Zen. At the first level, when one looked at mountains, one saw mountains, and when one looked at lakes, they were lakes. At the second level, when one looked at mountains, they were no longer mountains, and when one looked at lakes, they were no longer lakes. At the third level, the mountains were once again mountains and the lakes were once again lakes. "I would have thought you would have already gone past the second level, master, and reached the third. I would think that you would see mountains and lakes," said Yifutian with a smile. "My body is a Bodhi tree. My mind is a mirror," the monk said to Yifutian with a smile. Although he had not yet opened his eyes, Yifutian still felt like he was looking at him. "I did not mean to interrupt you, Cultivation, master," said Yifutian. He and Xianxia began to walk away. "Why were you two talking in riddles?" asked Xianxia, a look of confusion in her eyes. What had they been talking about? He had given up all the divine trees and celestial plants and was cultivating under an ordinary willow tree. His mind was as clear as a mirror. Thus, he was able to see right through that tree, said Yifutian. The willow tree was not as simple as it seemed. As he said this, a powerful aura suddenly spread out behind him. He stopped and turned around. Xia Qingyuan looked over her shoulder as well. They saw brilliant light shining under the tree, shooting up into the clouds. They saw a huge golden Buddha form there that then transformed into a divine wheel. The willow tree became golden as well and swayed without stopping. At that moment, countless willow leaves began to swirl around in the air as divine light poured through them, falling upon the monk. The monk's body had turned gold, and he slowly rose into the air. He had entered the way and become a Buddha. This was the Renhuang Plain. He formed a perfect wheel of the great path, whispered Yifutian. Xia Qingyuan looked at the incomparably bright willow tree in shock, then looked at Yifutian beside her and asked, "What was that tree?" "I don't know. Perhaps the god who lived here used to cultivate beneath it," said Yifutian with a smile. "Let's go and find a chance for you to become a Renhuang." Xia Qingyuan looked at Yifutian, only to see him with a smile on his face that seemed to be full of confidence. It was as if he already knew where to look for opportunities. She knew that Yifutian could control the demons, and he must have dispatched the purple gold rats to all sides. It was possible that Yifutian might already know of the movements here and was just taking her on a trip. The two figures flickered straight to their destination. They passed many divine trees and enchanted plants, but Yifutian just glanced at them without interest. After a while, they came upon a lake. The lake was large, with pavilions next to it that looked like places to rest. In the middle of the lake, there were lotus flowers blooming like a sea of flowers. "The breath of life is strong," Xia Qingyuan mumbled to herself. She looked toward the center of the lake. In the middle of the sea of lotuses, there was one that was blooming in 6 colors, swaying in the lake with each petal a different color. This one lotus was huge. It was as if it was the chief of all the lotus flower with its 6 petals. There were many people standing in the middle of the lake, and they were all floating on the surface of the water as if they were weightless. All of them were stationed in different positions, and it seemed that they were all fighting for that single lotus. Clearly, they all realized that this lotus was extraordinary and was born of the way. Seeing Yifutian and Xia Qingyuan coming their way, many glanced at them, but they looked calm and unconcerned. Obviously, the two did not cause too much concern. These two cultivators were only of Saint Plain, and the cultivation of the woman was not even worth much consideration at all. The white-haired youth possessed unusual temperament, but they didn't know him. They had not seen him in this area before. Perhaps he was someone who had arrived later than the others. "God's relic has already appeared. Don't you want to go see?" Yifutian said. Many of the figures floating on the lake turned to look at Yifutian, and one of them said, "God's relic has appeared?" "Yeah." Yifutian nodded and said, "Jian Qingzhu from Tianxin Academy traveled from the north, passed over the land of the book collection, and entered the true location of God's relic." The gates leading toward other major directions were ordered to open, which confirmed the fact that all 4 directions eventually led to the same destination, the heavenly palace in God's relic. Now everyone is rushing to get there, but it seems you didn't know that yet. "Are you serious?" a lady with extraordinary temperament asked as the faces of those in the group altered slightly. Her eyes were sharp, and she looked intently at Yifutian. Had the real God's relic had been opened? How could this be fake? "Go see for yourselves and you'll know," Yifutian said. "Why don't you go?" The woman looked at Yifutian cautiously. Jian Qingzhu and many other genius talents were there. "I am avoiding the spotlight for a while," Yifutian said with a smile. Everyone looked at him as if they understood something. This man must have known that there was no hope for him to compete, so he came here. The purpose of informing them of God's relic was probably to lure them away so he could take the lotus flower himself. This lotus flower was extremely unusual. They felt its existence before they even arrived here, so they came to fight for it with one another. None of them were able to take it away yet. "See you guys later," someone said as he went into the distance. Clearly believing Yifutian. He didn't appear to be lying. They, too, had felt some movements but had no idea what was happening. "You are not going?" Yifutian asked. "That's the inheritance of the gods." The woman who spoke before glanced at Yifutian. It was not as simple as making them leave. Even if God's relic had really appeared, it would certainly be another bloody storm of battles, and it would take some time for the dust to settle. In light of that, this lotus became the priority. "You all have been fighting for it for a long time without result, and you can't take this lotus flower with you anyway. Why waste time here? You are better off trying your luck at the heavenly palace, where you might receive the inheritance of God." Yifutian continued to incite. When everyone heard what Yifutian said, they looked baffled. The woman asked, "You claim to come from there, so how do you know that we have been fighting for this for a long time?" It was as if he had seen all that had happened here. "I also know that you are the daughter belonging to the Xiao family of the Central Emperor realm," Yifutian said with a smile. In this area, the daughter from the Xiao family in the Central Emperor realm was very eye-catching and was quite an attention-getter. Her name was Xiao Muyu, and her strength was powerful and aggressive. There was some confusion in Xiao Muyu's eyes, and then those eyes that were watching Yifutian grew cold. Just exactly where was Yifutian coming from? How did he know of her? "This lotus is useful to me. You all have already fought each other for it before. Fighting aside, it is difficult for you to take the flower easily. So why not let me give it a try?" Yifutian continued. No one paid any attention to Yifutian, totally ignoring him. "Xiao Muyu, he's right. It makes no sense for us to continue like this. Why not enter the lotus world together, and whoever can take it may have it?" A young man in black across from Xiao Muyu said. "I agree." In another direction, someone else also spoke up, agreeing with the other. Now, except for Yifutian, there were only 3 other parties left. Aside from Xiao Muyu from the Central Emperor realm, there was also the Fate world from the Hidden Land realm. This was the force behind the young man in black who just spoke. The other force that spoke after him was Illusion Island from Myriad Realm. All of them were the most powerful principalities in the 9 realms. Just now, a major force had left them. Otherwise, it would be the 4 major powers competing for this one lotus. It could be deduced that this lotus was extraordinary. Agreed. Count me in. While Yifutian sailed toward them, he was transmitting his voice to Xia Qingyuan at the same time. "Wait for me outside." Xia Qingyuan stood in the lake and waited quietly. Whatever Yifutian wanted, he could surely get his hands on. She felt a warmth in her heart. Would this be the first time Yifutian gave her a gift? "There is nothing for you." The eyes of the man in black from the Fate world swept toward Yifutian. Those eyes seemed to contain a will of fate that could swallow up the will of men. Yifutian's eyes directed toward the man and instantly felt torrents of wills of the way invading him. With a vibrant will of life enveloping his body, Yifutian was still moving forward. Laughing, he said, "Since it's a fair competition, you should count me in." A lotus bloomed underneath the feet of the cultivator in black with each step he took, but it was a dark lotus. The lotus was black like ink, emitting a gloomy feeling. The black lotus flew toward Yifutian and enlarged, turning into a giant black lotus that wanted to devour Yifutian. The black petals extended out to cover the sky and the sun, seemingly intent on swallowing Yifutian whole. A terrible air of death puffed out from it and meandered toward Yifutian. Buzz. Yifutian was submerged in a sea of black lotuses. As Yifutian raised his finger to point, a horrific sword will fell on the petals. With a loud boom, the black lotus collapsed and shattered. The air of death screamed in the sky, turning the surrounding space pitch black. "The items in God's relic are free to all to take. I arrived late, but I only asked for the opportunity to compete. If you still want to continue, you will have to speak with your strength from now on," Yifutian said with nonchalance. No matter what happened, he would get what he came for. Since he had promised it to Xia Qingyuan, he had to get the lotus. He didn't want to resort to outright robbery because he didn't want to appear too ruthless. Otherwise, there would be no competition from the others. The man in black frowned. Was he being threatened? Although that sword was incredibly powerful, how dare he act so haughty? He took several steps upon the lake, and then the man in black from the Fate world stepped into the air above the lake. With a turning of his mind, countless dark lotuses instantly appeared on the lake as the air of death filled the space. Yifutian looked up at the sky that was filled with black lotuses, a spear appearing in his hand with intentions of war shooting out from it. He asked, "Why are you like this?" As he took a step, his body traversed the void and aimed towards the young man. Humph! The man in black made a cold snorting sound, and his dark eyes looked into Yifutian's eyes. At this moment, countless black lotuses transformed into their own world that buried Yifutian within. Countless black lotuses opened and closed around him, blocking off the void. The death currents flowed madly toward Yifutian. The petals of the black lotus flew out, turning into the light of darkness and slashing at Yifutian. Space locking, Yifutian kept moving, letting the death currents flow over his body. The spear in his hand lanced at the sea of black lotuses that was drowning him. In an instant, the void seemed to have collapsed, accompanied by a loud bang. The black lotuses in front were shattered as his body turned into a stream of light, continuing to move forward. When he saw this, the man in black frowned. Countless dark lotus flowers hovered around him, opening at the same time and turning into a black hole that engulfed Yifutian as he came attacking. The dark air of death that filled the sky cut through the void at the limit of its speed, just like a death storm that intended to obliterate Yifutian here and now. Bang! There was another loud noise, and without any delay, the white-haired youth rushed out of the collapsed black lotus, carrying with him the spear that exuded horrific intentions of war. A giant black lotus protected the man in black so that the spear blasted on the lotus instead. With a loud noise, the body of the man in black was knocked out with the divine implement. Boom! Menacing breaths came out as the will of death overwhelmed the sky. Many cultivators from the Fate took a step forward at the same time. Instantly, the sky turned to twilight, as if becoming a world of death. Yifutian took one look at the cultivators from the Fate realm, stepping into the air. "Get out of here!" As the voice came down, there was a tremendous amount of martial will in him. At the moment when the spear was released, countless shadows also appeared at the same time. A mighty will enveloped the entire lake as if the god of war himself had descended. Boom! An extremely violent explosion was heard. Many men flew backward, and even some cultivators from Fate World were penetrated by the shadow of the spear. "There's nothing more for you guys to do here. Anyone who doesn't accept that will die," Yifutian said coldly, denying the Fate World further participation. He had promised Xia Qingyuan the opportunity, and he would deliver it to her. He could not allow anyone to interfere. The cultivators of Fate World had extremely hard expressions on their faces. One strike of the spear directed at them was enough to repel all the cultivators and send them running. And now they were forbidden to compete or they would be killed. "Who are you?" The man in black released a dark light from his eyes and asked Yifutian. His eyes were fixed on him. They had never heard of this man, so why was he so strong? The cultivators from the Shao clan and the Illusion Island looked shocked. They did not expect Yifutian to be so strong. If the cultivators from the Fate World couldn't sustain that single strike, would they fare any better if the strike was aimed against them instead? "Yifutian from Tianhe realm," Yifutian replied. He looked at those from the Shao clan and the Illusion Island and said, "Now, can I participate in the competition?" "Fine," Xiao Muyu agreed. Yifutian had such strength. Was it possible to keep him from participating? The leader of the Illusion Island also nodded without saying anything more. Now they could only rely on luck. Clearly, this man was stronger than them. Yifutian smiled and said, "Isn't it great that we can reason together?" There was no need to resort to violence. He had always used reason to convince the others. But if they couldn't be convinced, what the third senior brother had said held true even today. The cultivators from the Shao clan and Illusion Island twitched when they heard him. Reason? Was there any room for reasoning in the matter of competing for treasures? They thought that it only mattered who was the strongest. "My friend will follow me." Yifutian looked at Xia Qingyuan, who was behind him. He was uneasy about leaving Xia Qingyuan out here by herself, so he wanted to take her with him. Sure. No one from the two major principalities disagreed. Thanks a lot. Yifutian was very satisfied with their response. As disciples of the top principalities, they knew how to be reasonable. Let's go. The four of them moved forward together, and the people from Fate World did not act rashly again. Yifutian still had the spear in his hand when he was walking and looked at them from time to time with a friendly smile on his face. However, no one had forgotten about the impressive strike that just took place. The four of them walked to the middle of the lake. The lotus bloomed with all 6 petals and opened up, its brilliance enveloping the surrounding heaven and earth. Yifutian's eyes suddenly brightened. At a glance, he could feel that the lotus appeared to possess self-will. All things in the world were filled with spirit and contained life, and it was the same with the lotus. Containing life was not equivalent to possessing self-will, but this blooming lotus gave Yifutian a feeling that it did. Divine light in 6 colors suddenly bloomed and enveloped the vast space. Countless lotus flowers seemed to appear around Yifutian and the others, wrapping them inside. In just a moment, Yifutian seemed to have entered a world of lotuses that isolated them from the outside world. Amazing! Xianxia whispered. Beneath their feet, lotus flowers also appeared. Ha! Xiaomuyu frowned. This was a slightly different situation from what she had encountered before. In a flash, she was heading toward the sky below, racing to the center of the lotus. However, just as she was about to touch the core, she saw gleams of radiance, and the lotus flower disappeared right in front of her. It was as if it had turned into an infinite number of lotuses floating between heaven and earth. It's gone. Xiaomuyu looked surprised. They had come out from the previous space, and countless lotus flowers floated on the lake, appearing just like ordinary lotus flowers. Illusion, indeed. The eyes of a cultivator from Illusion Island became terrifying and looked at the lotus below. However, each lotus flower was almost the same, except for a few that were brighter than the others. His figure flashed as he waved his palms. The strength of the palm strike shattered the lotuses as he tried to eliminate the others from the true lotus. However, those lotus flowers regenerated again and again, floating silently on the lake's surface as if they would never disappear. Xiaomuyu waved her sleeves, wanting to draw the lotus into her sleeves. However, whenever a lotus disappeared, there would be more that appeared underneath without end, forcing her to stop immediately. Xianxia looked at Yifutian because she did not understand what was going on. It is reluctant to leave here and wants us to leave on our own, Yifutian said. Reluctant to leave? Xianxia said. Do you mean that the lotus has its own will? Yifutian shook his head. He didn't really know either. It was said that a monk comprehended the way under the willow tree, and he became a Buddha through a matter of a thought before entering the Renhuang realm. That willow tree gave him an extraordinary sensation, as it seemed to contain life. And could life give spirit to all things? What kind of realm was this? Perhaps the gods like to meditate in the lake and nurture the spirit of the lotus. Yifutian said. The illusion magic was so strong that he couldn't discern which lotus was the real one. His eyes were able to detect all kinds of unreality, but it couldn't detect the real lotus itself. What could this mean? It meant that the lotus contained the same level of inheritance as his eyes. It was born out of the nurturing of the great emperor, and clearly, it had already obtained the way. There were many ancient trees and divine plants in the relic garden, and many of them clearly held opportunities that caused many to compete. Although this lotus was extraordinary, only a few forces came here because of their similar abilities in cultivation. But they did not really understand. As for the willow tree, only the monk was comprehending under it. Perhaps many people knew that the willow tree was extraordinary, but they could not really comprehend anything from it. Everyone had their own opportunities. It seemed that Xianxia's chances were better than he imagined. Yifutian walked on the surface of the lake, passing many lotus flowers. He looked at those lotuses and said, "All these flowers here are just one, aren't they? There is no difference between you and the others." He sat on the lake and put a lotus in his palm. This was why he might not see a distinction in any area. It was because they were all the same. It's just that the person you have been waiting for will probably never come back. Instead of enduring thousands of years of loneliness, it's better to find someone new, Yifutian said to the lotus. People from the Xiao clan and other cultivators watched on with great curiosity. This guy was actually talking to the lotus. They all came from top principalities and knew that all creatures possessed spirits. But they had never seen this type of situation. Could it be true that this lotus flower really contained life? Then that would mean that it had already obtained the way. Qingyuan, sit down. Yifutian looked up at the Xia Qingyuan, who was beside him. Xia Qingyuan sat obediently next to him. Release your life spirit, Yifutian said. Xia Qingyuan nodded, and her life spirit was released. A radiant lotus appeared. Its petals opened and closed. At this moment, Xia Qingyuan was like a fairy with a ray of sacred glory upon her. She is like you. Her life spirit is also a lotus. Lotuses are a part of life, and you could grow and accompany her cultivation of the way of life. If you merge into her life spirit and become a part of her, there will be someone growing with you so that you won't feel lonely anymore, Yifutian murmured softly. The breath from his body was gentle, and a bright divine light flowed in the palm of his hand. Everyone around looked at Yifutian with a strange look. Xiao Muyu's eyes were full of curiosity. This was the first time she had seen someone grab treasure like this. Was he in a dialogue with the lotus? And asking it to select its own master. They had never seen anything like it. If it was in another circumstance, she would think that there was something wrong with Yifutian. However, this man was extraordinarily handsome. His white garment matched his white hair, gentle and elegant. Somehow, his dialogue with the lotus gave her a very mysterious feeling, as if he was a guru of some sort. Crazy. Xiao Muyu thought to herself that this man's age should be close to hers, yet he exuded an air that was not of this world. Moreover, he was not fighting for the lotus for himself, but for the woman next to him. Was she the one he loved? The light from Yifutian's palm had a trace of wondrous breath. The lotus flower gradually released rays of light, slowly floating upward and actually drifting toward the life spirit of Xia Qingyuan. What is this? Everyone was shocked when they witnessed what was before them. Everything they saw now was incredible, but it was really happening in front of them. Did this work too? If they had known, they would have talked with the lotus already, without waiting for Yifutian. The light was getting brighter and brighter, and countless lotus flowers were now integrated into the lotus flower that floated above Xia Qingyuan's head. The six-petal flower released a radiant divine light. Indeed, all the lotus flowers were one. It truly understood. At this moment, everyone was getting antsy. However, at this time, Yifutian got up, pointing the spear in his hand in the air, and said with a laugh, I always believe in reason. Please respect the lotus's choice. Respect a lotus's choice? When everyone heard what Yifutian said, they felt an urge to beat him up. However, they also felt the fighting intention of the spear, and no one dared to act rashly. You are not here to fight for yourself. Who is this? Xiao Muyu asked, eyes on Xia Qingyuan. My friend. But what's the difference? Yifutian smiled. Why not give me the lotus? Xiao Muyu of the Xiao clan could also be your friend. Xiao Muyu smiled provocatively and unleashed her charm. She was already a very beautiful woman with elegant temperament, and at the moment she was working with all she had. She possessed extremely lethal skills of seduction. Yifutian was tempted for a moment but then smiled at Xiao Muyu. Yifutian was not someone who could be swayed by beauty. I'll consider it if the Xiao clan wants to propose marriage to me, Yifutian said with a smile. Did it mean that he would no longer need to cultivate with such effort if he married the daughter from the top force of Emperor Realm? Shameless. Next to him, Xia Qingyuan was feeling warm and fuzzy, but when she heard Yifutian's words, she couldn't help but swear in a low voice. What a shameless bastard. In the future, if she could ever be moved by him again, she would. Xiao Muyu also froze and stared at Yifutian. She must have been blind not to see that he was a shameless bastard. I'm just kidding. Do you really think I'm that kind of person? This lotus and my friend fit together perfectly, and it took the initiative to choose its master. Naturally, it belongs to her. Whoever disagrees will have to go through me and my spear, Yifutian said, standing guard next to Xiaxing. Xiaxing was again warmed in her heart. It seemed that maybe he was not so shameless after all. No one dared to move lightly. They watched the lotus flower merged into the Xiaxing's life spirit. In a flash, Xiaxing's life spirit released an extremely radiant glory as lotuses filled the sky. The way of heaven and earth poured into Xiaxing's body madly as she closed her eyes to meditate. Absorbing the way of heaven and earth and perceiving the true meaning of the lotus, the divine light shrouded her body. As Yifutian glanced at her, he saw that Xiaxing's face was also illuminated by divine light, just like a glorious goddess. Although she was rather fierce, if she put on something feminine, she should be pretty enough. Xiaomuyu looked at Xiaxing, who was sitting on the lake, and there was a faint sense of envy in her heart. The great path was born of the lotus and nourishing the life spirit. This woman's talent seemed unremarkable and lacked outstanding cultivation. But with such an opportunity, she was destined to go through a remarkable transformation. In hindsight, she could see that although she had paid a lot of attention to this lotus before, her assessment of it was still off. This lotus had already contained spiritual wisdom and was thus able to understand Yifutian's persuasion. It may have been nurtured by the spirits of the gods or the master of the relic. Such an opportunity was taken by another when it was so close at hand. All this was because of that white-haired young man Yifutian from Tianhe realm. This bastard, how dare he claim that he had won by reason? This was clearly a robbery. It was just that he had given such a precious gift to the woman next to him. Judging from his flirty words before, it did not seem like they were path companions. Otherwise, he would not dare to be so bold as to joke about entering the Shao clan as a son-in-law. She was considering whether she should still try to snatch the flower. If she did, could the people of Shao clan deal with Yifutian's spear? I know I am extraordinarily handsome, but you don't have to stare at me like that, Yifutian said just as Xiaomuyu was thinking. The god's relic has already opened, and there are still many other opportunities. Do you really plan on spending more time here? Xiaomuyu looked at Yifutian and couldn't fathom how could someone at the peak of St. Plain so accomplished in combat could be so brazenly shameless. Extraordinarily handsome? Xiaomuyu took a closer look at Yifutian. Well, he wasn't really lying. Farewell, Xiaomuyu said as she turned to leave. After all, she had decided to give it up. It was a gamble to start a war with Yifutian, and the odds were not good. It was far better to go somewhere else to seek other opportunities. After sending off the Shao clan, he looked at others again with a smile. Soon, the people from Illusion Island and Fate World started to leave one after another, until only Yifutian and Xiaxing were left. All of a sudden, it seemed extremely quiet. Some peace, finally, Yifutian whispered. He glanced at Xiaxing beside him, who was still bathed in the sacred lotus light screen. Yifutian smiled and said, "Princess, look how much I have sacrificed for you." Xiaxing gave Yifutian a sideways glance. She suddenly smiled and said, "How do you want me to reward you?" Yifutian gasped when he saw Xiaxing smile, and said rather carefully, "Cultivate with peace of mind, knowing that I am here standing guard for you, princess." As he was speaking, he turned to sneak aside. This woman actually knew how to smile. Horror. However, it was a truly beautiful smile. "Chicken?" A contemptuous voice was heard from behind him. Yifutian had a look of slight outrage and wanted to say something tough, but he thought better of it and said nothing. There was a faint sense of loss in Xiaxing's eyes when she saw how Yifutian had behaved, but then she closed her eyes and cultivated in peace. The lotus opened up all its 6 petals and extended toward the sky. Countless rays of the great path fell down into the lotus itself. Yifutian looked over at her. A life spirit was the foundation of cultivation. The divine lotus of the emperor was now integrated into Xiaxing's life spirit, and that was enough for Xiaxing to complete a transformation. Occasionally, someone was attracted to the lake by the movement, but when they saw Yifutian standing guard with the spear on the lake, those who came would leave quickly. Anyone who had received the opportunity by themselves and remained standing would not be someone to be trifled with. They were not so blind after all. There are things that would cost them their lives if they insisted on fighting for them. Many had already fallen in this place before. Time passed slowly, but Yifutian was in no hurry. After a while, a breath came from within the petals, which attracted Yifutian's attention. He smiled, realizing that she had broken through the realm. With such a rare opportunity of the great path, the breakthrough was not surprising. Moreover, that breath was still getting stronger. For Xianxia, it was a total transformation inside and out, to improve the body of the great path and cleanse the spiritual soul. The glorious brilliance shone between the heavens and the earth in 6 colors, intertwined and dreamlike. After some time, this light returned, flowing toward the lotus before it disappeared. The lotus petals also disappeared along with it, transforming into a sacred lotus and entering the life palace of Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia seemed to have undergone a metamorphosis. Even her temperament had changed, and she was radiant. Yifutian's eyes fell on her, looking at her eyes and face. Xianxia seemed to sense the surprise in his eyes, and she slightly lowered her head and asked, "What are you looking at?" "Nothing." Yifutian came to his senses. This woman seemed to have gotten even more beautiful. However, he shouldn't say anything. "Why don't you continue to cultivate for a while? The lotus contains the way, enough for you to comprehend for a long time," Yifutian asked. It was not possible for Xianxia to digest it so quickly. "It has already integrated into my life spirit and is one with me now. Why should I rush? The relic is open. I don't have time to cultivate here," Xianxia responded. It was one thing if she was here cultivating alone, but for Yifutian to stand guard here would delay his chance to fight for the relic. In her view, the relic left by the gods of the heavenly palace should belong to him. "Ha!" Yifutian looked at Xianxia with surprise. "What are you doing?" Xianxia felt that Yifutian was acting quite strange today. "Since when is the princess so understanding?" Yifutian murmured. Xianxia glared at him with her mouth pursed. When was she not understanding? "Let's go look elsewhere," Yifutian said, and then turned to leave with Xianxia trailing behind him. Her light footsteps caused gentle ripples upon the lake. Yifutian's divine will was permeating toward the far distance, with the purple gold rats exploring the way underground. The top characters in this region had all been informed one way or another and converged on the real god's relic. After all, that was the center of focus. Who wouldn't want to fight for the relic left by the gods? As for this side, there were still many lesser cultivators competing for the opportunity who were not so high among the top forces. They understood that the relic left by the gods was out of their reach, so the main thing was for them to find more opportunities that suited them. At least they had to make the trip worthwhile. At this moment, in front of a golden divine tree, there were many cultivators gathered. The golden leaves made rustling sounds, and every leaf was of a golden color that revealed a sharp sensation. The tree also bore golden fruits of the way, and all of them were precious. The people around them looked at Yifutian and Xianxia alarmingly. Yifutian said, "You have fought enough for this tree. Our princess is somewhat interested in it. Could you give the rest of them to our princess?" Xianxia blinked her beautiful eyes, but still remained calm. Her eyes focused forward, understanding that she couldn't say anything to explain herself. Everyone stole a sideways glance at Xianxia. Xianxia, who had just gone through a metamorphosis, was dazzling. Someone asked with alarm, "What princess is this and from where? Was she from the divine kingdoms or the ancient tribes?" "It's rather far away. Perhaps you have never heard of it before," said Yifutian. "Which realm of the 9 realms?" someone asked. "Most of the people here came from the supreme 9 realms." "None of the 9 realms. Princess of Emperor Xia's realm in the Crimson Dragon's region under the 9 realms." Yifutian actually sounded proud and arrogant. Below the 9 realms, Crimson Dragon region? Emperor Xia's realm? What small, unknown, crappy realm was this in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path? Everyone's face changed drastically as they felt the humiliation. "Get out!" someone scolded in anger. They were not fit to proclaim the title of princess before them. I have always convinced people with reason and was willing to discuss the matter with all of you. I didn't expect you to be so disrespectful to our princess. In that case, I have to take action. Yifutian took out the spear, and everyone sneered. However, in the next moment, a powerful intent of battle swept across the sky, and many became greatly alerted. Buzz. A shadow sailed across, with illusions of the spear filling the sky. In a short moment, everyone was lying flat on their backs. Yifutian, being greatly satisfied, stepped over to pick all the fruits of the way. Soon the golden tree lay bare except for the trunk. Princess, these people have been punished for disrespecting you. Let's go look elsewhere, Yifutian said to Xia Qingyuan. Xia Qingyuan's face darkened with gloom. Even in victory, she felt greatly embarrassed. Whether robbing or plundering, there was no need to be so blatant and shameless. After Yifutian left, all the geniuses from the top forces were so mad that they were shaking. They had never seen such a brazen cad in their lives. Whoever heard of such justification for blatant plundering? This crappy Emperor Xia's realm from Crimson Dragon region must have been some kind of scum of the lowest kind from the 9 realms. Looking at the tree that now stood bare, they just wanted to cry. This is the princess of Emperor Xia's realm. Could you all please give away some opportunities from here? A voice could be heard vaguely in the distance that made the eyelids of all the cultivators present twitch uncontrollably as they mourned in silence for those in the distance. After a while, 2 figures were seen emerging from the relic and moved toward the way back to the heavenly palace. These 2 were Yifutian and Xia Qingyuan. At the moment, Yifutian felt as if the spring breeze was caressing his face, and he was happy. This trip was full of rewards. Next time, can you not use my name? Xia Qingyuan said through gritted teeth. She felt completely humiliated. The princess from Emperor Xia's realm was going to be famous. I will remember what princess has said, Yifutian said with a smile. Xia Qingyuan knew what she had said was in vain. You've already emptied out a temple, why bother with these fruits? All the divine implements in that temple were perhaps more than the power of all the top forces within a single realm. This meant that the wealth possessed by Yifutian alone was comparable to that of a single realm. The poor have no ambition, Yifutian said. That was before, Xia Qingyuan said with loathing. He wasn't poor now. Princess has never been poor, so you wouldn't understand, Yifutian said, and Xia Qingyuan had no response. In the past, she was a princess of one realm, but that was nothing in the situation they were currently in. Cultivation is not an easy task, Yifutian said while taking out a fruit of the way and tossing it into his mouth, making a clear, crisp sound. He was eating it like any ordinary fruit. Xia Qingyuan's eyelids quivered as her innards trembled. Indeed, like some poor bastard, he was treating the fruit of the way like any common fruit. Does princess want one? Yifutian handed one to Xia Qingyuan. I'm not eating it. Xia Qingyuan firmly refused to be the same kind of ignorant fool as him. The way contained in this fruit can cast the body to the great path faster, Yifutian said. Xia Qingyuan ignored him and stretched out her hand silently instead. She put the fruit to her mouth and took a gentle bite, feeling the way enter her body with an enjoyable and refreshing feeling. Beneath the heavenly palace, cultivators gathered in droves from every direction. All the notable figures of the 9 realms were assembled in one place. The god's relic was definitely a place attended completely by the talented geniuses of the current 9 realms. All the best from the Saint Plane would make an appearance here. At this point, there were already many cultivators who had attempted to break into the divine path to set foot on the stairway to the heavenly palace. But so far, no one had succeeded, and that immortal celestial palace that stood above the sky seemed unreachable. When Yifutian and Xia Qingyuan came back here again, there were already many more people present than before. Previously there was only the group that was led by him and the group led by Jian Qingzhu. With the additional passages gained by 2 other channels in addition to those who arrived later, quite a gathering had formed in this place. The arrival of Yifutian and Xia Qingyuan did not attract too much attention, and they were only noticed by some who knew him. For example, many in the upper heavens realm knew Yi Futian, and many cultivators from Divine Palace, Divine Swordly Family, and Sky-Burying God Clan had seen him before. That was in addition to his own notoriety. Of course, there was also the Golden Divine Nation. There was a sharpness in Guy Shirshir's eyes as a golden divine light shot out from his eyes, directed at Yi Futian. The humiliation of the past battle was still difficult for him to swallow. That was the greatest humiliation yet in his life. Huang Zhong from the Divine Palace, who had already entered the Runhuang realm at this moment, also took a look at Yi Futian. He could have broken through to the realm earlier, but he had waited until he entered God's relic. His presence was very different from what he was before. Of course, those who were defeated by Yi Futian in the past also took notice of him, such as the Martial God Clan, Heavenly Sword Hall, Ziwei Palace, and other forces that were previously expelled. They were all back now. Yi Futian had forbidden them from participating in the battle for the divine implement at the Sacred Hall. But he had emptied out the entire spatial Sacred Hall and opened that door. So, they were here too. But their eyes were cautious as they regarded Yi Futian with vigilance. And Xiao Muyu and the others gave Yi Futian a dirty look. "What are you looking at?" At this time, there was a place among the crowd that attracted attention. The people gathered their possessed extremely superior temperament, and one of them asked the youth next to him. His disciple. The young man's eyes turned to Yi Futian, his look extremely sharp. "Him?" asked the person next to him with some doubt. "The one from Tianhe realm," the young man responded. It turned out that this man was a disciple of the Shen clan. Not long ago, he went to Tianhe realm with his father, Xianxia, to make their demand of the Sky River Great Elder. He had met Yi Futian then, so he recognized him. Sky River Great Elder. The cultivators from Shen clan immediately understood when they heard the youth. Suddenly their eyes turned, and they regarded Yi Futian from afar. The people from the Shen clan evoked a sense of fear, as no other forces dared to get too close to them as they stood there. Everyone maintained a certain distance from them, so it was particularly conspicuous. Yi Futian noticed the cultivators from the Shen clan in an instant. He felt the gaze from the others. Likewise, his eyes were looking over as the two sides stared at each other. Disciples of Shen clan. Yi Futian recognized them instantly and made a note to himself. The Shen clan had once gone to Tianhe Mountain, intending to take him away before taking his teacher Qi, Xiangang, to the Shen clan at Central Emperor Realm. How could he have forgotten that? "Who are they?" Xia Qingyuan seemed to sense something. She asked Yi Futian via voice transmission. These men did not look friendly, and they seemed to scrutinize Yi Futian very closely, which made her feel a little uneasy. Could they be forces that Yi Futian had offended? She had been transported to other realms before, so she did not know what had happened to Yi Futian. At the Central Emperor Realm in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, I've had some exchanges with the Shen clan, Yi Futian responded, and Xia Qingyuan frowned slightly. The top power of the Central Emperor Realm was enough to cause her concern. She believed that Yi Futian had no need to fear anyone in the competition at the God's Relic because his own talent would not be inferior to those from the top powers. However, if there were grudges, then it was not a matter simply limited to the younger generation. Yi Futian's talents, no matter how impressive, couldn't contend with the top forces of the Central Emperor Realm. Yi Futian and Xia Qingyuan returned to Yushang and the others. Many powerful cultivators from the Heavenly Mandate Realm were in this position. Next to them were the mighty cultivators from Dou Tribe and Yuanyang clan. Yuan Hong from Yuanyang clan glanced at the direction of the Shen clan. Yi Futian claimed to be the successor of the Sky River Temple, so he must have known that there would be grievances with the Shen clan. Now, it seemed that he had already understood the implications. He was a formidable figure once upon a time, but in his old age, his obsessiveness caused self-destruction. After so many years to have accepted an inheritor, it must be because he has high hopes in this successor. In the direction of the Shen clan, their leader spoke softly, without the disguise of voice transmission. Although they were separated by quite a bit of distance, Yi Futian could hear it clearly. When the other spoke, their eyes were still focused on him. "I heard that he had personally escorted this inheritor to the City of the Ruins," the man beside him added. At its peak, there were 3,000 disciples in Sky River Temple. What is the point of accepting another disciple now, other than just to inherit his craft and give him some comfort in his later years? The young man continued. If he had known what would happen today, why bother destroying everything back then? When he finished speaking, the youth withdrew his attention and no longer focused on Yifutian. They did scrutinize Yifutian, but now that Qi Xiangang had been taken down by the family, he wouldn't deliberately pick on Yifutian. That would be beneath him. Sky River Great Elder and the Shin clan went way back in origin. They would let him keep this one inheritor that would eventually inherit all of his craft. Yuan Hong also heard what the other had said, and his eyes drifted toward Yifutian. Even though he had witnessed Yifutian's talent, there was indeed a huge gap between the two of them in terms of status. Yifutian would probably be subjected to great pressure in the future. Moreover, he knew that the young man who had spoken was the strongest of the current descendants of the Shin clan. It was one of the most dazzling figures among his peers in the Central Emperor realm, Shin Hao. Shin Hao was destined to be extraordinary. His father was a fabulous cultivator in the Shin clan, and since birth, he was destined to embark on a glorious path. He did not disappoint. Since the beginning of his cultivation amongst the children of countless clansmen, he was always invincible. In the future, he would undoubtedly inherit his father's crafts. Moreover, there was a good chance that he would become the future helmsman of the Shin clan. Previously, in his fight for the spatial sacred hall, Yifutian had offended many top principalities. But as his alliance was powerful, there was not much issue. However, now in the fight for the relic left by the gods of Heavenly Palace, status and background were all within consideration. The question was, could he do it? Therefore, no matter how powerful was Yifutian's talent, the pressure he would be subjected to would be unimaginable. Princess had a breakthrough? Yaya noticed the transformation of Xia Qingyuan's temperament as her breath became even more overpowering. It seemed that Yifutian had found an opportunity for her. Xia Qingyuan nodded slightly and glanced at Yifutian beside her. I haven't found anything suitable for you yet, Yifutian said to Yaya. I know. Yaya didn't say anything more, as she didn't have any other thought. Previously in Sword City, Yifutian had let her choose. It was she who first gave the opportunity to the swordmaster of Lihan. She understood that as long as there was an opportunity, Yifutian would never treat his people poorly. Boss, what about me? The little condor looked at Yifutian pitifully. Even that vicious woman had broken through. Would that spell future misery for Lord Condor? What are you fretting about? Xia Qingyuan looked at the little condor with a smile. Seeing the look in Xia Qingyuan's eyes, the little condor felt goosebumps all over, and muttered, Oh boy! She wants to be the mistress. Without further ado, Yifutian pressed his head down fiercely as Xia Qingyuan was heard saying, After you go out, leave the little condor to me for a few days. I will share some opportunity with him. Ah? The little condor looked at Yifutian tremblingly. Seriously? Yifutian was speechless for the time being. Xia Qingyuan and little condor were entangled for good. How is the situation here? Yifutian asked Yushang. Everyone has arrived, but no one can approach the sky stairwell. Yushang kept his eyes forward and said, The statues seem to be alive. It is as if they still contain the will of their previous lives. There were even mirages when one stepped inside that appeared real enough. Yifutian nodded. This was well within expectation. After all, this was the cultivation place of the fabled great emperor, which would not be so simple to breach. This had happened several times with God's relic. For more than 300 years, each time it was opened, the genius from all 9 realms would enter. But so far, no one had ever entered. This time, it was because of him and Jian Qingzhu that they were able to open 2 of the doors and activate the other 2 passages. Hence the situation at hand. Jian Qingzhu left. Yifutian looked to the other side and didn't see Jian Qingzhu in the direction of Tianshan Academy. He said that he was going to see 2 other places, Yaya said, and Yifutian nodded in acknowledgement. Jian Qingzhu had similar thoughts, but he only went to the Garden of Gods. As for the remaining place, It resembled more of an entrance. Many relics had already been trespassed upon and were not worth visiting. At this time, the sound of air breaking was heard, and the group of captivating characters from Xianxia Academy came forward. The person in the lead was none other than Jian Qingzhu. Eyes fell upon him, and they were very serious. Before, when they were at the entrance, it was the people of Xianxia Academy who opened the sealed door. It was said that Jian Qingzhu had commanded it. It also meant that it was Jian Qingzhu who came here and activated all the passages so that they could gather together here. After coming here, everyone focused on the heavenly palace and did not talk about anything. They had no idea that the people from the heavenly mandate realm led by Yifutian came earlier than Jian Qingzhu. The people of the heavenly mandate realm and other forces like Yuanyang clan would not disclose this information on their own, as that would only cause more trouble for Yifutian. Never mind that Jian Qingzhu opened the gate to the ultimate relic. Many notable figures had known his name as the first person among the descendants of Xianxia Academy. Even those who had never heard of him would have heard of him by now when they arrived. If it were not because the god's relic of Heavenly Palace was right before them, the gathering of all of the most excellent figures of the 9 realms would only tempt them to compete against one another. What's the situation? Jian Qingzhu asked those around him after returning to where Xianxia Academy was positioned. The person next to him shook his head and said, "No one can crack it. I'm afraid that ordinary people can't pass." Those who could come here were all qualified to be called geniuses in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Being considered ordinary was dependent on context. Those powerful cultivators who had gathered in front of them were considered geniuses by the top forces and were only ordinary in comparison to the best. Jian Qingzhu understood what he meant, and he could also see that it was difficult. Unless top geniuses were willing to render aid in the effort to crack it, there was not much hope. Everyone has arrived. Hasn't anyone tried? Jian Qingzhu looked at the cultivators around him, many of whom he had met before. Several of them were the same extraordinary geniuses who were also from the Central Emperor realm just like him. He recognized Xianxia of the Shen clan, that princess, and several other extraordinary individuals. In addition, not only the Central Emperor realm had arrived this time. Other realms within the 9 realms were also represented by their own top talents. The strongest from each realm was bound to be unusually outstanding. Yifutian, for example, who led his group coming from the east, was not a simple man. Like him, he would be a creator for the history of God's relic. Has anyone here got a clue how to solve the mystery? Jian Qingzhu asked the crowd. As the first person among the descendants of Xianxia Academy and someone in the Renhuang realm, he exuded an ethereal aura. As soon as he spoke, he attracted everyone's attention. This road is the only way to enter the heavenly palace. This means that we must gain passage through these statues. However, until now, no one could solve the meaning of these statues, said Xianxia from the Shen clan rather calmly. He stood there with a divine light shining upon him. Well, Jian Qingzhu nodded. It seems that it is not easy to decode the meaning of this statue, but we have here a gathering of many genius talents from the 9 realms. Is there someone who would like to be the first one to give it a shot? Xianxia Academy is the leading institution of all the academies. Its disciples are all colorful figures in their own rights. Not to mention, Brother Jian was also the first person who set foot into the relic, hoping to gain entry first. Why doesn't Xianxia Academy take the lead in solving this mystery? Some cultivator from a top force in the Emperor realm suggested, hoping Xianxia Academy would take the lead in this. I'm not the first person to set foot here, Jian Qingzhu said, and the others didn't seem to pay him any mind. This wasn't important after all. Jian Qingzhu did not bother to explain anything. He merely looked at a young man next to him and said, "Ziyu, how about you give it a try?" Hearing his words, many became expectant. For those from the top powers of the 9 realms, everyone knew of the reputation of Xianxia Academy as the academy that stood inside the Central Emperor realm. It was known as the premier institution in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. It was only appropriate that disciples from Xianxia Academy would step up in situations such as this. Very well. The young man next to Jian Qingzhu nodded. and then walked toward the ancient path in front of him with countless eyes fastened on him. This young man, Han Ziyu, was a well-known figure in Tianxin Academy. Because of Jian Qingzhu's presence at the academy, Han Ziyu was not as dazzling in comparison. But on the book list at the academy, his ranking was rather high on the list. Above the heavenly palace, as divine might descended, Han Ziyu stepped forward. His long robe fluttered even though there was no wind. The crowd looked at the heavenly palace above, which seemed to be closed despite the fact that it was still quite a distance away. The ancient path in front was about 10 kilometers long, but this was nothing to the cultivators of this realm. As Han Ziyu moved forward, his temperament transcendent, the will of the way was released from his body. He quickly walked in front of a statue, and suddenly a terrible will erupted from it. It was as if there were ancient peaks blasting onto Han Ziyu, but it was also akin to thundering attacks on the spiritual soul. Bang! Han Ziyu's feet planted themselves firmly into the ground. His eyes became extremely sharp as he stared at the statue, and a magnificent spirit exuded from him. Worthy disciple of Tianxin Academy. Many who saw him praised him. Indeed, the reputation befitted the man himself. Cultivators of the Divine Palace were also concerned because the Divine Palace was a famous place for cultivation and held a supreme position in the upper heavens realm. However, its reputation in the 9 realms was certainly not superior to Tianxin Academy's. There seemed to be a dazzling and radiant divine light that shot out from the eyes of Shun Hao. Yifutian's eyes also changed. He seemed to be able to look beyond falsehood. He observed that the statue seemed to be able to perceive Han Ziyu's approach as an extremely overwhelming will emanated from the statue. In the next moment, a terrible will of the way spread and converged between heaven and earth. Birth of illusions, many whispered, staring closely. On the ancient path, some changes were taking place as a suffocating will of the great path appeared. Many could vaguely see a purple radiance, ruinous thunder, and the mountain peaks. It was hard to distinguish between illusions and reality. Yifutian was able to see it a little more clearly and saw a region of the Great Path appeared there. Han Ziyu was enveloped by that region of the Great Path. That region was closed off by ancient peaks guarding it on all sides, blocking all directions except for a sliver of the sky above. Dazzling golden divine light fell, and there was also a terrible purple light of destruction that continued shining. Han Ziyu must be under tremendous pressure at this moment, Yifutian thought. Han Ziyu saw that countless purple divine swords suddenly emerged from the sliver of an opening in the sky, like the sword of the end of days, instantaneous diving towards him. Under the pressure of the great path, he could hardly move. However, he was a talented genius from Tianxin Academy. An extremely sharp divine light flashed through his eyes, and an overpowering will erupted. Suddenly, there were many radiant golden swords that flew toward the sliver in the sky. Click! A violent sound came out, and many did not actually witness the destruction but heard the terrible sound of the great path instead. Han Ziyu's long hair suddenly loosened and spread out, dancing wildly in the wind. Bang! There was another loud bang, and he continued to retreat. In that illusion, he felt that he was extremely small. It was as if he was competing with heaven. No matter how hard he tried, he still could not overcome it. An incredibly strong will of the way burst from him. His eyes were extremely firm as his will became even more determined. The crowd saw many swords rush out of Han Ziyu's body to illuminate the space he occupied. This genius talent from Tianxin Academy is quite impressive, and his will is tough enough. He's still hanging on, Dozhao said, his eyes turning golden as he saw much more than many others. The divine light of destruction fell down like an illusion, and yet seemed all too real. Accompanied by a loud bang, Han Ziyu spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was quickly weakening. He bowed his head and dared not look at the statue in front of him. Bang! A wave of divine might blasted on his body and knocked him backward. Jian Qingzhu reached out with his hand, and suddenly, an invisible light blocked Han Ziyu's backward momentum and stopped his fall. Han Ziyu retreated after steadying himself and whispered, "I have failed." The statue's will was far too aggressive. Failure was not surprising. Jian Qingzhu comforted him, and Han Ziyu said nothing more but simply returned to the crowd from Tianshan Academy. Many felt somewhat disappointed, having witnessed the power of the statue. Han Ziyu from Tianshan Academy had failed, and this was only one of them. It was probably going to be extremely difficult to pass them. Tianshan Academy gave it a shot. Do any of you want to test the remaining will of might in the other statues? Jian Qingzhu asked, eyeing the crowd. Han Ziyu's failure at least shed some light on one of the statues. Since all the cultivators from the 9 realms wanted to enter the Imperial Palace, it was unreasonable for just Tianshan Academy to do all the heavy lifting. Shin Clan will give it a try, Shin Hao said. But he did not make the move personally either. Instead, he looked at a cultivator from Shin Clan beside him, who took the cue and walked toward another statue. Before he had time to get close, he felt like he was suffocating, and his heart was about to stop beating as well. Similarly, he seemed to have also entered an invisible phantasmal space where everything had become unreal. After a few moments, he met the same fate as Han Ziyu. In even less time, he was injured and knocked out. After that, many cultivators from various forces tried their best. Most just wanted a taste without letting their most powerful person take the risk, so they had all ended in failure. Each of the 9 statues contains a different will. In order to get through the passage, the will of might from all 9 statues has to be broken at the same time. Jian Qingzhu continued, and, in my opinion, it would be difficult for someone to break the will of the 9 statues at the same time. Therefore, I have a suggestion. All the cultivators looked at him, and someone asked, what suggestion? Select 9 people from the cultivators of 9 realms and rush in at the same time, cracking the will of the statues in one fell swoop, Jian Qingzhu said. All previous attempts ended in failure, but Jian Qingzhu wanted all 9 people to walk out with success at the same time, breaking apart the statue's will. But this ambition was not something commoners dared to consider. In the 9 realms, it was not so difficult to find 9 top contenders. How? Someone asked. If there are exactly 9 statues, then each of the 9 realms may choose one representative. If someone thinks that he is more suitable than the others chosen by the other realms, he can fight for the opportunity on the side. Jian Qingzhu asked everyone, how about it? Central Emperor Realm was the strongest among all 9 realms and had the most top contenders. One position was clearly not enough, so they could compete with the others selected from the other realms. If they thought they were more suitable candidates, they could grab additional positions from the other realms. Obviously, after one attempt, Jian Qingzhu did not plan to continue testing slowly but wanted to solve the mystery in the most direct way and enter the sky stairwell. Sounds good. The people from Shin Clan nodded and did not disagree. They, too, wanted to get it over with instead of wasting any more time here. The top figures from Central Emperor Realm are indeed more decisive, Yi Futian thought. If there were any selections from the Heavenly Mandate Realm, there should be no question. The cultivators of various forces each had their own thoughts about this. Even Han Ziyu of Tianshan Academy could not crack the statues. From the looks of it, it would also be difficult for most of them to do so as well. After all, many people had already tried, and none had succeeded. Hence, the idea proposed by Jian Qingzhu of Tianshan Academy was reasonable. The denizens of each realm would choose their strongest cultivator as a representative. The 9 chosen ones would then crack the 9 statues at the same time. The ancient road would then be opened. They could then access the sky stairwell and reach the heavenly palace. However, there was an issue that still remained. What would happen to the rest of them after they had successfully chosen the 9 representatives? Right now, nothing was certain. However, there was a huge probability that the 9 chosen ones would seize the greatest opportunities, and they had the highest chances of getting the relics. Even if the rest didn't agree with this idea, what could they do? They could not crack the statues by themselves. Therefore, everyone acquiesced to Jian Qingzhu's proposal. The minority who had opposing ideas could only hold their tongues. Since the rest do not have any objections, then may the 9 realms each choose their respective representative, Jian Qingzhu said. The top forces of the Central Emperor Realm numbered the most here. They also had the most top figures here. If they were to descend into an all-out brawl for a spot, it would most likely escalate into a frightening war. Since Jian Qingzhu made such a proposal, he probably wanted this spot. Rather than fighting with Jian Qingzhu over it, the other figures of the Central Emperor realm might as well fight for the spots of other realms. My older brother has already reached the Renhuang Plain and is the top scholar on the book list of Tianxian Academy. Does anyone object to him representing the Imperial realm to crack the statues? A cultivator from Tianxian Academy asked loudly. He was also a prominent scholar on the book list and had some fame in the Central Emperor realm. However, it was impossible for anyone in Tianxian Academy to contend with Jian Qingzhu. We can compete fairly, Jian Qingzhu said. If anyone has any objections and they are at the Renhuang Plain, we can spar to see who is superior. If they are at the Saint Plain, I will also not take advantage of them. We can try to crack the same statue to see who succeeds. These statues seem to contain powerful wills. It seems that cracking these statues is unrelated to one's cultivation. It is just nice for us. We can also check in advance whether cracking these statues will bring about any changes to the ancient road. If cracking the statues beforehand was also counted, they could save some trouble. They would only need to wait for the rest to crack the other statues themselves. Jian Qingzhu's words were very reasonable. No one in the Central Emperor realm went against him. There was no need to contend with Jian Qingzhu. He was the top scholar of the juniors of Tianxian Academy. Now that he had reached the Renhuang Plain, defeating him was too difficult. The other cultivators from other realms were also debating. On the Heavenly Mandate realm side, everyone was clearly very harmonious. The Heavenly Mandate dynasty, the Violet Heavenly Palace, and the forces that opposed Yi Futian had already lost pathetically to Yi Futian's forces. The other forces all had good relations with Yi Futian and also acknowledged his ability. Not long ago, in the battle in the Spatial Sacred Hall, they also came to realize that no one in the Heavenly Mandate realm could contend with Yi Futian. Hence, very tacitly, everyone looked in the direction where Yi Futian was. You should go. Beside Yi Futian, Qin he said to him in a low voice, among the top figures of the 9 realms, there will most likely be members from other realms who will want to seize our Heavenly Mandate realm spot. Rather than that happening, we are more confident if we give the spot to you. As she said this, her gaze swept over the crowd beside them. She asked, what does everyone else think? Long Chun nodded in agreement. This time it was subtly a contest to see who was strongest in the 9 realms. In reality, Yi Futian was also considered the hope of the Heavenly Mandate realm in this contest. On the higher heavens realm side, there was also no suspense. Almost no one could compete with Huang Zhong from Xianxia Divine Palace. The representative from the higher heavens realm was naturally him. Among each of the 9 realms, there were only a few people who could claim the top positions within the realm. After a short while, Jian Qingzhu asked, let us begin with the Central Emperor realm. I am willing to step forward and give it a try. Does anyone wish to challenge me for this spot? As expected, no one said anything. If that is the case, I will take a spot first. Seeing no one responding, Jian Qingzhu said, next, the Mountain Realm. Who is your representative? I wish to give it a try. At this moment, a silhouette walked out. Yi Futian glanced over at the monk who had walked out. It was the monk who was meditating under the willow tree not long ago. His demeanor was stern. The light of Buddha circled around him. His temperament was extraordinary. I am Divine Monk Guizong from Tianxian Temple. Every cultivator in the mountain realm knew of Divine Monk Guizong. Divine Monk Guizong's cultivation method was extremely bizarre. When he was young, his cultivation advanced at an extremely slow rate. He traveled all around preaching. However, once he meditated, he would do so for a few years and break through multiple planes consecutively. There were rumors that claimed that there were no signs of distinction of the Saint Plane on his body at all. He had broken through from below the Saint Plane all the way to becoming a flawless Renhuang in one swoop. He had defied the common knowledge of many people. Some claimed that it was because he had accumulated his cultivation over many years. His state of mind was extraordinary, and he had superb dharma. Due to that, he only needed to deepen his way of Buddha, and he would naturally break through to higher planes and attain nirvana. Currently, It seemed that he could no longer be considered a monk at the Saint Plane. After becoming a renhuang, he was a Buddha. When the cultivators of the mountain realm saw Guizong walk out, they gave up on the notion of competing. Prior to this, the members of the Xianxia clan had also joined the crowd. However, after seeing the monk Guizong, they could only curse internally. They did not want to offend this bald monk. He could easily exorcise anyone here. Emperor Star Realm? Jian Qingzhu continued asking. On the Emperor Star Realm side, Dou was initially eager to give it a try. However, Yifutian transmitted his thoughts over to him and asked, "Among those of the Emperor Star Realm, how high would you rank yourself in terms of ability?" "I would be first place," Dou said without any shred of humility. Yifutian was speechless. He felt that compared to Dou, he paled in comparison when it came to shamelessness. "I am the descendant of Fighting God. My will is only below that of sevenfold Fighting God. If it wasn't because I encountered the guy beside you, who else could defeat me?" Dou said, annoyed. He gave Yushang a glance. Yifutian acknowledged the ability of Dou. In reality, in order to defeat Dou, Yushang had used all his triumph cards. Hence, one could tell how domineering Dou was when he unleashed the will of sevenfold Fighting God. When Dou said he was ranked first in the Emperor Star Realm, he wasn't bluffing. Even if you are ranked first in the Emperor Star Realm, you will surely face challenges issued by those from the Central Emperor Realm when you step up. "Can you fight against them?" Yifutian asked. Dou looked at Yifutian and revealed a strange expression, asking, "Are you afraid that I might contend with you for the spot? Fine. Do as you please." Yifutian rolled his eyes at Dou. If the 9 representatives cracked the statues, they might indeed end up fighting against each other. "Never mind. I am already quite satisfied with what I got on this trip. I will leave this opportunity for you." Dou did not volunteer himself. The 7th Slayer, who was now at the Renhuang Plain, represented the Emperor Star Realm. There was another Renhuang from the Emperor Star Realm, but his reputation was obviously not as good as that of the 7th Slayer, so he didn't volunteer himself either. As for those at the Saint Plain, when they saw that the 7th Slayer was now a Renhuang, they gave up too. After that, each realm decided on their representative. In the end, the cultivators of the Myriad Realm chose a Renhuang from the Slaughtering World. He was also a top figure who had broken through to the Renhuang Plane in God's Relic. Unsurprisingly, Huang Zhong of Xianxia Divine Palace represented the Higher Heavens Realm. Then, one by one, the Solar Realm, Shadow Realm, and Hidden Land Realm elected their representatives. All who were chosen were top existences. Naturally, Yifutian represented the Heavenly Mandate Realm. When other cultivators saw Yifutian emerge and that no one had fought with him, the facial expressions of those who knew him changed. Those who had suffered losses at the hands of Yifutian put on strange looks. There were also people who cast skeptical gazes at Yifutian. For example, the cultivators of Shin Clan were puzzled. It seemed like this inheritor of Sky River Great Elder was quite capable. He could actually convince everyone from the Heavenly Mandate Realm to support him. Was this the person who had traveled from the Heavenly Mandate Realm to the Tianhe Realm in order to learn under the Sky River Great Elder? Jian Qingzhu was not at all surprised. Yifutian was the first person to reach here after opening the door of the relic. There was no doubt that the Heavenly Mandate Realm would choose him. The 9 representatives who had been elected were as follows. Central Emperor Realm, Jian Qingzhu of Tianshan Academy. Heavenly Mandate Realm, Yifutian. Higher Heavens Realm, Huang Zhong of Xianxia Divine Palace. Mountain Realm, Master Guizong of Tianxian Temple. Emperor Star Realm, the 7th Slayer of the Clan of the 7 Slayers. Myriad Realm, Qin Lin of Slaughtering World. Hidden Land Realm, Lianjiu of the Clan of the God of Ghost. Solar Realm, Erdi Wu of Solar Divine Palace. Shadow Realm, Chang Shi of Yue Divine Palace. These 9 cultivators formed more or less the strongest lineup of the 9 realms. However, this 9-person lineup was only the initial arrangement. Next, people from any realm could eliminate them and take over their spots. After all, this time, their target was not merely choosing one representative from each realm. They needed to form the strongest lineup of the 9 realms. Everyone, in the interest of time, if you intend to challenge any of these 9 cultivators, each force will only get one chance to do so. Jian Qingzhu spoke again. If multiple cultivators from each force competed in this elimination, it would take forever to decide on the lineup. Each force only had an opportunity. The winner would take the spot, and the loser would be eliminated. There was no second chance. Shen Hao was the first to take a step forward. Brilliant divine light enveloped him. He stared at the 7th Slayer, saying, "Since your divine wheel of the great path is flawed, you should not occupy a spot." The 7th Slayer glanced at Shen Hao. Murderous intent surged out from his pupils and stabbed towards his opponent. Buzz. A divine halo shone brightly on Shen Hao's body. His divine will could be vaguely seen. His gaze was sharp, piercing directly into the eyes of the 7th Slayer. He ignored the domineering murderous intent emanated by the 7th Slayer. The two of them exchanged blows from a distance. An alarming collision of the Great Path had actually taken place in the space between the two of them. Bang! An overbearing might of Renhuang descended from the sky, intruding the body of the 7th Slayer. The halo of the divine wheel of the 7th Slayer was suppressed by the might of Renhuang. Even though the murderous intent of the 7th Slayer was strong, and endless killing aura intended to burst forth, they were restrained and could only flow around his body, unable to break through. There are only 2 types of divine wheel, a perfect one or a flawed one. The two of them are worlds apart. Let alone cultivators at the same plane. Even if you are a plane higher than me, I can still suppress you. Shen Hao spoke with the authority of heaven as his might of Renhuang continued to lash down on the body of the 7th Slayer. The latter let out a groan of pain, and he actually took a step backward. His murderous aura had experienced an absolute suppression. Yifutian revealed a look of surprise when he saw this scene. The divine wheel of the 7th Slayer had encountered an absolute suppression. Some cultivators divided the divine wheels into 4 tiers. However, in the eyes of the top figures, there were only flawless divine wheels and flawed divine wheels. Shen Hao had forged a flawless divine wheel. He was ranked first among the younger generations of the Shin clan in the Central Emperor realm. The experiences and resources he had were not something ordinary cultivators could replicate. He was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. Even in the Shin clan, Shen Hao was the only one in his generation to have forged a flawless divine wheel. The might of Renhuang dissipated. The halo on both of them disappeared. The 7th Slayer remained silent. In his first battle after he had become a Renhuang, he was suppressed. His spot was seized by others. Shen Hao managed to suppress the 7th Slayer and steal the spot of the Emperor Star Realm. The Central Emperor Realm now occupied 2 spots. However, this was also normal. After all, the Central Emperor Realm was the center of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Be it in terms of number of top forces or the ability of their cultivators, the Central Emperor Realm was more superior than other realms. Shen clan was one of the most powerful forces in the Central Emperor Realm. Shen Hao was the strongest cultivator among this generation of cultivators in the Imperial Realm. He stood head and shoulders above the rest of the Shin clan members of the same generation. He had forged a flawless divine wheel of the Great Path. It was impossible for the 7th Slayer to be able to stand against him in a battle. Moreover, this was just the beginning. After this, most likely other cultivators from the Central Emperor Realm would continue to seize other spots. Due to great distances between realms, the cultivators in the 9 realms actually knew very little about each other. They only recognized the top forces and the top figures. They wouldn't know much about the younger cultivators. This trip to God's Relic had gathered all of them together. Other than judging one's ability based on their divine will, another method was looking at their origins and which force they had come from. Everyone here more or less knew about the forces which stood at the peak in each realm. For instance, it was unlikely for one to not know about top forces such as Tianshan Academy and Shin Clan. Another example would be the Divine Palace of the Higher Heavens Realm. It was also a renowned place for cultivating. In terms of ability and teachings, the Higher Heavens Realm would be ranked first. Solar Divine Palace of the Solar Realm and Yue Divine Palace of the Shadow Realm were both the strongest forces in their realms, respectively. The former focused on the teachings of the utmost Yang while the later focused on the teachings of the utmost Yin. Their ways of teachings were also overpowering. Xianxia Temple was the holy land for Buddhists in the mountain realm. It was located on Buddha Mountain and was praised as the greatest temple in the mountain realm. Compared to these forces, although the position of Slaughtering World in the Myriad realm, as well as the position of Clan of the God of Ghost in the Hidden Land realm, was considered among the top forces, they were different from the forces mentioned before. They were not at the absolute peak of the pyramid and were not as immovable. Thus, it was more likely for Qin Lin from Slaughtering World as well as Lian Jiao from Clan of the God of Ghost to be chosen as targets. Aside from them, there was also Yi Futian from the Heavenly Mandate realm. For many people, they thought that Yi Futian would be the easiest pushover. However, the members who previously traveled together with Jian Qingzhu and the others, as well as those who had battled against Yi Futian, such as Xiao Muyu from Xiao Clan, would not think so. That fellow was definitely not an easy target. At this moment, another silhouette walked out. When she emerged from the crowd, countless gazes landed on her person. Fairy-like aura swept over them. In reality, prior to this, many people had noticed her presence. This was because the woman had a stunning appearance. Changxi from Yue Divine Palace was already considered a stunning beauty. However, this woman was actually even more outstanding than Changxi. Her body emanated a fairy-like aura, as though there was a formless light that would cause others to feel ashamed of themselves at a glance. She was a female Renhuang. That was the reason she had such a supernatural temperament. Even the gazes of the top figures of the Central Emperor realm revealed looks of appreciation when they looked at her. Emperor Nan inspired awe throughout the realm and was a huge and legendary figure in the Central Emperor realm. This woman was the only daughter of Emperor Nan. She was the princess of Nantian Divine Kingdom, Nan Luotian. Emperor Nan's wife's family name was Luo, so he named his daughter Luotian. This was the origin of Nan Luotian's name. Jian Qingzhu was also looking at Nan Luotian. This princess of Nantian Divine Kingdom would certainly claim a spot. When Nan Luotian walked out, a divine light radiated from inside her body. Her divine will could faintly be seen. Unparalleled divine light enveloped the heavens and the earth. At this moment, it was as though she was a true goddess that could not be defiled. Flawless, Yi Futian exclaimed internally when he sensed her divine wheel of the Great Path. Based on what he knew, perfect divine wheels were extremely rare. Even among proud sons of heaven, they were rarely seen. However, just today he had encountered several, one after another. It even made him feel as though flawless divine wheels were not rare at all and could be found everywhere. "What do you think of this woman?" Dou Zhao asked through transmitting his thoughts with a smile when he saw Yi Futian's look. "Who is she?" Yi Futian asked. Dou Zhao revealed a bizarre look. This fellow truly knew nothing about the Central Emperor realm. She is Emperor Nan's only daughter, Nan Luotian, the princess of Nantian Divine Kingdom. Based on what my old man said, Emperor Nan's ability can be ranked among the forefront of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Dou Zhao transmitted his thoughts. Yi Futian blinked. Was this woman from such an incredible background? It seemed that they were a force that could compare with Shin Clan. "What are you scheming?" Dou Zhao muttered when he saw Yi Futian's eyes shining. It was possible that this shameless fellow was planning something. "Am I that kind of person?" Yi Futian speechlessly looked at Dou Zhao. What kind of person did Dou Zhao imagine him to be? "I haven't said anything, and you have already understood what I wanted to ask you on your own?" Dou Zhao said in surprise. Yi Futian felt accused. "I understand. The daughter of Emperor Nan is the dream companion of countless monstrous figures in the Central Emperor realm. She is definitely the first choice of many." Dou Zhao explained with a smirk. "There is not much hope for you. Take a look at what sort of background Jian Qingzhu and Xin Hao come from. It is not that the other top forces of the Central Emperor realm are not powerful. It's just that the strongest cultivators of those top forces are coincidentally not at the same plane, so the other top forces stand out less." Yi Futian naturally understood that encountering flawless Renhuang required some luck as well. However, he had met enough top figures this time around. "The two of you, what are you whispering?" A mutter sounded from beside Yi Futian. Yifutian glanced at Xia Qingyuan, who was standing beside him. Nothing, he said. This maiden is really beautiful, Xia Qingyuan said while looking at Nan Luotian. Even as a girl, Xia Qingyuan was amazed by the beauty of Nan Luotian. Yifutian nodded his head in agreement. Xia Qingyuan turned to look at him. He truly wasn't subtle about it. Nan Luotian's gaze looked towards Lianjiu of the Hidden Land Realms clan of the God of Ghost. She said, "Do we need to fight for the spot?" Lianjiu felt the pressure coming from the other party's divine wheel. He was speechless. A flawless divine wheel. He had long heard his seniors mention this before. A flawless divine wheel had an overwhelming advantage against other divine wheels that could not be overcome. However, even though Lianjiu had spent such a huge effort to come here to God's Relic in order to break through to the Runhuang Plain via a fateful encounter, he still fell short and could not succeed. He naturally knew who the woman opposite him was. There were few women in the 9 realms who had such an appearance and temperament. This daughter of Emperor Nan had also reached the Runhuang Plain. Due to her father's presence as well as her absolute beauty, it was easy for people to forget about her astonishing talent. "Since Princess wants this spot, you may have it," Lianjiu responded. He gave his spot to Nan Luotian right away. Of course, even if the two of them battled, he had no hope of securing his spot. He might as well reserve his energy for later. It was just that he had not expected that Nan Luotian would pick him as a target. Now, the spot of the Hidden Land Realm had been snatched away. The Central Emperor Realm had claimed 3 spots as of now. Jian Qingzhu, just now, you mentioned that each force could only challenge once. The winner will stay while the loser will be eliminated. Xunhao suddenly said, "However, since we are selecting the best 9 people to crack the statues, the forces who are capable should be able to claim more than one spot. Don't you think so?" Jian Qingzhu looked at Xunhao, inquiring, "What do you mean by that?" "I think if a force is capable, its cultivators should claim more spots. Here power is law. There is no need for us to take care of the weak," Xunhao explained. After pondering for a moment, Jian Qingzhu looked at the crowd, asking, "Xunhao's words are not wrong. What do all of you think?" All of them wanted to crack the statues. Naturally, they should choose the strongest cultivators to do so. If any force could provide more than one powerful cultivator to take on the task, by right, it shouldn't be a problem. Everyone revealed shocked expressions when they heard Xunhao's suggestion. The cultivators of Xin Clan did not attempt to mask their greed at all. They were not satisfied with having only one representative. "I don't mind," Nan Luotian said nonchalantly. Apart from Xunhao, she did not see the others from the Xin clan as worthy of being threats. No one opposed this suggestion. After all, most of them were not involved in this matter. The only people who were affected by this suggestion were the few who were elected just now. Clearly, nobody would raise any objection and offend Xin clan. In that case, feel free to do as you please. Jian Qingzhu said nothing more. In his opinion, it was not an easy feat for Xin clan to snatch another spot on top of defending their current spot. "Xin Yuan, you should go," Xunhao said to a youth beside him. The cultivator from Xin clan took a step forward. The aura on his body was astonishing. Yifutian had seen this person before. Back then, in the Tianhe realm, he was together with Xinyao. Xin Yuan most likely stepped forward because of Yifutian. As expected, Yifutian saw Xin Yuan's gaze land on him. There was a natural look of arrogance in Xin Yuan's gaze. It was as though he was someone who stood in the heavens above and was looking down on the people below. Xin clan had a long history. They were established in the Central Emperor realm and had been powerful and prosperous for generation after generation. Even the top forces of the Heavenly Mandate realm were no different from aboriginals in the eyes of the core members of Xin clan. In their opinion, the top forces of the Heavenly Mandate realm were merely from a slightly better background from the rest. They only considered a few of the large top forces in the Central Emperor realm to be worthy of notice. As a junior, Xin Yuan did not know much about the incidents back then. However, he had also heard the legend of this peerless woman of Xin clan. He did not understand why she had married Sky River Great Elder. With their Xin clan's proud bloodline, She had married a person beneath her status and ended up being betrayed by him. In Shen Yuan's eyes, the actions of the Sky River Great Elder were a betrayal towards the Shen clan. Now, the Shen clan had captured Qi Xiangang. They did not care much about this inheritor of Sky River Great Elder and had allowed him to live. However, Shen Yuan still walked out, wanting to walk all over Yifutian. He wanted to do so for no other reason than the pride of their Shen clan. He would not allow their name to be stained. Some cultivators of Shen clan wanted to avoid humiliating the Sky River Great Elder, but Shen Yuan had no such concern. He even did not understand why the senior figures of the clan still bore some respect towards Sky River Great Elder. Hence, Shen Yuan's gaze turned towards Yifutian. His cultivation was at the peak of the Saint Plain. Aside from wanting to seize a spot, he himself had come for Yifutian. I am Shen Yuan from the Shen clan. Shen Yuan's tone was slightly arrogant. His eyes revealed a haughty look. Shen Yuan seemed to be reminding Yifutian that he was from the Shen clan. Yifutian naturally could sense the arrogance coming from Shen Yuan's gaze. Yifutian's expression was calm, without a trace of being affected by Shen Yuan. I am Yifutian, disciple of Sky River Great Elder, Yifutian said. He added another line internally. I am Yifutian, disciple of Qi Xiangang. The corner of Shen Yuan's mouth twitched to reveal a mocking smile. Was he the disciple of Sky River Great Elder? In the past, Sky River Great Elder betrayed the Shen clan, and all 3,000 of his disciples were eradicated. Now that Sky River Great Elder was in his twilight years, he had taken in another inheritor. Was he plotting on making a difference? Shen Yuan strode towards the ancient road of the Great Path. Clearly, he intended to fight Yifutian under the authority of the emperor. Under the pressure of a huge might, their battle would be a clear-cut fight. It would be difficult for them to even dodge each other's attack. They could only battle head-on. Shen Yuan had absolute confidence. He would crush Yifutian with the most decisive method. Similarly, Yifutian walked forward and entered the ancient road. The might emanated by the heavenly palace enveloped both of them. However, both of them appeared unconcerned and continued to advance. In the past, in order to find Feishue, the Shen clan launched a destructive war. They went to the extent of obliterating the Tianhe realm, resulting in the death of countless people. The 3,000 disciples of Sky River Great Elder were almost wiped out. If their master had stayed in the Tianhe realm to cultivate quietly, all of them would have had a bright future. However, everything had changed due to that war. Based on this instance, one could discern how overbearing the Shen clan was. Anyone who disobeyed the Shen clan would be killed. Shen Hao turned his gaze towards Shen Yuan. Among the Shen clan, although Shen Yuan's talent was not on par with his, he was also an extremely extraordinary figure among the juniors. Shen Yuan had trained and developed together with Shen Hao. His ability was very powerful. Now that Shen Hao had reached the Renhuang Plain, if he could bring Shen Yuan along to pass these statues, there might be a chance for a fateful encounter for Shen Yuan. As for Yifutian, Shen Hao did not care much about him. What Shen Yuan wanted to do to Yifutian was of no consequence. Among the ancient path, two silhouettes came to a stop. Under the pressure of the might of the great path, powerful might of the way burst forth from their figures. They were extremely frightening. The cultivators of various forces turned their gaze toward the two silhouettes. Some people sympathized with Yifutian. After all, from their point of view, Yifutian was a pushover that was destined to be taken down. Even if Shen Yuan had not made his move, others would have done so. However, there were some people who did not see it as such. Yuan Hong from the Yuanyang clan was also from the Central Emperor realm. Prior to this, he had known that there was certainly a grudge between Yifutian and Shen clan. However, he had not imagined that the disciples of Shen clan would directly come looking for Yifutian. Although Shen Yuan was not as famous as Shen Hao, he was also a monstrous figure of Shen clan. His ability was extremely powerful. However, Yuan Hong still thought that Yifutian had the upper hand in this battle. After all, the Renhuang of martial god clan Wumeng had not returned alive after leaving with Yifutian and Yusheng. In the battles that followed, no one could withstand a strike from Yifutian's spear. Such combat ability was already at the true limits of the Saint Path. Yuan Hong suddenly revealed a bizarre expression. He still believed that Yi Futian would win this battle. However, if Yi Futian defeated Shen Yuan, how would the members of Shen clan take it? Xiao Muyu from Xiao clan stared at the battlefield. Up to this day, she was still brooding over the fact that Yi Futian had plundered the lotus and gifted it to Xia Qing'e. Now that Shen Yuan had made his move, it would be best if Shen Yuan could crush this fellow and help her vent her frustration. The crowd all had their own thoughts. They did not know whether Yi Futian from the Heavenly Mandate Realm could hold on to his spot. If he could not, it was possible that the Central Emperor Realm would dominate with 4 spots. Will this be a battle with ritual implements or a battle with only our own ability? Yi Futian asked as he stood across from Shen Yuan. Since the very beginning, his gaze had been very calm. His voice was also indifferent, his mind as steady as still water. Up to you, Shen Yuan replied as he looked at Yi Futian. Regardless of which type of battle it was, the end result would still be the same. All right. Yi Futian did not pretend to be polite. He nodded and said, "Then, let's not rely on external powers and battle it out with our own abilities." Shen Yuan laughed sinisterly. It seemed that Yi Futian also knew that Shen Yuan was from the Shen clan and that the Shen clan's ritual implements would certainly be more powerful, and thus had deliberately said so. If Shen Yuan had known that Yi Futian had managed to seize a treasure trove not long ago, would he still have believed that he had an advantage in terms of ritual implements? Let alone the mountain of treasures. Even the spear that Yi Futian was using was already an extraordinary divine weapon. Rumble. A dazzling golden aura burst forth from Shen Yuan's body. Even under the authority of the Great Path, he still stood firmly, and his body was bathed in the brilliant light. A terrifying might of the Great Path volleyed and thundered. A beam of divine light lit up on his glabella, as though it was a pair of divine eyes. It shot directly on Yi Futian. For a moment, Yi Futian felt that his spiritual soul was under the control of the gaze of his opponent. He saw illusions in his eyes. It was as though he was not facing Shen Yuan, but a deity. Yi Futian had experienced this kind of power before. It was an innate talent possessed by Shen clan. In the past, when Shen Yao led the members of Shen clan to intrude the Tianhe realm, Shen Yao had attempted this method on Yi Futian. He intended to pry into Yi Futian's memories for any secrets inside. Now, this skill was once again used by Shen Yuan. Divine Eyes of Shen clan. The cultivators of the Central Emperor Realm were well aware of the tyranny of Shen clan. The pair of divine eyes was enough to drive anyone into endless despair. Bang! Shen Yuan took a step forward, and his great path fulminated. Endless golden lights surrounded his body. His cold voice sounded, "Can you withstand a stare from my eyes?" His stare pressured the spiritual soul of Yi Futian. Yi Futian felt as though a deity was walking towards him. The deity was undefeatable. Yi Futian's eyes also changed. His pitch-black eyes seemed to transform into deep, endless darkness. Faintly, a frightening spiritual storm seemed to be contained within them. The light within the storm seemed to be able to see through nothingness. They directly pierced through the power of the divine eyes and looked towards Shen Yuan. "What's so special about your eyes?" Yi Futian calmly said as he also took a step forward. This caused Shen Yuan to frown slightly. Yi Futian had actually ignored the effect of his eyes. The light from his glabella became even more dazzling. It kept surging into Yi Futian's mind, attempting to trap Yi Futian within his divine eyes. However, Shen Yuan only saw an endless storm. He could not locate Yi Futian's spiritual soul. "What are you looking for?" A silhouette emerged from the deep and endless storm abyss. It was the silhouette of Yi Futian. He directly transmitted a thought into Shen Yuan's mind. The two of them were conversing with their wills. Shen Yuan's will, which had transformed into a deity-like illusory figure, approached Yi Futian, intending to reveal Yi Futian's spiritual soul. However, the storm retaliated. It transformed into countless swords made of will, and they swept out towards Shen Yuan. The storm flooded everything, including the deity-like illusory figure. An alarming sword will shot out from Yi Futian's eyes. penetrated the divine eyes of Xin Yuan. A terrifying imprint appeared on Xin Yuan's glabella. His head shook, and the light in between his brows dissipated. His divine eyes had been sealed. "That's all you got?" Yi Futian said as he looked at Xin Yuan. The facial expression of Xin Yuan changed slightly. The few words seemed to be mocking him. "That's all he got?" From behind Xin Yuan, a horrifying pair of golden divine eyes appeared. Xin Yuan's pupils turned exceptionally radiant as well. Under the gaze of his pupils, all the will in the heavens and earth seemed to have materialized. What was even more frightening was the golden light that burned brightly on Xin Yuan's body. Similar to the flame of God, it hurt the eyes of those who looked at it. It even injured their spiritual souls. Suddenly, myriads of golden lights beamed from his body, shooting straight towards Yi Futian. These divine lights actually caused people to feel a strong sense of danger. It was as though a deity was emanating its halo. The lights could pierce through one's body. They could even threaten one's spiritual soul. Celestial light shone from Yi Futian's figure. A faint celestial soul seemed to appear behind him. His opponent could constantly attack the spiritual soul of a person. However, Yi Futian was also proficient in a similar ability. It was a mystical way of the celestial gate of vast heaven, celestial soul attraction. Innumerable sword will suddenly appeared all around his body. Celestial soul attraction merged into the sword will while it collided with the divine lights. Endless brilliant divine lights plummeted. They suppressed Yi Futian's sword will and intruded his body continuously. Xin Yuan was staring at Yi Futian. His gaze was extremely frightening. His body emanated a divine halo that could counter all law powers. So domineering. Many spectators of the battle exclaimed internally. These divine lights seemed to be able to suppress the way of others. The divine lights invaded Yi Futian's body unceasingly. Yi Futian glanced at his opponent. As expected of Xin Clan, the top force that stood at the peak of the Central Emperor realm. They naturally had extraordinary talents and had received remarkable teachings. It was just that this battle had a special meaning for Yi Futian. Hence, no matter how powerful Xin Yuan was, the end result was the same. Brilliant divine light radiated. Ancient characters floated around Yi Futian's body. It was the deed of thorough comprehension. At this moment, his body had become a divine furnace of the great path. The ancient characters of Qian, Kuan, Li, and Can floated in mid-air, forming halos of great path that blocked the golden divine halo from invading his body. As for inside his body, the spirit of the world tree swayed. It merged with every part of his body. At this moment, majestic will within his body was frenziedly being released. In his blood vessels, skeleton, organs, and limbs will furiously circulated. As he howled, he entered the divine furnace of the great path. The power of the great path in this place also trembled. It seemingly also surged into Yi Futian's body, becoming a part of the divine furnace of the great path. The ancient characters that circled the heavens and the earth suddenly transformed into swords. They emanated astonishing sword will. Countless sword chi was created in the surroundings, rivaling the divine halo that shot out from Xin Yuan's body. Rumble. The divine furnace, transformed by the body of Yi Futian, roared and churned. Under the light shroud of the ancient characters, the divine furnace extracted the great path of all things. Countless divine swords buzzed, stirring up a destructive storm in the space. The divine swords tore the space apart. The facial expression of Xin Yuan changed slightly. The halo around his body shone even more brilliantly, transforming into layer upon layer of golden divine walls. The divine walls would block all attacks. A sword appeared gradually from Yi Futian's body. It was a sword forged using the way by the divine furnace of the great path. Countless divine swords hummed as though musical tones were being played in the space. "Can you withstand a strike from my sword?" Yi Futian's gaze swept towards Xin Yuan. Once he said this, his sword struck out. The divine sound of great path lingered and followed the sword. Around it, countless divine swords merged into one. In the instant before the swords slashed forward, they merged into the divine sword. Right now, there was only one sword on the battlefield. Shen Yuan's expression drastically changed. Innumerable divine walls flickering with golden runes appeared in front of him. When the sword closed in on him, one by one, the golden divine walls were blasted into pieces. Bang! There was a huge rumble. Shen Yuan sacrificed a ritual implement to block the attack. However, his body was still sent flying outwards. At the same time, the pressure of the great path in this space came pressing down on him. He let out a low grunt. His body slumped down, half kneeling on the ground. His expression was pale. Under the might of the great path, the ancient road was dead silent. Countless gazes focused on Shen Yuan and the white-haired silhouette. The former was half kneeling on the ground while the latter stood opposite him, looking indifferent. The situation now formed a strong contrast as compared to that of before. Before the battle, Shen Yuan was arrogant. In comparison, Yi Futian had remained calm throughout. However, right now, Shen Yuan's once proud figure was kneeling on the ground. A strike from Yi Futian's sword. Could Shen Yuan withstand a strike from his sword? Shen Yuan, a monstrous figure of Shen clan, did not manage to withstand a strike from Yi Futian's sword. This outcome caused many people to reveal strange expressions. Was Yi Futian really as easy a pushover as they had thought? Defeating a talented figure of Shen clan with a strike. How many cultivators in the 9 realms could do so? Aside from those few monstrous figures at the peak of their respective realms, there were definitely not many others who could do so. Right now, Shen Yuan was as humiliated as he was arrogant prior to their battle. The clothes on Shen Hao's body fluttered even though there was no wind. Faint aura emanated from his body. His gaze was staring straight ahead at the battlefield. Clearly, he had not anticipated such an ending to their battle. Yi Futian was the last inheritor of Sky River Great Elder. Sky River Great Elder had sent him into God's relic. It seemed that Shen Yuan had grossly underestimated the inheritor that Sky River Great Elder had found. Yi Futian represented the heavenly mandate realm. Prior to their battle, it seemed that no one had objected to him being the representative. That meant that Yi Futian had quite a reputation in the heavenly mandate realm. Xiao Muyu from Xiao clan was staring intently over in their direction. Shen Yuan had lost? Although she knew that Yi Futian was very strong, she had not expected him to be so powerful. He had achieved this victory with a domineering strength. Deed of thorough comprehension, Jian Qingzhu from Tianxin Academy mumbled. As the inheritor of Sky River Great Elder, when challenged by Shen Yuan from the Shen clan, Yi Futian must have intentionally revealed his deed of thorough comprehension. He must have done so to prove something. However, the end result of this battle was also within expectations. After all, Yi Futian was the same as Jian Qingzhu. Both of them had opened the door of the relic. Of course, Shen Yuan himself also understood why Yi Futian had released his deed of thorough comprehension. This was to inform all that Shen Yuan, a monstrous figure of Shen clan, had lost to the inheritor of Sky River Great Elder. Do you want to try my sword again? Yi Futian asked as he looked at Shen Yuan, who was half kneeling on the ground. Yi Futian's voice caused many people to reveal bizarre expressions. This person was truly going too far. He had no intention of avoiding humiliating Shen Yuan. However, this was also normal. Shen Yuan had challenged Yi Futian and had stood before him with an extremely haughty attitude. Now, why would Yi Futian spare him from any embarrassment? When Shen Yuan heard what Yi Futian said, his heart twitched inside. He gradually stood up and looked at the silhouette opposite him. Did he still want to try Yi Futian's sword again? Should he try or should he not try? If he tried to face the sword, what would happen if the end result was the same? If he did not try to face Yi Futian's sword, it would be such an embarrassment. The divine light on his body shone. His eyes revealed a look of dissatisfaction. Frightening light shot out of those eyes. Even if he took another hit from that sword, what could possibly happen to him? He was not prepared when the sword came down just now. He would not repeat the same mistake. Shen Yuan. At this moment, a voice suddenly called out. Shen Yuan turned around and looked in the direction of Shen clan. Shen Hao was speaking, saying, "Since you have been defeated, step down." A look of discontentment flashed past in Xin Yuan's eyes. Nevertheless, he also knew that he had already failed. He still dragged his feet back to where Xin Clan stood. From behind, his silhouette looked kind of bleak. Yi Futian looked towards the Xin Clan and saw that Shun Hao's gaze was directed at him. This time, Sky River Great Elder had found an impressive inheritor. Was Yi Futian the hope of Sky River Great Elder's twilight years? Still could not change anything. Yi Futian naturally understood the meaning behind Xin Hao's gaze. Yi Futian smiled. The proud Xin clan that stood at the peak of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path had many powerful cultivators in their clan. They had many more monstrous figures aside from Xin Yuan and the others. This was only the strength of the younger generation of the clan. The backbone of the Xin clan was built on the Renhuangs that were already at the peak. How could Yi Futian, who was still at the Saint Plain, compare to these Renhuangs? Back in the day, Sky River Great Elder and his 3,000 disciples were eradicated with just a word by the Xin clan. In the Xin clan's search for divine items, they even eradicated an entire realm. What could Yi Futian amount to? Even if his talent was extraordinary, that was all there was to him. Why would Xin clan be concerned about him? Especially Xin Hao, who was a candidate for the successor of the Xin clan. Once he became the person at the helm of Xin clan, he would be a truly major existence in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. With a mere thought, he could control the lives and deaths of countless people. Yi Futian walked out of the ancient road and returned to his position. After witnessing this battle, those who wanted his spot would most likely need to think it over. Defeating Xin Yuan would have saved him a lot of trouble. As expected, no one else came out seeking Yi Futian. Instead, they challenged another person, Qin Lin, who was from the top force of the Myriad Realm, Slaughtering World. However, a few challengers lost consecutively at the hands of Qin Lin. His slaughtering divine heart was extremely frightening. It directly activated the slaughtering way to the limits. The divine slaughtering matrix was terrifying. There was a person who was even directly executed by Qin Lin on the spot. This made many people realize that the remaining 9 representatives were all tough targets. Qin Lin from Slaughtering World could be the next outstanding personage of the Myriad Realm. His combat ability was exceptional, on par with that of those top figures of the Imperial Realm. There were other people who challenged Di Wu of Solar Divine Palace as well Xianxia of Yue Divine Palace and similarly lost. These two personages of the top forces of the Solar Realm and Shadow Realm had abilities that lived up to the crowd's expectation. They were extremely powerful. After a round of battles, aside from Xin Hao and Nan Luoxin at the very start, no one actually managed to seize another spot. It seemed that it would be very difficult to want a spot now. In the end, after one last battle, no one else made a move. It was still the same 9 representatives. When Jian Qingzhu saw this, he said, "We chose 9 representatives so that we could crack these ancient road statues in one go. No one knows what will happen after this yet. Let's stop our exchanges here. After all, no one knows when the doors of God's relic will close shut. We do not necessarily have a lot of time." The crowd did not say any more. They seemed to have acknowledged his words that it was too difficult to seize a spot and that they might as well sit back and wait and see how the 9 representatives cracked the statues. If the 9 representatives succeeded, there was indeed no one who knew what would happen after. Seeing that no one objected, Jian Qingzhu's gaze swept across the crowd as he said, "If that is the case, let us begin." As he said this, he walked forwards. The other 8 representatives also advanced, heading towards the ancient road. Very soon, 9 silhouettes appeared at the same time on the ancient road. They looked majestic. Shun Hao from Shun Clan replaced the 7th Slayer of Clan of the 7 Slayers, while Nan Luoxin of Nantian Divine Kingdom seized the spot of Lian Juyo from Clan of the God of Ghost. Apart from that, the cultivators in the lineup remained the same. Each person will take on a statue. "We must succeed," Jian Qingzhu said. After he finished giving the order, he took the lead and walked towards one of the statues in the middle. At the ancient road, the might from the heavenly palace enveloped the 9 representatives. All of them advanced towards their targets with resolved looks in their eyes. These 9 people were the most powerful cultivators among those from the 9 realms who were currently in God's relic. If they couldn't crack the statues, the others would have even slimmer chances of doing so. Yifutian moved forward along the ancient road. Unbeknownst whether it was coincidental or intentional, Xianxia ended up right beside him. Neither of them spared a glance at each other. Step by step, they strode forward. The might of the great path emanated from the heavenly palace became stronger. The statues were located at different spots. Hence, some of them had arrived at a statue while some of them were still moving towards their targets. Nobody knew the strength of these 9 statues, so it was meaningless for them to be picky. When Yifutian approached a statue near him, a terrifying will swept out towards him. The great path fulminated and flooded the space. In an instant, he was drowned in the illusions of the great path. Yifutian was not alone. The other 8 representatives encountered the same situation as well. The 9 representatives came face to face with the 9 statues. All of them were surrounded by an alarming aura of the great path. Moreover, the illusions that they experienced were different. The space that Yifutian was in seemed to be a primeval battlefield. He was no longer standing in front of the statue. Instead, he found himself in the middle of the primeval battlefield. His gazes turned extremely sharp. He intended to see through the illusions. However, he was still trapped in this space, unable to decipher anything. Clearly, it was impossible to decipher the secret of the statue with this method. Such a strong will. Yifutian exclaimed internally. Everything before his eyes was so real. It was as though he had arrived in another domain. On the battlefield, many armored soldiers who guarded the heavenly palace appeared. They wore dazzling silver armors and emanated an intense murderous aura. They dashed towards Yifutian. Yifutian was very aware of what he was up against. The master of the statues might have fallen eons ago, but there were still remnants of his will lingering here. The remnants of his will felt so real. No matter how high Yifutian's plane was, he was still affected by it. Rumble. Frightening light burst forth from Yifutian's body. The will of the great path howled. The shadows of armored soldiers directly passed through his body. They were not real existences. However, even though they were the ethereal power of will, they still made Yifutian feel as though there was an ancient suffocating pressure acting on him. Many people had tried before, but they could not withstand the pressure and ended up collapsing. In this place, success was unrelated to one's plane. Of course, it was also possible that cultivators at the Renhuang plane had stronger wills. Yifutian's expression changed slightly. Another shadow of an armored soldier charged towards him. A very real murderous fighting will oozed forth. It invaded his body, as though it wanted to kill him off. He attempted to release some aura to block the attack, but his efforts were in vain. The murderous intent still penetrated through him. Yifutian had never felt this way before. He looked ahead. He felt as though the statue was alive. He could actually sense that the statue was moving, and a pair of eyes were staring at him. With a glance from the pair of eyes, the majestic might of the army troops enveloped his body. At the same time, war drums sounded. The beating of the drums reverberated in the space. Dong! With a loud thud, Yifutian felt his spiritual soul tremble suddenly. His heart was beating fast while his breathing came to a halt. He felt terribly sick. He raised his head. His gaze was piercing. No wonder everyone before this had failed the mission. Prior to them, there were many monstrous figures who had attempted this task, yet they had all failed. Hence, Jian Qingzhu had come up with the idea of having the 9 strongest representatives attacking simultaneously. Right now, beside them, countless cultivators of the 9 realms were spectating the battle. They saw illusions everywhere. The 9 top figures were situated in 9 different environments, but they were all experiencing tremendous pressure. Even those at the pinnacle, like Jian Qingzhu, Shen Hao, and Nan Luoshan, were not excluded. Who could crack the will of a statue first? The crowd exclaimed internally. The 9 representatives all did not disappoint. They all displayed extremely powerful abilities as they battled the wills of the statues within the frightening illusion. After all, they were exceptional figures chosen by the cultivators of the 9 realms. They were personages at the peak of the 9 realms. People were most attracted to the trio from the Central Emperor realm, Jian Qingzhu, Shen Hao, and Nan Luoshan. With their origins and their talents, they were destined to receive more attention than the others. Of course, the other representatives were not weak too. Right now, Master Guizong from Tianxian Temple at Buddha Mountain of the Mountain Realm transformed into a golden Buddha. He released beams of golden light. He was a true Buddha. Anyone who became a Renhuang would be crowned as a Buddha at the Mountain Realm. The golden Buddha put his palms together, and his demeanor was solemn. The halo of Buddha shone for miles. He remained steadfast when he was attacked by the powerful will. Di Wu of Solar Divine Palace transformed into God of Sun, shining down light on the world. A golden raven, the divine bird of the sun, circled over his head. It was enchanting. On the contrary, a cold moon appeared behind Xianxia of Yue Divine Palace. The space around her turned into night. Both Xianxia and Di Wu could alter nature. Even Qin Lin, who was the most overlooked, stepped onto the divine slaughtering matrix and was slaughtering all in sight. It seemed that no human nor will could shake his slaughtering divine heart. Compared to these cultivators, Yi Futian's area was the calmest. Although there was also light shining from his body, it was not as dazzling and eye-catching as that of the others. Right now, on this frightening battlefield, countless armored soldiers were swarming towards him. The sound of war drums thundered, attempting to shatter his spiritual soul. He looked forward while guarding his mind. The statue seemed to have completely come alive. It was like a divine general on a battlefield. When it glanced at him, countless war drums thundered at the same time. The innumerable armored soldiers roared like a tide, swallowing everything in the path. In this illusion, Yi Futian felt that he was minuscule. His spiritual soul was constantly trembling. His will was shaking, and even his body quivered slightly. It was as though he was about to collapse from the attack of the will. When the spiritual will and way of cultivators at the Renhuang Plain combined, they could forge a domain of the Great Path with just a single thought. The master of this statue must have been a peak existence of the Renhuang Plain when he was still alive. After he died, even his remnant will become a domain of Wei. Yi Futian thought to himself. He released the might of his deed of thorough comprehension. A celestial soul appeared behind him, and he could detect all within this space. Within Yi Futian's body, the branches of the world tree extended to every part of his body. It was as though his body had become a divine tree that was rooted firmly in the ground. An unparalleled, majestic way of life enveloped his figure, causing his aura to grow even more powerful. His powerful life force swelled to its extreme. His spiritual will also became stronger and sturdier, seemingly becoming indestructible. Yi Futian sat cross-legged. He actually sat down in the middle of the ancient road. His eyes were closed. He allowed the sound of war drums to attack his spiritual soul and let the monstrous will sweep over his figure. Even though his body trembled and his spiritual soul shook, he still remained firmly rooted to his spot. Will enveloped every inch of his body. What is he doing? Some people revealed bizarre looks when they saw what Yi Futian was doing. He actually sat down. It was as though he was meditating and cultivating in the midst of that frightening will. Due to the fact that Yi Futian was acting differently from the other 8 representatives, many people were looking at him. Shun Yuan's gaze was also fixed on Yi Futian. Was he having difficulty standing against the will of the statue? The will of the statue will not disappear on its own. How long can he withstand the will by doing this? Someone asked. Wasn't doing so the same as waiting to die? How could he crack the will of the statue in this manner? The other 8 representatives were all withstanding the will of the statue. They were not just withstanding it, but they were also seeking the method of cracking the statues. They were searching for ways to defeat the will of the statue and crack the statue. Only by doing this could they make it past this ancient road and head to the sky stairwell that led up to the heavenly palace. At this moment, from inside the body of Yi Futian, who was sitting cross-legged, a formless will swept out. There was actually a faint sound of a guqin playing. This caused many people to reveal strange expressions. This is flesh becoming Wei. His way is that of rhythmic sorcery. Someone questioned. Before this, when Yi Futian and Xin Yuan were battling each other, Yi Futian had not displayed such an ability. Flesh becoming Wei preserved the Wei in the body of the cultivator, allowing the cultivator to resonate with the world. Since the sound of Guqin could be heard, it meant that Yi Futian had merged rhythmic sorcery into his body of the Great Path. Rhythmic sorcery started playing amidst the howling illusion. A terrifying sword will accompanied the music. Sword will and the music merged harmoniously. When the music of rhythmic sorcery collided with the beating of the war drums, it formed a complex symphony. On the battlefield, the sounds of Guqin and war drums competed with each other, revealing murderous intent. The brilliance of the Great Path gradually lit up around Yi Futian, subtly resonating with the heavens and earth. Is he cultivating? Xiao Muyu had been paying attention to Yi Futian all this while. This fellow left a very deep impression on her. He had snatched her divine lotus and given it to another girl. Moreover, he shamelessly declared that he wanted to be the son-in-law of the Xiao clan. Hence, among all representatives, she was most curious about Yi Futian and was very attentive towards him. Right now, when she saw how Yi Futian handled the illusion, she had a feeling that Yi Futian was utilizing the illusion to comprehend the Great Path. He was meditating. Out of the 9 selected representatives, almost all of them were Renhuangs. Only Yi Futian and Qin Lin were at the peak of the Saint Plane. The rest had found their own fateful encounters of the Great Path in this god's relic and had broken through to the Renhuang Plane. Originally, Xiao Muyu could have such an opportunity too. If she had gotten the lotus, she would have had a high chance of breaking through to the Renhuang Plane. In the end, what happened had indeed proven that the lotus was even more extraordinary than what she had imagined it to be. However, there was no use in asking what if. The lotus had been snatched by Yi Futian, and the girl beside him had used the lotus to advance to the next plane. Unfortunately, she did not use it to become a Renhuang. She was practically wasting a rare item. So now, was Yi Futian meditating amidst this illusion in order to comprehend the will and break the shackles between planes? Perhaps he is using his own way to defend against the invading will. A cultivator of Xiao clan who stood beside Xiao Muyu said, meditating under such circumstances was indeed too daring. Was Yi Futian not worried about his body of the Great Path shattering and his spiritual soul being severely injured if he made a slight mistake? He was under the domineering might of the Great Path. The rhythmic sorcery of the Great Path surged out, attempting to control the battlefield. A Guqin appeared in front of Yi Futian. His eyes were still closed, but his fingers were placed on the strings. He played without looking. The sound of Guqin echoed in the battlefield, resonating with the Great Path and his body of the Great Path. What song is this? As soon as the crowd heard the song, someone sensed that this song was remarkable and asked about it. It is the song of the lost divine from Taishan Mountain. A cultivator of the higher heavens realm answered. Lord Taishan. Some people revealed looks of surprise. Lord Taishan from Taishan Mountain of the higher heavens realm was proficient in rhythmic sorcery. He had acquired the song of the lost divine during a fateful encounter. Rumor has it that Lord Taishan did not have exceptional talent. Initially, it would have been hard for him to achieve his current plane, especially in terms of breaking the shackles between planes. All his current achievements were, however, due to the song of the lost divine. Is Yi Futian a cultivator of the Tianhe realm or a cultivator of the heavenly mandate realm? Why is he suddenly related to Lord Taishan? Someone asked quizzically. Yi Futian had introduced himself as a disciple of Sky River Great Elder, yet he represented the heavenly mandate realm. Now, he showed off the song of the lost divine that he had learned from Lord Taishan. This man is from the heavenly mandate realm. He used to cultivate in the celestial gate of vast heaven of the heavenly mandate realm. After that, he escaped to the higher heavens realm and studied in Taishan Mountain. Gai Shishir of Golden Divine Nation explained. Clearly, he knew more about Yi Futian. Lord Taishan and Sky River Great Elder are good friends. A cultivator of Shun clan added. It seems like Lord Taishan sent him to the Tianhe realm so that he could study under Sky River Great Elder. Yi Futian was still so young, yet he had trained in so many places. In the 9 realms, unless the cultivators had reached the Renhuang Plain, Otherwise they seldom crossed the realms to cultivate. Only those at the same plane and above were qualified to cross the realms, but it was still very risky. The sound of rhythmic sorcery grew stronger, transforming into a terrifying storm and eradicating all things in its path. When the sound of the war drums closed in on Yifutian again, the sound of the Qin could actually penetrate it. Slowly, the song of the lost divine affected the whole illusion. He has actually mastered playing the song of the lost divine. Princess Luoyue of Taishan Mountain, who had followed Yifutian here, got emotional when she heard the song of the lost divine. Grandmaster had an inheritor now. However, she was puzzled as to the reason why Grandmaster refused to accept Yifutian as his disciple. Although Grandmaster had sworn to never take a disciple again due to the death of youngest Uncle Master, when Grandmaster came across such a person, why didn't he make an exception? It would have been wonderful if Yifutian could have cultivated in Taishan Mountain. He is seizing the initiative. Right now, the crowd felt that the pressure of the will of the statue that Yifutian was experiencing seemed to have weakened. Or it should be said that it seemed to have been weakened by the song of the lost divine. The sound of the Qin could already gradually suppress the will of the statue. An alarming storm swept out, as though the great path was flowing back out. The storm that was frightening beyond comparison started spinning outwards in the other direction and headed towards the statue. Bang! There was a huge shocking sound. The statue trembled violently. After that, the crowd saw the statue being knocked back until it was below the sky stairwell. From the heavenly palace in the sky above, a beam of divine light shone down upon the statue. The illusions around Yifutian disappeared without a trace. He cracked it. When the crowd saw this scene, their hearts trembled inside. Yifutian was actually the first person to crack the will of the statue. Yifutian was still performing. The robes on his body danced about, fluttering in the wind. The light of the great path descended upon him, surging into his body. The crowd saw a beam of brilliant divine light burst out from inside him. The current of the great path of the heavens and earth frenziedly gushed into his being. Many people had astonished expressions. Excited looks flashed past in Xia Qingyuan and Yaya's beautiful eyes. Even Yu Shang was clenching his fists in anticipation. These were the signs that Yifutian was about to break through to the next plane. Yifutian's body seemed to have become a bottomless pit. It frenziedly devoured the will of the great path in his surroundings. The sound of the Qin gradually came to a stop. Yifutian retrieved a fruit of the way and immediately threw it into his mouth. A crisp chewing sound could be heard. Very quickly he had consumed a fruit of the way. He took out a second and then a third. Xia Qingyuan stared wide-eyed at the scene. Other people were also equally speechless. Had anyone broken through to the next plane in such a manner? How many fruits of the way did he need to replenish his way? A frightening roar of the great path came from inside Yifutian's body. However, just as the crowd believed that he was about to forge his divine wheel, Yifutian suddenly opened his eyes and stood up. What was he doing? Many people looked at Yifutian. Why didn't he directly break through to the next plane in one go? Yifutian turned his gaze towards the heavenly palace. He had a look of anticipation in his eyes. Right now, it was not yet the time to break through to the next plane. He was still waiting for an even greater opportunity.